So full Aghanim Scepter flying out on the Courier as they're going to smoke as a 5 squad. But who can they find? Because 4 heroes are bottom, and the only one around is the Dawnbreaker. And not even really around.
Middle tower is under attack.
Dawnbreaker is back in the base. This has really been some solid movements coming in from Quest to avoid the aggression of OG. As next on the list for Medusa is that BKB.
TA2000 is investing all of his gold into items. He was thinking about maybe picking up Lincoln Sphere. There's Shard being delivered to him as we speak. So, Song of the Siren, max HP, duration 8 seconds. Be a lot of healing coming out.
Yeah, there's a lot of sustain for Quest, right? With Solar Guardian and that Shard now for Naga Siren.
Barracks are under attack.
They're going to be able to sustain through these fights, and you know, with how free they took.
Or Guardian.
They're split up a little bit on Quest. TA2000 gonna be spotted here as he goes up onto the cliff. Now they're gonna try and go to the Stone Gaze, Global Silence, as well as the Solar Guardian. The Starbreaker comes down. BZM's gonna avoid that. They go to the Song of the Siren, but they've got these BKBs. They've hit the duel onto the Naga Siren. Rolling Thunder comes in, doing some damage, catching them, but not gonna be enough to save their Naga Siren. Now
BZM's
the swap
out of mana completely.
BZM, he's got no mana. They get the kill on a Kid Track, but they end up losing 2. DM next on the list. Noob trying to stand his ground, but Yuragi's ready with the help of Seb, and it will be a triple kill for the Medusa as they lose 2 on OG.
OG, they did the math correctly, understood that they can burst through this Naga Siren. MKB, Medusa sitting there, pumping in the damage. How much damage is that? 5.5k. Naga Siren only dealing 600 damage in the previous fight, so they will need to figure out how to defend this Naga Siren. I want to see if he like picks up something different. He had Lincoln Sphere queued up, and also BZM, like getting that first jump into dual Solar Guardian. It's a lot of healing, but it's not enough. Like you can see them dropping very low. And as you mentioned, they were also like very far away from each other. So this Rolling Thunder comes in slightly too late. They still need Naga Siren to deal the damage, but Yuragi pumped out way too much in this one.
Yuragi was not even getting touched. Like, Rolling Thunder came in, but it didn't really touch Yuragi, and it went to go save the Naga Siren and allowed the Medusa to just do as much damage as they wanted. Now Yuragi's got an Aegis. So, Aegis here for the Medusa, putting that BKB in the backpack. But as this Ags, this MKB, thinking about just going Ags Blessing, open up a slot. Swift Blink is on the agenda, as well as Mjolnir.
They don't have anything that pierces through this evasion from Yuragi. He does have Butterfly, Elven Tunic. What is that, 35% Evasion, it's bugged, so it's slightly more, I think, like 41, 42%.
Regeneration.
They will go for the high ground.
Yeah,
Holding the Aegis.
Not, right?
Their high ground defense, it's gonna be like Swashbuckle, Fade Bolt, Mystic Snake, stolen from Omar.
Shield grab with the upgrade, right?
Yeah, they clear the creep wave with these two abilities. But I feel like OG might just square up and go high ground. Big zip. BZM.
Smoke. BZM's out of mana.
Yeah. BZM, Roll Lightning, 0 mana, can't use it.
Tower is under attack.
He's got no mana. BZM brings 0 mana.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
I tried.
The next upgrade is gonna be Aghanim Scepter for him. Like, it's just like he's gonna pull people together into Blast, into Medusa.
Ooh, swap.
That's a very
Interact.
impressive swap.
He's dead. They're going to look for the duel on a TA2000, but now the stolen swap gets the Naga Siren away. Solar Guardian comes in with the BKBs pop by Yuragi as well as DM. They've got the root. It's on to this Coddle. Seb, he's on the backlines of this as they go to the Song of the Siren, but with the BKB, BZM trying to lock down TA2000, but they go to and retreat from the fight with the song going.
Still on losing kit track. They did manage to reset, but BKBs have been used. Aegis and she's still available for OG.
Like,
Radiant's middle tower.
everything's still here. Like, they have duel, they have Stone Gaze, and nothing's available on Quest anymore.
No green lights. There's one on Rubik, not the most important one. Look at the damage
swap.
from Yuragi.
Swap, Hex, duel coming through on Omar, but that leaves Yuragi. His Aegis was used, and now they've got the telekinesis on the buyback. They swap him away. Yuragi goes to the Stone Gaze. Guardian Greaves are popped. Kid Track's dead again for 70 seconds. Ogre Seal Totem. Netting. Press the attack from DM. They've got the Lotus Orb on BZM. Swashbuckle moving forward. There's the Hex on Yuragi. They've got the catch, but do they have the damage? Goes into the Manta. He's low on mana, and now back to full on mana. They look over at Noob, who goes into the Rolling Thunder. TA2000 just chasing forward. They've got the telekinesis. It's going to be on the DM. They'll catch the Legion Commander out. They get the kill on Omar, who bought back just a moment ago. So he's dead for 70 seconds without buyback. Yuragi, BKB, TP attempt, Solar Guardian, not going to be in time, but they get the kill on a BZM as well as Seb with the Swashbuckle landing from Noob, doing so much damage, and 4 heroes are gone on OG.
This is only with Omar's buyback, and Omar did one hell of a job stealing swap in the previous fight, swapping in Medusa, so they kill her instantly. Pango's going ham. Like the last couple of fights, Pango's just doing way too much. Overwhelming Blink in the middle of them. No one can use their Blink daggers. Slow, and then extra slow coming out from the Diffusal Blade. His shield crashes, very annoying. They also just lost the gem.
Yeah, it is... Now no gem for them, a very good fight. And that was a good fight with no global silence. Like, pretty crazy how well that is. But that's off the back of the fact that Omar stole swap in the fight that happened mid.
And Nagasaren feels much safer now. She was thinking about picking up this Lincoln Sphere early on, had Silver Edge, then decided to went back for Lincoln so that he can't be dueled. DM will need to find a way how to proc this Lincolns. When it comes down to procking the Lincolns, they don't have many abilities. There's like Solar Bind, Vengeful Spirit, but I don't think you want to use those abilities anyway. So not going to be the easiest target. I think the A2000, like itemization-wise, really nailed it this game. He saw like what the weakness was. Immediately picks up this Lincoln Sphere, needs to tank up slightly more for his teammates, picks up the Shard early on. Something that we've seen like level up when they were playing Swen throughout the DPC is they really love to just prioritize that Shard from the carry role.
Yeah, and having that shard here and picking it up and willing to buy it, not waiting on, you know, the hope that a Tormentor is going to drop it is definitely the move, and his itemization is going to be leaning towards an Ag's next, or, well, really an Ag's Blessing. He might just go full out on that. That'll give him the reel in, the upgraded Ensnare. And we'll see if he even gets to that point. I think Quest kind of hit this big spot with this fight where you look at where they are mid, they could just start to push on forward and all of a sudden force some buybacks out of the side of OG.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Every single hero on their side have buyback, besides Vengeful Spirit, who's dead for 20, so she's gonna be available pretty soon, and there's the first buyback. Seb using it.
Net. Yuragi. Just be careful.
Dire structures are fortified.
Working on this tier 3 mid. Yuragi steps forward again. And Lincoln's gets popped, and you want to be careful from getting swapped under the tier 4 towers.
Damage has been done. Toby has been
tier 3 though.
Yeah, kind of silent on a Dawnbreaker in this one, but has a lot of items. Assault Cuirass, Heaven's Halberd, tanking up against Medusa, like Legion Commander. If he decides to blink in before BKB, like you get Halberd, so a lot of value coming out from this Halberd in general. Aghanim Scepter finally completed on BZM. This is a game changer. If you manage to get like 2-3 of those, especially the initial one, could make things a lot more difficult for Quest.
So, 4K lead, Wisdom Rune available, thinking about doing the Tormentor as well. Get the Tormentor, give Shard to Omar.
There's the Ninja Gear. Every single game, there's like 4 or 5 Ninja Gears in the game. This item is just too good because, especially for carries, you like 38 minutes into the game, sometimes you do struggle with having boots of speed if you're that farmed. So having that extra movement speed really does benefit a lot.
And we'll see how many Ninja Gears we get here. BZM, he goes into the Timeless Relic.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And TA2000 just sending these illusions into the top lane.
BCM also hit level 20 like 1-2 minutes ago. That also means longer duration Vortex, plus Timeless Relic, plus Aghanim Scepter. He was also holding Ceremonial Robe. Unfortunately, they don't have the other, like usually before the changes to neutral items, you could give Ceremonial Robe to someone else. Like, yeah, you hold it now, plus my Timeless Relic, so that's gonna increase the duration of it even more.
So potentially, most likely wait until next Roche.
Middle tower has
Next stage is
fallen.
going to be very important to see who ends up probably breaking the high ground even more. But what are you seeing from Quest? Like, they're positioning up towards top. Are they just trying to take this top tier 3 with illusions and spam it?
They could get a pick off. Hex initiation. TA2000, he is smoked using that Ninja Gear. If someone shows up, they could potentially initiate. And Noob holding onto Shield Rune, plus a Shield Crash. That's a lot of damage mitigation. Even Noob picked up Ninja Gear. Not just him, Omar as well. This item is really, really good right now.
So, just defending the high grounds, making look at taking out this double catapult wave. Both teams, I think, just setting up, getting this farm, waiting for this Roche. The Ags was picked up by BZM, so he's going to have that blue Vortex. But nobody quite yet looking to commit on the move.
Toby was thinking about his next item, like what's it gonna be? Does he need a BKB? Doesn't even have a shard at the moment, but he's super tanky, sitting at 3.5k HP. Decided to go for Basher, which is an interesting choice. He packs a punch, like holding the Penta Edge Sword, Basher having Echo Saber. So wants to have something to like deal with those BKBs. Last time, Yuragi TP'd in front of his face, tried to use the Solar Guardian, which now pierces debuff immunity, but not enough time unless you have Aghanim Scepter, and then you can stop it. So going for Basher next, making sure that they can't just run away. Everyone is smoked. Like, everyone is smoked. You don't even know if these are like smokes or neutral item smokes. Ninja gear.
Well, smoke got broken there. Noob was nearby, and then BZM immediately retreating off that.
Radiant are scanning.
Item got
BZM.
Item got buffed unintentionally as well, because we did increase Smoke of Deceit duration in 7.34 from 35 to 45 seconds. So there's only 10 seconds downtime. Yuragi's career
With full Mjolnir.
just died, yeah? It wasn't full, he needed Hyperstone, but finding a way how to deal with those illusions. Again, Mjolnir doing 150% of the damage to illusions. This is Aghanim Scepter, this is pretty big.
Calling in Yuragi. Toby's going to be there with the Blade Mail. Mystic Snake just hits him and he walks away. With Roche up and ready to be contested. Ooh, BZM jumping in and hit with the telekinesis. They're going to steal the Ball Lightning. Toby going through with the Starbreaker, but that's going to be the Ball Lightning to avoid it. They've got the Hex onto this Medusa. Looking for the duel. Global Silence comes out. That's going to pull DM away from the fight. He goes all the way away with that duel. They go into the Stone Gaze usage. And now it looks as though, OG, they might need to reset.
He caught the 4 of them with the song.
Looking good. Can they get anything more out of this song to start it off? They're going to look over at BZM. They've got themselves the BKB going to be popped here by this Storm Spirit. Turning it with the Ball Lightning. Yuragi blinking in. Goes to the Mystic Snake. That's going to turn Omen to stone, but he goes and uses the Ball Lightning to leave. They've got the swap. Overwhelming Blink. Vortex pulling in a couple. They get the kill there on a Toby. He's going to buy back immediately. And that's the only kill they're going to get so far.
Really long team fights, but no one is dying. Seb, he has like one job, Chakra Magic onto your Medusa or onto Storm Spirit, and he's using it every single time it's off cooldown. Try to replenish some mana. They got the buyback off Toby. 30 seconds until Solar Guardian. No Song of the Siren for 30 seconds. Rolling Thunder coming up in 10 seconds. Get track, another swap coming online relatively soon. Dropping.
He just picked up for TA2000. They're going to look. They're going to find themselves Kaori. He's got buyback. He'll use it. No Global Silence, but the Starbreaker lands. It's going to be on a BZM with the Rolling Thunder hitting. They get the kill on a BZM as well as Kid Track. They take out 2. Ball Lightning is going to be used to get back into the fight once BZM buys back, which he will. But the damage on the Seb.
Oh, didn't get the cheese off. Doesn't need it. There's the Solar Guardian.
Only onto this Pango, and they go to the Song of the Siren. Ball Lightning in, but he's going to be songed up. They'll use the cheese. Starbreaker drops down. Yuragi's got no mana, no life. They'll get the kill on a DM.
Low mana as well.
G. BZM going to try and Ball Lightning north towards Seb to get some help.
He bought back.
But he bought back, walked in, and then Ball Lightning's back out as they've got a little bit of mana thanks to Seb, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Trying to run, trying to hide, out of mana, out of life, and gone. Dead for 2 minutes.
It looked good for OG, but Pango dismantled them in that fight. Like, he's just doing way too much work. Also, BZM, he zips in after buying back, spends most of his mana, doesn't get the pull off because he gets in the middle of the Song of the Siren, and then Pango gets the cheese off. They're really tanky. Like, look at Pango, what he's doing in the fight. This is also another aggressive swap. Pango gets stuck in the middle, then uses Shard and manages to get out of trouble. Like right now, he's stuck, and then ding.
Going to your force.
Yeah, goes for a different target. There was no duel from DM, and you have Naga Siren on top of Medusa. Pango's just controlling the backlines so well. There's this Solar Guardian keeping him alive, and there's look at BZM on the minimap. He's zipping in into Song, gets the cheese off.
Ooh, Rolling Thunder.
Oh, you're watching the live game. I'm talking about the, the replay. They almost finished the game.
There's the Mjolnir to try and deal with these illusions now. Drop tier 3, that ends up falling. They've got the swap, the look for the duel, and now the Solar Guardian That's going to be with the Stone Gaze, but Starbreaker comes in. Global Silence was used, and now they're going to put the Celestial Hammer on top of Yuragi as well as DM. DM's going to pop that BKB. Legion Commander with the Lotus Orb on him. TA2000 running over at Yuragi, but TA2000 might have to use this Aegis. He's in some trouble. Left alone is Kaori. Gets hit with a Mystic Snake. They get the kill to Toby. They take out Kaori. Toby doesn't have his buyback. He used it in the last fight. Noob's coming through. Gonna roll up and Rolling Thunder. Hits DM once, but now TA2000 starting to retreat. He's got these illusions pushing away as he gets some distance and leaves the fight.
They lost Toby. Toby, no buyback. Maybe if he does have it. Like for the next fight, if they want to go with like Toby's buyback, he can be the one who goes in and uses Solar Guardian after he dies, so they can take a fight anywhere. It's still on cooldown for a really long time, but most importantly, they got buyback out of Medusa, and your Naga Siren still has it available, sitting on 8,000 gold. Has Moonshard as well. He picked up Aghanim Scepter from Roshan. Maybe he could have gave it to someone else, because he, like, what is he gonna do with the gold? He can swap one more item, but that's about it, save for the buyback.
So pushing down mid, OG I think feeling this moment that they need to go, knowing that Toby doesn't have buyback.
Are under attack.
Still tough to break these racks, break these buildings, and win these fights, despite the fact that they don't have a Dawnbreaker.
They're going all in. They want to force something. Silencer is out in 5 seconds. 35 seconds until Dawnbreaker with no buyback whatsoever. Others do have it. Still gonna respect it.
Using that ninja gear, and now they'll leave. So, OG get the set of racks over mid, but they're down to 1 tier 4, and the top set of racks of their own. No Aegis, though. We'll see how willing Quest are to go, even though they've got this big lead.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Toby gets the shard from Tormentor. So that's going to be his free BKB. Level 25 as well. So with the Starbreaker cooldown, that's pretty massive.
They are grouped up on the side of Quest, drawing some lines to go through top. EZM picking up that Wisdom Rune. He's trying to get to level 25. Let's see. I mean, I don't think that Quest are going to wait for the next Roche. They definitely have the advantage here with everybody up and the Global Silence available.
They want to use this opportunity before Medusa has buyback. It is an elimination game. It is a best of 3. This is the first game. I think you can risk it a little bit and go take these last set of barracks. Maybe if it means that you have to use 1 buyback, they're still going to be playing against Mega Creeps. Any big 25s coming up? They already have on Medusa, Storm Spirit, getting closer and closer to it. Going for Refresher next. That's an interesting one. Double pull into Medusa's overwhelming damage. Could make the difference. Look at Omar. He's drawing on a minimap. Knows exactly where they are.
So, fully smoked. Maybe waiting for somebody to show. Could be Yuragi if he's not too careful. They're thinking about the Rolling Thunder. They do have the overwhelming blink. Jump on him. They do a good job of clearing up these creeps and these illusions, so it's not so easy to just jump the high ground, but now they go into the Rolling Thunder. They'll go to the overwhelming blink right on top of them. Solar Guardian as well as the Telekinesis. They've got the swap coming out from Kid Track. That's the BKB as well as the Ball Lightning and the Vortex to try and pull in these heroes. Damage from Yuragi. Is it going to be enough? They've got the duel. They get the swap
from Omar.
The stolen swap from Omar. That's going to get another save. That's not just the first time he's done that. They've got the song. It's on all 5. Now they're going to try and fight this. The disarm. It's onto the Medusa, so not doing enough damage, but they've got themselves the stun onto TA2000. Now there's another swap coming in. Toby's going to end up dead. He doesn't have buyback. They get the kill here on a Kid Track. He doesn't have buyback either. Noob with the roll up, taking some damage
He's
here. They
low.
need to be careful. Yuragi's got enough to get the kill on a Noob.
This is anyone's game to take. Like, the advantage that they have, this like 17,000 that is showing on the top, doesn't really matter that much. It's like how you're going to execute the fights. Toby will have buyback available in 10 seconds. If Toby had buyback, I think they commit to a fight, knowing that Vengeful Spirit is not there. Sure, there is Kopi, there is this Vengeful Spirit clone. But maybe wait for next Roche. It could respawn in 30 seconds. TA2000 sending out illusions in the top lane, dealing some unhealable damage to the range barracks. DD top as well. It just spawned.
So, losing 2 heroes there, proving that now, you know, the high ground is not so easy to break. OG stand their ground, but Omar again with another important swap, stolen swap, to save Toby initially.
See, Roshan, 1 minute. Will be on Radiant side. BZM holding the gem and also holding Refresher Orb now, level 25. So there's going to be a lot of bounces coming out from him. Has Shard as well. That's a good way to deal with the Naga Siren and the illusions, but double pull, this could make the difference. It's like 5 plus, almost 6 seconds pull if you use both of them.
Getting to 53 minutes. Might get the
Dire's top barracks are
tier
under
5 items if this game goes long enough, but Roche available in 15 seconds. Yet another Aegis available in this game. And like you said earlier, it does feel like anybody's game.
Omar still holding onto that swap. Let's see, Dodo plus win probability 64% for Quest Esports.
Into Roche. Noob's there.
TA2000 still sending out illusions to the top lane. We'll finish off the range barracks.
Now they've got this Boots of Travel 2 in, and they've got everybody here to take this Roche.
Storm Spirit
OG just
in the
not
base, but he
happening in
can't
time.
be recalled by Keeper of the Light.
So Noob's got himself an Aegis.
Dawnbreaker, Aghanim Scepter. This is also massive. We've seen the power of it yesterday when Alliance played against OG. Having Ags like gives you 60% evasion. It's really effective against other heroes. Against Medusa, not as much, but you can also like decide where to land. It's massive.
Now with that buyback, having that cheese, definitely going to make this fight way more Quest favored. The illusion's just a pain, and they've only got 1 building left.
That is definition of pain.
Yeah, definitely.
Even though Quest does have Aegis and Cheese available now, OG, they are the ones pushing the high ground. Swapped in the
Trying to
middle
go.
of the
They've
team.
got themselves to go. They've got themselves to
Counter swap.
Medusa in the front line. There's the counter swap, but the Rolling Thunder's going to stick with him. They get the kill in the Kid Track. They're going to look as they've got the Will-Wisp, the newly built Axe versus Zeb. They go in with the Ball Lightning as well as the Vortex. They've got themselves the Refresher. They get the kill there under the Naga Siren as well as Toby. They're going to get themselves the buybacks out of 3. Whoa, my. OG. Looking like they might be able to do it. The damage again on Omar. Triple kill for Yuragi. Now they find Kid Track. There's the swap. They've got the Hex onto the Medusa. Lotus Orb, no mana, no life. They'll take him out. He's got buyback as well. They'll chase down this illusion.
They need to catch more. There
Strong.
is Storm
Ooh.
Spirit.
Ogre Seal Totem.
Lotus Orb available on Seb. Can he get
Line
it?
up. Oh my god, the damage so quickly. They
late.
take out BZM. They're even looking for Seb. They've got the telekinesis, and they will catch themselves another. It looks so good for OG to start, but a good cleanup for Quest after the buybacks.
Yeah, this Aghanim Scepter, Storm Spirit with Refresher, level 20 talent, Timeless Relic. He pulled them in for a good almost 6 seconds, and then Medusa just right-click, stands her ground. They need to use the buybacks. Medusa does have it. 80 seconds. They can finish off the game. Whoever wins the next fight pretty much wins the game. OG using the using the glyph. They do have buybacks available on both cores.
Good track. Will-Wisp, buybacks used, Ball Lightning, Vortex, and now can they get the kill on the Naga Siren? Tier 2000 slept up again thanks to the Will-Wisp. They've got the BKBs. They're trying to chase Ball Lightning in. They've got themselves the Rolling Thunder. Stone Gaze, the damage, it's on Anu, but it's not going to be enough. They're starting to retreat. They look over at Toby. He's able to TP out. All the buybacks used there by OG, and they only get themselves a silencer.
Oh, they disengaged properly. This could have been a disaster. You can feel that OG, they feel much stronger fighting inside their base where they can like reset the refresher orb on cooldown for 60 seconds. Next Roshan is not gonna be there. I mean, there's still Aegis on on Pango, but he managed to disengage. So let's see, whoever wins the next fight, there are no buybacks in the game. There's one on Legion Commander, one on Pango. Pango sitting at 9,000 gold. Thinking about picking up Shiva's Guard, running out of slots.
Will do nicely.
Yeah, it was Shiva's Guard, and I believe Abyssal was being thought about as well. So 20,000 net worth lead, no silencer, no
Dire's ancient
global available. So nobody pushing out just yet in terms of looking to go to the high ground. BZM nearby. I mean, Omar, he is close, but they won't sense him just yet. They won't catch him.
Keeper of the Light.
Surprisingly, in a game like this, only 122 duel damage.
Yeah, there was, like we did mention that there might struggle with dealing damage early on. He started off great.
is under attack.
Early on, 7 minutes first duel, but then they didn't have enough luck. He doesn't have a hero to play with other than Storm Spirit, and Storm Spirit felt kind of intimidated by the global silence. Refresher Orb is available. Keeper of the Light, level 25 talent also available. 1.2 seconds, Blinding Light stun. What Timeless Relic?
Tower has fallen.
That goes up to 1.5 seconds.
Looking to use the Timeless Relic and the Quickening Charm to have the Will-Wisps down as much as possible. And the Aegis expires, so we might be waiting for another one. We're going to be definitely waiting for the tier 5s to see if we can get something that's going to overpower one or the other side.
There's this window where Quest can take a fight because your Naga Siren's buyback is going to come a minute and 20 seconds before Medusa's, if they have like the exact timing on it, but also tier 5 items in 30 seconds. So let's see if they stack the Ancients. Prepare for it.
Tormentor taken. So where he gets his shard finally. With his 14 permanent intelligence stone.
Yeah, very important shard at this stage of the game.
Tier 5s are available.
They did stack the Ancients. Who's getting the first tier 5 item? Tier 5 token, there it is. There's one available on Pango. Let's see what he decides to go for.
Force boots for Naga Siren. DM's also got one. Ex Machina for Toby. Mirror Shield for the Legion Commander.
Oh, this is a big one. Like, Ex Machina still feels like the best out of all tier 5 items. You know what I miss? Ballista. Ballista Sniper.
I thought you were going to say something cool. You said something super toxic.
It's going to be Arcanist Armor, so Force Field Aura grants 40% damage reflection for 5 seconds. At this stage of the game, against Medusa, this might be the pickup. Rubik, what does he have? Book of the Shadows, so that's pretty neat. Silencer, also another Book of Shadows, so that's going to grant you like second life. Dawnbreaker, we already mentioned. Ex Machina, which will grant him double Heaven's Halberd, double Abyssal Blade. The A2000 having boots, which means that he can get rid of his boots of travel and finally picks up something to deal with this evasion from Medusa. Bloodthorn is now available, and on OG, Keeper of the Light still doesn't have anything. Mirror Shield on Legion Commander. Medusa with the Force Boots. Seer Stone on Vengeful Spirit, and Ex Machina on Storm. Unfortunately, Ex Machina doesn't work on Refresher Ore, but it does work on your BKB.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
19 seconds potentially remaining on Roche. Let's see.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
As Yuragi's the one defending the base. So Roche will be extended by a minute 20. So a minute 20 remaining on the next Roche. But it hasn't felt like the Aegis has been enough to finish these games.
It seems like at this point, Aegis doesn't really matter.
Are scanning.
Buyback available in 50 seconds, 2 minutes for Medusa.
Dire's ancient.
I think they should go. I think it's time to go and try to use this opportunity where Medusa doesn't have buyback. Your Naga Siren comes with bots too. She tanks most of the damage. And you also have buyback available on your Dawnbreaker in 30 seconds. So gonna come slightly faster. Storm and Medusa, same timing on their buybacks.
They're setting up for Roche on the side of Quest. They were able to take the last Aegis. As OG, now they smoke. They should be here in time. Are they walking into a trap as Quest are kind of forward? They got the Hex, it's going to be on Yuragi. Press the attack is used. Now the Rolling Thunder with the roll-up. They've got a duel, but he's chasing.
Wait.
Wop.
Duel me.
Catch up to the ball. They've got themselves the Will-Wisp. They get the kill into Toby. The Global Silence comes out a little bit late. Omar now in a bad spot, but telekinesis, right-click scene with the song being used. BKB going after this Naga Siren. All lightning finding Kaori. But they can't get that kill quite yet as they're still retreating on the side of Quest, trying to draw them in. Maybe in a good positioning, and it will be for TA2000, but they've gotten the lockdown again. Overwhelming blink hits on a DM. They've got the stun. They turn this Pango to stone.
They're completely out of mana.
They go in. Starbreaker swap from Kid Track. BZM not working with a lot of mana. They look over at Toby. Toby's going to heal up, but they've got the damage coming in on all these heroes on the side of Quest. TA2000, he's low, but surviving, and they finally get the kill on Kaori. They get themselves the dual damage. They've got themselves the Ball Lightning as well as the Vortex onto TA2000 to hold him down. But the Rolling Thunder comes in with a swashbuckle. They've got the damage to get the kill on Yuragi. Now they look over the Magic Missile. Will-O-Wisp. They've got themselves the control to get the kill on the Noob as well as Omar. They hit this Naga Siren as well as the Dawnbreaker, but not with enough damage as they turn it all around. They get the kill on a BZM, DM, and Kid Track. And 4 heroes are dead on the side of OGs. They're going to buy back on DM. TA2000 and Omar looking over at Kid Track's illusion. They netted up, overwhelming blink drop on them and get the kill there. And they have buyback available on Yuragi as well as Kid Track on this Venge.
Oh man, what a gigantic fight. Look at the damage coming out from Medusa in that fight, 18,000. It's still not enough. They did buy back on 4 heroes, so they won't have it. Buyback is available again. Storm Spirit, he doesn't have it. No gold for him.
No. Swap, Stone Gaze,
500.
Rolling Thunder,
Again.
song used. Duel and running, chasing the ball. Putting DM in this precarious position. Will-Wisp is used. TA2000's locked up for a second. They start to retreat.
Whew. DM, professional e-gamer. It stands for duel me, but Pango the Pango doesn't want to do it. He just keeps rolling away. And now Roshan, it is on Dire's side. They probably think that Storm Spirit must have buyback, so they want to go and play it safe. Maybe get like 1 more life on your Naga Siren. Noob is doing so much work in these fights, just like being in the middle of the fight, soaking up most of the damage.
Attracting duels.
Pretty much. I think Toby messed up there for a second. I thought it might be a disaster for them because he did not have TP available. He TP'd there, already used the Solar Guardian, and didn't have anything to TP to, so he had to walk from the base, connect with the rest of the team. One of the reasons why Quest probably played it slightly slower, and it's going to be Bangalore who picks it up, since Naga Siren has buyback. What a crazy game, 66-minute game. Like we've seen Team Secret in the previous series, also pushing it to 70 plus minute 2 games. Seems like that's gonna be the story of this series as well.
Definitely could be, as they get the Aegis, but they don't immediately run through top.
Haste.
Retreating for a moment. Interesting move. I thought Quest were just gonna go for it.
Yeah, just farm, guys. Wait until we get to tier 6 items. We might actually see tier 6 items added to the game because a lot of these games, like tier 5 items, not enough to finish it off.
Yeah, it's a little surprising with the tier 5 items. They've got 3 gems just sitting on the ground right there. Here comes a courier to scoop them.
Dire's top barracks.
Never have I ever seen a courier scoop 3 gems.
Usually it's like 1 or 2, but 3, the game should end. Like you pick up 3 gems at the same time. This is like Dragon Ball Z. How many gems like do you need to pick up in that one? 9?
7?
7? Okay.
And then you just get full map vision all the time.
Wait, you're playing with not having the vision of the full map?
Yeah. Are you?
See, I downloaded this program. Just kidding.
Yeah.
Still 1 melee barrack standing, so no mega creeps. They did not want to commit. There's double damage now available on Pango. Soon to be level 30. Naga Siren level 28. Medusa level 29, so we're getting closer to those extra talents on 25, so we'll see who decides to pick up that level 30 first.
Will-Wisping, by the way, in the top lane, just to make sure those illusions don't hit that last building.
Vengeful Spirit did get level 25 in one of the previous fights, which means that swap is now 90% damage reduction. Yeah, good luck killing anyone who gets swapped.
The thing is, though, Kitrak's been giving that swap up a lot. And kind of tough. These Book of Shadows came in clutch, by the way, in that last fight.
Yeah, keeping them alive. And now Yuragi thinking about getting a Divine Rapier. We're 69 minutes into the game.
We are at that point. So, 22,000 net worth lead here. There's the level 30 for the Pangolier. Picks up now both of those 25 talents. Naga, only level 28. 29 here for Toby. But yeah, I mean, they're sending these illusions in. And so far, OG are defending.
Yeah, not a single team has Pirate Hat available. No one wants that free gold. Seems like they thought that this game was going to end at like 60 minutes immediately. Took the best items for the moment. But you've seen that BZM did not have enough gold for buyback in the previous fight. That's like 2 runes that you dig up with Pirate Hat. Refresher also available on Silencer, plus level 25, last word mutes. Comes the Doom. He wishes he had Aghanim Scepter on Silencer now. AoE, last word with the mute ability.
Oh, yeah.
But very far away from it. Like, he's just gonna wait. Maybe there's gonna be another buyback available for him.
Legions again. Omar using Fade Bolt pushing in, but these heroes
Dire's
not
barracks are under attack.
moving with this Aegis into the high ground. It's going to expire.
Yeah, just wait for Roche. Number 7. I think was this 5th or 6th Roche? Lost the track of it. Probably 5th, yeah.
Yeah. So, Aegis expires. And we're past 70 minutes now. I mean, just kind of waiting to see who wants to make the first move, right? Who wants to step wrong? Or who's willing to even take that chance? Maybe the last fights made Quest a little bit hesitant on going in, but having that Aegis, having that opportunity, and not taking it the whole time with this Aegis is a little bit interesting.
And no one has block of cheese yet. So
That's
a 70-minute game. They've been using these Lotuses, trying to heal up as much as they can. Can't really blame them. OG now smoked. Minute with no buyback on Medusa. Pango.
Dire are scanning.
No Aegis available on him anymore. He also needs 800 gold for buyback. His buyback is super expensive.
I don't see anybody with a wave of terror. But not willing to move any further up. Overwhelming blink available on DM, 10,000 gold available on TA 2000.
You're a beautiful person with a charming
So-
personality to be a giant space.
Yeah, like, it's time to spam some of the Gaben lines.
Hey,
As things got really quiet for the last.
it really was
somehow.
quiet. No one was using any chat wheel in the old chat, but Yuragi is like, yeah, we can do that. 72-minute game. Buybacks are coming online. Pango needs to farm 500 gold for his buyback. So we're going to have 10 buybacks available pretty soon.
Divine Rapier money is there for Yuragi. He moves very quickly. And he buys it. So he's got Divine Rapier. Butterfly goes into the backpack, so do the Boots of Travel level 2 and the Refresher. Because you can never have enough gold and items.
I've been a big advocate of buying an extra slot. Not sure still how much it would cost, but like buying a 7 slot for, I don't know, 15,000.
15? That's
10 to
way too much.
15,000. Yeah, imagine him having full Butterfly in his inventory now.
I guess, maybe, but 15,000 seems like a lot.
Pirate Hat.
I was going to say maybe it should be a tier 6 neutral.
Then you would not need to sell your Midas ever.
Yeah. Well, tier 6 neutral. It would be a while. 35 seconds till Roche, by the way.
10 heroes with the buybacks.
Everybody's got buyback. Everybody's waiting for Roche. Still, shockingly, they have not been able to pierce that top lane and grab this melee racks for Mega Creeps. So 10 seconds. His quest now moved up a little bit. Gonna look at the damage numbers. Almost 100,000 for the Medusa. Probably get broken in the next fight.
That's like the whole team of Quest.
Dire's
6
barracks are
Roche is available.
It's going to be on Dire side. I think it's better if it's on Radiant side, just because Silencer picks it up and has that upgrade to AoE last word, which mutes with his level 25 talent.
Scan connects. They know that they're coming. They know that they were within that scan. They start to retreat back towards the Roche pit. And Roche is up, so do they want to commit to that? Do they want to find the proper positioning? They've got some illusions on the high ground. Well, magic missile action and a swap on an illusion. That illusion's going to be doing 90% less damage. But it's dead. So swap on cooldown for just 5 seconds. As it's the illusion duel in the top lane. And the Naga Siren illusions are winning. Both these teams on the tip of a knife's edge.
Holding that high ground near the Twin Gate, that's the advantage. 76 minutes into the game. BZM ready to jump in.
Somebody looking to make a move. A little bit of that deforestation. Coming through with the Celestial Hammer. BZM throwing a remnant down. Both teams a little bit scared as Yuragi's going to be forced to go back to clean up some creeps.
He can get recalled by Keeper of the Light. Doesn't need to use Boots of Travel or anything to come back. Let's see if Quest wants to open up Roche.
Ball lightning from BZM
BZM.
sitting on the high ground. Noob's gonna come over. They've got themselves the vortex. Ball lightning back for a second. Will leave. Illusions are being used now to scout the side of OG.
Who's going to lose the focus? I think everyone who plays Dota has been in this scenario where like, I kind of want to play with the mouse only, not much is happening, but
Yeah.
these e-gamers, like, they can't afford to make the same mistakes as we do in the pubs.
Magic missile from afar. Lois put half in the pit. And there's the recalling Yuragi. Full 5-man smoke from Quest Esports. Trying to find just a little bit of an opening. Send the illusions up and around.
Going from a different direction now.
Butterfly on the ground. Butterfly still on the ground. Rolling Thunder
Still on the
comes
ground.
in. Butterfly's going to stay there. And they've got a courier trying to pick it up, and it does. But now they've got the global silence being used, as well as the BKBs and the refresher. They've got themselves the vortex. It lands on a 2. They should be able to get the kill on A.K.A. He's got himself buyback. They've got the swap into the Will-Wisp, as well as the duel. But a stolen swap once again. Omar, he has been perfect with the steals that he's made. They've got the Song of the Siren. They've got the silence. It's going to be on a 2,000. It'll go split. But now, Magic Missile bouncing off of Noob as well as Omar. They've got
Another
another swap, but Omar, he's not
Book
going to be
of
able
the
to get
Shadows.
hit. He's got himself the Book of the Shadows. Starbreaker used by Toby. They've got the aggression coming in on Yuragi, but he's going to be able to split. They go to the global silence once again. They've got themselves Noob in a little bit of trouble. He goes to the swashbuckle. The damage coming in. Shield crash. Another swap from Omar, getting him away from the fight. Omar has been perfect. They've got the telekinesis. Now
Shadows
looking over
again,
at
if
BZM.
necessary.
He's going to end up dead. He'll buy back into the fight. Book of Shadows doing so much work to keep these heroes alive on the side of Quest Esports. As Toby, now with the Starbreaker, he goes to the refresher. They've got themselves the Rolling Thunder once again with that talent. And Noob sitting low on health. There's the Mystic Snake, but it's not going to do the damage to get the kill on a Noob. BKB, BZM, he's out of mana. Omar on the high ground. Noob still surviving, but they finally get the kill. They've got themselves the duel. It's going to be on Omar. They've got themselves the control to get the victory with that duel again here now. Yuragi getting that kill, and the buybacks come out from 2.
Curry will not have
Omar,
buyback.
as well as Noob coming back into the fight. They've got themselves another song that's going to lock up for these heroes. What can they set up with it? It's actually
The throne.
5. It's a full team songed up and slept.
Throne is exposed.
They're going to go. The throne's exposed. They've got creeps going in. This fight might take too long. So our Guardian's going to slam down. BZM with the ball of lightning. They look over T2000. They've got themselves the Mystic Snake. Noob's going to end up looking over as Toby dies and buys back as well. But the throne exposed. They use the glyph.
use the glyph.
T2000 with the Book of Shadows. He's trying to run. Omar stunned up, magic missile, Kaori ends up dead, Yuragi's got the damage, Omar gets in with the Glimmer Cape and away once more. Rolling Thunder trying to leave, buying some time as they send Seb back to deal with these creeps. Hit track, he'll end up dead, they've got themselves the illusion, they go to the swap with the magic missile, it bounces over, hits on a TA2000, but he's got
to
himself the
refresh it.
BKB on Toby to try and run, and they've got themselves the sweep again with the saw. They start to run from the side of OG. They don't have a silencer for 100 seconds, but they've been holding their ground with the Book of Shadows as well as everything else as these refreshers starting to really pile up.
These refreshers, Ex Machinas, everybody has like double, triple BKB, surviving long enough. And not many heroes dying in the end. Like, you can feel that Quest is lacking slightly damage to kill this Medusa, who's sitting on 16,000 gold at the moment, fully jacked. Like, what do you even buy? Where's his butterfly at?
It's
You might have sent it back.
on the courier.
Just
It's up
prep
at the
it.
top twin gate.
You found it, actually. Now those 15,000 gold to buy an extra slot, that doesn't sound so stupid, huh?
I don't know. I don't want to agree with you, though.
I got him a scepter.
This is Roche now on the bottom side.
Legion Commander will pick it up. Reducing cooldown by 30 seconds, so it's gonna be a lot of duels.
Immortality is mine.
So Ags for DM. Not sure if he even wants to use that. He's been using it on the Rolling Thunder a lot.
We'll pick it up. Again, damage reduction, 50%, you get swapped, literally no damage taken.
Literally healing.
Yeah, Divine Rapier now purchased by Pango. 81 minutes. Let's see how much he can do. He doesn't have buyback for a good 5 minutes now. I think OG is in a better spot, not just because they have this like number on top of the screen, it's just because they don't, they have buyback available on Medusa, they have another Divine Rapier potentially. I think at this point you buy Divine Rapier and you put it in the base.
Might have to. You know what it should be, by the way, with your activating a slot? It should you don't get an additional slot, you just activate a backpack slot and you can buy 3 of them. For 15,
How much does it
then
cost?
20, then 25,000.
That's very expensive for a backpack slot.
15. Well, no, you get to activate them like they're part of your real inventory.
Let's just
Yuragi?
stick with what we have at the moment. Yuragi, sleep. He's
Wait,
gonna
it's
run
smart when
away.
you say it? What the hell?
There's that butterfly. There's that demon edge. Thinking about the Divine Rapier again. Buyback cost 6,000 on Medusa.
Illusion.
They're not even willing to go in with their Aegis either. At least not yet.
Oh, Mirror Shield. Yuri hexing himself.
Kind of split up. They need to be worried about these illusions as well as Noob. He's top with the Divine Rapier. Get into the 83rd minute.
Yeah, I saw Toby purchasing Deso as his like 6th item. Has
Yeah.
0 charges on it. Maybe there was some thinking about going for the throne. Someone sneaks in, they go for the throne. There's no glyph available for another minute.
Yeah, they had to use it in that last fight to survive. I thought they might lose to just that, but they sent Seb back.
Lightning spotting them. Vortex on a 2. They've got the control. They look over at Kaori. They've got themselves the duel coming out from DM. They get the kill on the silencer. Song TP. Ooh,
They're going for the
2000 and
throne.
They're going for
There
the
it
throne.
is.
They're going to use
The
them
rat.
for the Solar Guardian. They're going to try and get in.
Pull
The
down
TPs. I don't think
30
they're going to be in time. I don't know if it's going to be in
Song
time for
on
them.
pull
They've
down.
got
They're
themselves the
doing it.
throne in
They're
the
doing it.
game. Oh my God, they just stole it.
It took them good 83 minutes to finish off this game. Like I just mentioned the rat potential, seeing this Deso being picked up. So with the Solar Guardian, they go in and Pango, and like he's not holding onto his tier 5 neutral item. He was using the other neutral so that he smokes himself Ninja Gear and they don't see him. They try.
right?
Yeah, one more quick game before going to bed, and this is what happens to most of us. And then you're going to be yawning all day, not available to do anything at work. But yeah, you said it at the start of the series that we might see 3 games. We might see like some 3 crazy long-ass games, and seems like a good way to start a series.
Yeah, definitely a great way to start a series, and that was a fun one. I'm expecting 2 more games like that. I mean, that was pretty insane. Like, that was a super fun one. There were some lulls in the moments, but other than that, I mean, you know, it felt like it was so tense the entire time. It was such a great game 1. You're gonna have to come back and watch game number 2, and hopefully a game number 3. But it's a 1-0 lead for Quest right now. We'll be back with game number 2 in a moment. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
No mana storm, guys.
Blink and two, blink
I got swap, I got swap.
Kill Alcy first.
Alcy dying. Dusa very low mana, guys.
Yeah, I can disable Dusa now.
Yeah, I'm going Conduza,
Ulti and 7.
Duza was outside, Duza was
I will spam
outside.
him. Look at Dusa, guys. Look at Dusa, 0 mana.
Ulti and 1.
I have buy.
Dusa harder. I need help. I will jump in soon.
1 HP.
Dusa.
He's halberded, guys. He's 1 HP, 1 HP.
Dusa dying, guys.
No buy, not there. No buy Duza. Storm cave. Nice.
I buy. I'm tipping.
They no buy, go push, guys, go push. 30 seconds, no buy.
He's tipping. Killing bench.
Can't fucking move.
And we go push, guys. 30 seconds.
Do you have travels?
No, I use. I'm buying this.
Fast.
Welcome back to the Western Europe TI qualifiers. Game 1, looking like the same as the first series, where it's just 100-minute games back to back. It was all happening, and then it just wasn't. Like that's really how that game went. It was just like, all right, this has been this long game, and then now it's over. Like it just, you called it out. You were like, 30 seconds left on the glyph, and then they were like, oh, all right, bet. And then they just went in and took the game. That was an insane move. And having that global presence with the Solar Guardian too to jump
Solar
in
Guardian,
there.
AC, Deso, Naga Siren, and also Pango smoking in, getting the damage onto the throne, naked throne. They couldn't get mega creeps, I think, for like good 35-40 minutes. And there was one last barracks, one melee barracks standing, and they're like, okay, I think for this game, you have to use the website called Who Used Glyph to see who you can blame. I'm not sure if like Glyph was necessary for that last fight, because it was like pretty chaotic. Every single fight in the last 25-30 minutes of the game were pretty chaotic. To start with, their Keeper of the Light, he TP'd back to defend. Not sure if it was necessary, but there's not too much thinking about like what happened, what could have been done. You're gonna have this talk after the series finishes, whether you win or lose. But now you need to focus on the second game, because you are, especially as an OG, you're one game down, and you need to figure out how to approach it. Again, OG, when it comes down to laning stage, they seem like slightly weaker to some of the teams that are still in the qualifiers. Yesterday, they did lose all 3 games against Alliance. Now against Quest, they did manage to put like a decent amount of pressure on TA 2000, who was pushed out. But again, you're pushing out Naga Siren into the jungle. This is where the hero likes to be. Like, he bought Hand of Midas, and they were the ones controlling the tempo of the game for a really long time. Maybe something different. I feel like they put themselves in a spot where, they can't really make the moves. This mid lane went really well, but again, it was into global silence, so BZM couldn't do what he wanted to do with the Storm Spirit in the game. Legion Commander was off to a great start, getting some early duel damage, the most farm hero in the game 10 minutes into the game, and then kind of stopped doing what they've been doing.
It's kind of crazy that BZM was coming into a lot of those fights and had like no mana.
I think every single fight he had no mana.
No mana. It was insane, right?
Seb was replenishing mana on both of these targets. Both of them actually need Chakra Magic to sustain, getting the healing lotuses, getting Chakra Magic, Lotus, Force Staff, whatever it's necessary to keep them alive. He kept the distance, had a really good game. But so did Quest Esports. Like Omar, he didn't die for a really long time, and you've been praising him throughout the whole game with these stolen swaps. Even with the Aghanim Scepter, he's like, I want to, having 2 abilities to steal. Most of the time, he had one. It's like, I want to have this swap, and I want to have this on this key so I don't miss it, so I swap people out of the trouble.
He did it 3 times in that fight that happened up by the Roche pit before 12th Roche or whatever it was. And, it was just, it's his positioning. And not only that, it was the items too, because I'm pretty sure there were multiple times where, when they were chasing Noob, he had Glimmer Cape as well. So he made Noob invis as Yuragi's attention is on this, rolling thundered Pangolier, just chasing a ball around that goes invis. And then where did it go? How do I get here? It was just perfect plays coming out from a support that you love to see, that I feel like sometimes just don't get the credit they deserve. So
yeah, there were so many nice plays. I mean, it's not hard to find some good plays, having 10 professional E-players in the game playing 85-minute games, so that's really not hard. But in the end, Quest, they think outside of the box, and they found themselves a dub, and it seems like they needed a slightly extended break to reset from this one, because it was a long one.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say to you, is you have a game like that is exhausting, that is just so mind-numbing, and truthfully, the breaks in between aren't that huge, so you have to kind of get back to set. And we've said it a couple times, team that loses a game like that, they usually win game 2. It's kind of crazy how many times I feel like I see a team lose a game like that, come back with a vengeance, and win game 2. But the reset time isn't long. How do you get yourself back mentally for a game like this?
Dota players, especially the younger ones, like I think everyone experienced it as well. You queue, you lose a game, you instantly queue again. So I don't like. Sometimes you need a little bit more reset time.
Step away from the computer.
To just stretch your legs, have a bit of a talk. OG Seb being that guy, winning like 2 TIs with the team, with your different squad, but he was always giving speeches, and like we've seen it in the true side that they are able to reset. And now with the younger squad, still having a figure like that, I'm not too worried about them mentally resetting coming into the second game.
Yeah, I know if I lose a game like that, Dota's off for the night, but they don't have this option. They have to play game number 2 and try to force a game 3 and try to continue on to tomorrow. But let's see how this draft goes. It's been interesting. The Gyro gets banned again. Pango getting banned this time. I mean, Noob caused them a lot of problems. And, yes, DM was dueling him, so he wasn't really able to do much with his Rolling Thunders at times. But at the same time, his presence outside of those duels was so overwhelming that, it's a first ban for sure. Like, it just has to be.
He did way too much on Pango in that game, so no, not really surprised that they banned it out. There's still Phoenix left in the pool. That is Kaori's best hero by far. He just shines on the hero, so they needed to make some adjustments, banning out this Naga Siren, banning out Pango. And speaking of Phoenix, there it is, instantly picked up by Quest Esports. Not really a surprise considering how well he plays it. I already mentioned it, that he's like the best Phoenix player in the world. Always pleasure to watch him play the hero. And OG will get some healing of their own, some extra attack speed to be able to kill the egg and match the healing that Phoenix provides in a team fight.
Yeah, so going to be looking out for potentially heroes that can handle the Supernova.
Oof, this bar is moving slowly. Only 33% win rate so far.
You know it's not going to be good when it's only crawling to that bar. Gosh.
5
But
seconds remaining.
let's see. Naga Siren banned out. They had a lot of trouble with that hero as well. The songs were giving them a lot of trouble. And they banned that Lycan, something you were talking about. Getting Toby to play something else, right?
Yeah, I think like this whole matchup against two offlaners, which have pretty similar hero pool, heroes that they like to play, I don't think they're going to get to choose. They're not going to get their S-tier heroes. I already see Lycan being banned. There's a Brewmaster available, which is the other hero Toby did play.
Storm getting banned, and now they banned the Sven, a hero that can jump in, play, and put some damage out there and potentially smash an egg, right?
Yeah, they could be prepping for like Medusa of their own. Sven hits an earlier timing. There's also potential PL pick when I see Sven. It also gives, like IO gives Sven good laning stage. He doesn't necessarily need to go to jungle early on. He can sustain in the lane, like we've seen in the series when Secret played like 6 hours ago, because this last game lasted for a really long time.
Yeah.
Like what Sven can do, especially when he's off to a good start.
Man, that series was that long ago. My God. I mean, we're setting up for another 80-minute game here. Although, no Naga, sorry, no Medusa. Also, at the beginning of that game, I did say Naga and Medusa synonymous with 80-minute games. And then we got there. Now, Naga's out, and we're not having it again.
There's still Medusa available. I think the hero gets contested, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Also, Faceless Void banning out some of these like, late game carries, and BZM will get the hands on the Invoker. So having global presence of their own in this game, having that Sunstrike, Boots of Travel later on, Aya with the Relocate.
Maybe sensing that they want to go for Legion again on DM. We've seen that combo a lot. A little bit surprising that they did also give up the Invoker. And an early puck pick. Not a hero we're seeing a lot of. And Into the Sky. So probably now deterring a Legion pick, right?
And so far, Quest Like they play really well with this Skyrat Mage. I was thinking about it, but maybe thought that they might go with something beefier on position 4 because you have Phoenix. And so far they are undefeated on Puck in the TI qualifiers. Noob plays the hero really well. Also, picking up Puck and picking up Skyrat Mage together takes away potential Skyrat Mage pick against them because both Phoenix and Puck would struggle against this long duration silence on Skyrat Mage. However, they need some playmaking offlane. Like this offlaner needs to be something super tanky to protect Skyrat Mage, who's extremely squishy. So is Phoenix.
What about Phantom Assassin for OG?
PA? I could see that happening. Maybe they don't necessarily need to pick their carry like straight away. I think they can go with the offlane and one more support and then save the pick for last. Because they have the last pick, so they will see the matchup, and some of these heroes that TA2000 likes to play that I mentioned could be like potentially countered by different heroes, even Phantom Assassin that you mentioned.
Yep. Skywrath is classic one dagger dead kind of hero. Where you're trying to get something done, you just die immediately.
OG's turn to pick.
They go Disruptor. Also not a support we're seeing that much of. Both teams not exactly have like the best lockdown at the moment. Obviously, you've got Glimpse, Kinetic Field, as well as Tornado. But for the other side, like Quest, if Supernova explodes, if the, and Dream Coil, but both teams kind of needing like that
5 seconds
low
remaining.
cooldown stun, right?
Yeah, like maybe some like offlane Dragonite, Brewmaster, these type of heroes are gonna be popular. There's still Underlord available for DM, but I think like this last hero for OG might need to be like a stun, but they go with the Underlord. They're just picking like what they feel comfortable with.
You just go Brew in response here?
Now that you see the matchup, you might pick up your safe lane. You know what you're playing into, Underlord plus IO or Disruptor IO, depending like how they want to lane it, what kind of carry OG wants to pick up.
5 seconds remaining.
So minute 15 on the reserve time. Thinking about what they want to do. What's the response? Maybe thinking about that carry that they want to play with this. You were saying Medusa's still available. But is Medusa a good pick for Quest against this lineup? I mean,
this could be
a problem.
Yeah, this could be a very aggressive lineup from OG, something similar that they did yesterday when they played against Alliance. So having Aura Builder from the offlane, having Alacrity, having Sustain. Seb did play Treant Protector, now he's going to play Io, most likely. So maybe this like Luna pick that comes out in the last phase, maybe you need to get rid of it because OG showed some
Dire team ban.
like really nice performance on it, and TA2000 will be playing TA this game. Fits the lore.
Do they play? I mean, can TA just go safe? Would they ever swap with like Puck? Maybe throw Puck in the offlane or something like that?
Yeah, I know. I don't think they would. I think this is like
5 seconds remaining.
way too much complicating for what you're getting out of these ones.
OG's turn to ban.
So something
theory
tanky,
crafting.
something super tanky needs to be picked for Quest. Like they definitely lack frontline. They have 4 range heroes and also playing into Underlord, they're playing into healing from Io. I'm down. I mean, OG, they still have the last pick, so they are going to try to counter. There's the Brewmaster that we mentioned. I said maybe Dragonite.
Yeah, I don't hate that idea.
Dawnbreaker is still available. I'm fine with Dawnbreaker.
I like the DK giving you that stun, though. And he's definitely a tanky frontliner. Like,
10 seconds.
usually...
The reason why I like Dawnbreaker as well is you'll have always something
5 seconds.
to drop on top of the coil. And there
Right.
it is. Yeah, because the combos, like this has been like very popular combo when the hero was first introduced into the game.
Right. My only question with that would have been, if Dawnbreaker is the last pick for Quest, Dawnbreaker's more of a reactionary hero, right? Like, you don't really... You have that frontliner once they're in the fight, but you have to play reactionary, which might be a little bit tough, right?
Yeah. Well, let's see. They removed Medusa. There's PL.
So
Yoragi loves to play that hero. I don't know. I'm down for Luna. I like the tempo that they set in that game yesterday for OG.
Visage.
This has been Toby's hero. Not it is a range hero, but it's also a tanky hero. A hero that builds into auras. You get like Solar Crest, comes online relatively quickly. They did not want to farm it up. You know, some like Dragon Knight, maybe with Hand of Midas into Blink. Could be slower. So let's see how OG approaches it.
5 seconds remaining.
So, last pick. How's this Visage been doing? 13 picks, actually, with a 53.85 win percentage, and they go to the Terrorblade.
TB was still in the pool.
Popular.
TB is just like, you don't know what to pick. TB seems good. Scotty Builder against 5 range heroes feels nice to have. They have some good amount of burst damage coming out from Puck, Omar, Kaori, but they also have a lot of sustain. A little worried for Quest's frontline. Like, Visage can be that guy. I think if Quest loses laning stage, OG might roll over them.
Yeah, they definitely can set that tempo. We saw it yesterday in that third game against Alliance, where they know how to keep it up. But I definitely need to see OG come out of a laning phase where they're confident, right? Like, they did have a good start in game number 1 of this series, but it fell apart once Noob started moving around, because he found a lot early on.
In terms of lockdown that they have against Puck, there isn't much. Like, there's not a single stun that Puck is afraid of. There's some like Tornado into Static Storm combo, Glimpse, he can dodge that, Pit of Malice maybe later to catch him. But when it comes down to real stuns, something that like you blink initiate with, there isn't that ability. So Noob, and this is also very early Puck into the draft, 2nd pick overall.
Yeah, and you don't even have a stun for
not
it.
many counters, exactly.
It's kind of concerning too. Like, yeah, OG, if they get out of the laning phase, they're going to look good. But if it's close enough for Quest, like, I think Noob's just going to have a similar style game where he's able to do whatever he wants. Kaori putting out some laughing squawks. Let's see, as all 5 heroes together for the side of OG. It is BZM on the patented Invoker, the Grandmaster.
Of course.
Ominous beeps. We've got 2 heroes squawking and or beeping like that. No words.
Marcy can join the team.
To battle.
Yeah. A little whistling.
Get tracked.
In trouble to start with the concussive shot. EMP is going to land, but it's not going to matter. First blood for Toby.
Great start. Like, we've seen Visages, what they can do if they're off to a good start. Whenever I think of Visage, 33 as a player comes to my mind. Like, he's the Grandmaster Visage player. And what is he bringing? Some extra regeneration. Another circlet going into Bracer next. We'll see if this is going to be like Phylactery game, because he had a great start. Or if he wants to build into Solar Crest, tank things up, get the drums, pipe later on. There's a huge amount of magical damage coming on from Invoker, Underlord, Disruptor. Pretty much every hero does have it.
What's like the big killer lane right now for either team? Is there really even a killer lane? Actually, is it Yoragi and Kitrak at level 2?
Top lane, definitely not a killer lane. By like, it's Io plus Underlord. That's going to be a sustain lane. Phoenix, slow, very slow when it comes down to his laning stage. I think it's going to be bottom. I think Yoragi is going to be in trouble considering the amount of nuke damage that they have. Another concussive shot with another blood grenade soul assumption. He dies. I think in this one, it's very important for Terrorblade to itemize correctly. Get as much stats as you can. Magic Wand, Bracer, Treads, get another Belt of Giant Strength, Raindrop. All these small items just to tank up as much as possible. Noob getting caught in the mid lane. Some good harassment from BZM.
Yeah, BZM, we were talking about it in game number 1. He kind of needs to be the one who gets out of the starting line quickly. And he's gone for Quaswex to start. And he's got that urn queued up, so we'll see. Because, again, both these heroes definitely looking as they start to hit that level 6-7 point to make something happen, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see if they're going to be putting the pressure here. Every single time he gets close, concussive shot in his face. Visage consumes a lot of mana. This is very mana dependent. Soul Assumption 110. They hit level 2 immediately. Kitrak starts to play aggressive.
Oh boy.
Maybe too
Soul
aggressive.
Assumption, not even used. He's just going to throw it over onto Uragi. They get the kill on the Kitrak, and that's the second time he's died already.
Radiant's middle tower is under
So,
attack.
Uragi dropping some items inside the base, ready for his Disruptor to bring to him. And Kitrak will do just that, picking them all up. Top lane just seems like DM and Seb will be able to sustain. They're not going to die in this lane.
There's not enough damage. TA in the safe lane doesn't have those levels to threaten a kill when she's paired up with a hero like a Phoenix. Already having Headress, Underlord, one Bracer going into Soul Ring Phase Boot. So this lane should do really well for OG. They push the wave. There is big camp being blocked. Let's see if Seb unblocks it, and then they start pulling. 3 minutes. Also, Load is going to be available soon.
Early on, Kaori just trying to body block this camp. Both teams looking to always keep these camps blocked as Uragi, bottom lane, gets a kill onto Omar while he gets traded by this Lotus pool. So, Uragi dying in this lane. All 3 deaths have come from this bottom lane of OG.
This also leaves some solo XP for Visage, which is really good. Once hero hits level 6, he's gonna go for like even solo kills on these heroes like Disruptor, can find Terrorblade, and immediately starting to play aggressive again. Concussive shot hits on both of them.
Yeah, they really don't want to give them any sort of reprieve, right? And just make sure that the pressure's on. And you can't feel confident really in this lane for Kitrak and Uragi, and we're seeing a bit of that. Mid lane, though, it's BZM starting to pull away a little bit.
Puck has no mana to work with. These EMP tornadoes have been on point for BZM.
There is another tornado, no EMP this time, but illusory orb used by Noob to get over to this water rune. BZM just kind of leaving the other one, but
We'll pick it up.
Pick it up. You see it again, concussive shot over bottom. Like, Uragi has to constantly eat this damage, and he's only got 16 CS. He's not really having a comfortable farming time down in the bottom lane. It's been tough, and you know, like you said, top's not really a killer lane. As much as DM and Seb are going to have a good time here to get some CS, like TA 2000 just feels safe. So you can just farm.
He's farming. The question is how many stacks can they make? Again, making a move on Kitrak. Does have Raindrop available, so does Uragi. So they need to burn through these charges. Already burned through 4 of them on Uragi.
Does he buy another set? Or
Yeah,
does he just go back into the jungle.
One set is all he needs.
Yeah.
Toby's really low on mana. He doesn't have much mana to work with.
It does cost a lot. Level 1 of the Soul Assumption is 110 mana, and he's got 1 Clarity to work with, but the mana isn't exactly pristine for him. And I've got 1 Mango from Omar that they could take. Probably want to have control on that 6-minute Lotus pool as well to get that Lotus to give that mana over. We'll see if any supports go over towards mid. I know that is Always in question is Noob taking a lot of damage here from BZM. Noob will pop a clarity of his own while the 6-minute rune is about to spawn. And Kittrack might... I thought he might get caught here, but Noob doesn't exactly have a lot to work with, and they would have liked to get that glimpse and maybe pull him back, but... Hillary, he's the one protecting the shield rune, and that's going to be what Noob picks up. I thought that BZM was controlling mid enough to get that, and would have potentially been the rune to dominate the lane with.
Quest understands the importance of giving Puck runes in this one, so he will pick up another one, another bounty rune on his side. Yurag is coming with meta.
Meta, just need a couple more hits onto Omar, but the Icarus dive, and Seb's here to heal him up, but can he heal him up enough? Going past this tier 1 tower, and Omar's nearby. It looks as though Seb, he's going to be in between a rock and a hard place, and so will Kittrack, but nobody dying at the moment, and somehow, after a clash happens right there, nobody dies.
Experience coming out.
DM, he's pretty much safe by himself at this point, right?
Yeah, he's in a good spot. At tier 2000, he's farming. He's farming some of these smaller camps in the jungle, and that pushes him closer to level 6, while DM is only level 4.5.
Wow. Yeah. And now he's getting some solo experience, so he'll hit 5.
Last raindrop.
Ooh, they're going for Yuragi. Soul Assumption with this Ancient Seal Silence. But BZM, now this is what they needed him to do, but they've got this sentry down. They know he's here, but it might be too little too late. EMP with the cold snap, and they've got Toby going the other way. Tornado misses, though. Kinetic Field's also not going to be on the mark
here.
Yeah, they're wasting a lot to get this kill on Toby, or trying to get this kill onto Toby. They haven't even secured it yet, and it's really difficult for them to control him. Finally, they get another cold snap. They'll eventually take out Toby, and BZM gets credit for the kill there, taking away the killing spree, but that was a
took him
chase
good
and a half.
30 seconds to get the kill there. Puck is level 7. Thinking about going in, playing slightly more aggressive. This is some good damage onto tower. Usually, like Phoenix and Scarlet Mage don't deal damage to towers, but they had a big wave because OG, they were busy in the bottom lane.
BZM comes back over towards mid, wanting to protect this tier 1 tower. Noob, by the way, he's gone to the 4 points in Illusory Orb, 2 in Waning Rift, and 1 in the Phase Shift. Omar chased, and Seb's in with the tether. Seb's in with the kill. Getting urn charges ready for BZM. What does he have flying out? Anything?
They're stealing their stacks. Finding a neutral item. Let's see what he gets for himself.
Want to be able to take these stacks away from the TA, right? If yeah, he's going to be the one taking them. Does he have any stacks on the other side of the jungle? He's got 1. Not really as many stacks as I thought they would have.
They have 3 stacks in the outer ring of Ancients. Because this is where you stack when you pick up the XP rune. Maybe if the lane is pushed, your position 4 can easily stack it. And now Noob picks up that 1 value point in Dream Coil. Phase Shift, dodges it, and gets out of Kinetic Field.
Yeah, not easy to glimpse back a puck.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Like we were saying, it's a pretty free game for him in terms of lockdown, and it's easy to dodge the glimpse. The really only thing that's going to make his life potentially difficult, right? Kinetic Field, blocking in Kaori. We get to the 10-minute mark. Come over with the Tornado EMP. Noob's here, guys. He's got a Dream Coil. That'll snap on BZM. Seb not willing to snap it just yet. Now they've got the silence and a quick kill. Damage coming in with the Ancient Seal, as well as Toby coming over.
Toby is level 6 now, so they have they have what, 1, 2, 3, 4 flying heroes in the mid lane and some familiars.
4 flying heroes, 2 familiars.
OG needs Rocket. They need Clockwork Tinker to shoot them down. Sniper.
What we really need to get is Kodama's reach.
Not sure what that is.
I don't even think
It's some weapon from Dragon Ball or something.
No, it's the wrong Magic the Gathering card.
Oh, okay.
I thought about what it was, and I was like, oh, it's a Magic card that takes away flying? No. And then I remembered it doesn't do that.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So these are the 2 Magic Gathering cards that you know. What they do out of 10 million.
I think it's the only one I thought I knew. I didn't even get it right.
Oh my gosh. Somebody in chat will know. Ooh. Don't want to take the courier. Patience.
BZM and Kit Tractor
Ooh.
chasing.
Static Storm, Kinetic Field, EMP all down, and TA2000 has to try and fight back, but goes into the meld. The Dream Coil on
Can he get a
3.
full kill before? Ooh, almost.
He's in trouble and ties. They take out the egg. Blood Grenade on the BZM as well as Kit Track. They've got themselves the glimpse as well as the Kinetic Field. Kit Track is going to survive. They take out Omar. That's going to be 3 dead on the side of Quest.
TA2000 survived for a really long time.
Oh,
They
yeah.
used everything, Urn of Shadows, Blood Grenade to deal with those refraction charges, Firestorm, Static Storm, and then he manages to get another one. They get the kill on Seb. At least it's something. I think they need to use Toby. Toby is, like when it comes down to farm, not the most farm hero in the game, but he packs a punch, having the Solar Crest, and is going back to Phylactery after finishing off Solar.
It'll be a while till he gets that, though. Not exactly cheap by any means. With those 2 components left. But he's free farming in the moment. You've got Uragi who's just sitting on the outer jungles camps, and he's picked up a Midas.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower.
They will have double Hand of Midas available. 1 on TB, 1 on Invoker. So some extra influx of gold coming out their way.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Up.
Dire's top tower is under
Looking to
attack.
take
soon-
this tier 1 tower.
I want to see Quest play much more aggressive as soon as Visage picks up this Phylactery. If he's not focused, he deals insane amount of damage in the team fights. Supports die almost instantly. Terrorblade, I don't know if he wants to join. For now, they're farming the jungle together, Seb providing some extra HP regeneration
Bottom tower has
to
fallen.
him.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Ooh, there's that mech. A little bit more sustainability is available for the side of OG.
Midas being built for BZM. He's put some pressure on. He's 2-0-2. You know, he's moved around the map. That's exactly what they needed, and now he's going to have a Midas to try and push himself even further down the line in terms of net worth.
Right now, Quest is underneath the vision. OG wanted to smoke there. Noob TPing out, and it's being pinged out immediately. Static Storm available. Tornado. Noob going back, but the rune is spawning. Fortunately for him, it's top. If the rune is bottom, they would definitely go for it. They still might do so.
Yeah. Static Storm, Kinetic Field, that gets up. But Omar comes in with the silence.
Let's see if he
on
can do the
BZM.
trick. Yes, he
Well
can.
done. Nicely done with the illusion rune right there to get out. But they've got the glimpse still, though. Phase shift, avoiding it. Sunstrike coming in and missing.
Kitrak needed to destroy that illusion rune, right-click it, because as like Noob was like, oh, I might be dead here, and then it clicked for a second. Same goes for me. Gets on the edge, uses illusion, and gets out of the kinetic field and static storm, and is going for their XP rune as well. This is a tricky one. This is might be too aggressive.
Dire's structures
Yeah.
are fortified.
DM ends up picking it up. So meanwhile, some pressure onto the tier 1 mid, almost getting that. But Quest, they've got themselves a 2,000 net worth lead. They've got TA2000 continuing to farm, feeling
And he gets
comfortable.
the deny.
He's got the Deso and also gets the deny on the tower.
I want to see the amount of stacks that they did. I feel like, again, Quest is just stacking a lot. There was yeah, there it is. Omar, 7. Rest of the team, 1. And OG has been pretty busy playing the lane, so they couldn't stack at the time. Toby, Phylactery is available, level 9, almost level 10. They're going for Roche, I think. They're setting things up for it. It's on Dire side, they have Deso, Solar Crest, they can kill it.
Do OG think about contesting? Or do they just farm?
I don't think they have a good read on this. even if they did, like the amount of damage that they can deal, Supernova as well, Kaori, he is showing in the lane, they set things up, they planted down Sentry and Observer just in case OG wants to contest it, and this should be a freebie.
Dire's middle tower is under
Radiant are using the scan, and it does connect.
Sunstrike will also
Sunstrike.
come through.
They know that there's way too much damage. They saw a Solar Crest. Templar Assassin was going for Deso. It will die in 25-30 seconds.
DM was putting pressure on the mid-tier too. He was at least trying to force them back, and that's what he accomplishes with getting the puck back, but they still pick themselves up in Aegis, which might be gone very quickly. Already out of mana. Like TA2000, he's in trouble. They've got the tether, they have the relocate, and they'll get the kill. They'll take the Aegis immediately.
The rest of the team needs to back him up. Supernova is available. They're gonna relocate him out. Okay, this is
that
pretty
was
massive.
really well
Nobody's
done.
backstabbing DM.
Ooh, DM's in trouble, but he's pretty tanky. Can he survive and TP out? Nope. They've got themselves the Dream Coil, Mystic Flare, and the Ancient Seal, so everybody comes together to kill off DM.
At least they got something out of it. I can't really blame DM for trying to TP out. The birds were used. He thought, you know, they don't have many stuns available. Potentially resummoning the birds on Toby, or if they use Coil, Noob was in vicinity to do it. We talked about Noob having a great game on Puck, because, you know, it's...
Dire's middle
There's not much lockdown for him, but these two Static Storm were used on him. His mana got burned, the lowest net worth core at the moment, but still 0 deaths to his name, which is very important.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Manta not terribly far away from Yuragi. Despite the fact that it's a 2,000 net worth lead right now, I think that OG are in an okay spot, but not if they lose BZM here. Ancient Seal, Sunray on him, and they also lose Kid Track. Just about to say they were keeping it close, and their 3 cores had a decent amount of net worth, but losing heroes like that is really ill-advised, that's for sure.
They have so much damage, magical and physical, Solar Crest, Deso, Visage Birds, plus Sunray, which is maxed out. Kaori is level 10.
Radiant's bottom tower is falling.
And again, going for the same item build. Every single time I see this guy play Phoenix, same stuff, I'll pick up my shard and go straight into Hex.
Right. Yeah, that's definitely his standard go-to. But what do you do at this point? You're down 5,000 net worth. We've talked about Puck. If he gets off to the races, they don't have a lot of lockdown for him. And OG really even... Like, what's the best case scenario set up for them to come back into the game?
I think they want to farm on Terrorblade. Like, Terrorblade is the true carry in this game. Again, picking up Scotty against Templar Assassin, 5 range heroes, reducing the healing from Sunray, having extra attack speed from your IO. Like, you can carry the game on Terrorblade, no doubt about it. But you also playing into Puck, like you're gonna need to have lockdown. I want to see what kind of items BZM is gonna pick up. For now, it seems to be Dragonlance BKB, so he wants to also deal right-click damage. Might need Hex at one point to deal with this Puck that they really had troubles killing him. He's trying to set it up, but Noob.
Sunstrike
for the vision.
not gonna land. Dust. BZM not committing to going in onto Noob. Track losing his courier because, I believe it, got killed on the way coming through this tier 2 area.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower.
Dobby's farming a lot. He does have all these like small items, drums, solar, phylactery. Now going into pipe, level 12 will resummon the birds. Double damage also available for TA2000 if he wants to pick it up.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Everything's
attack.
just kind of coming out right for the side of
Tower
Quest.
has fallen.
And they're OG are kind of just putting their eggs in one basket and hoping that Yuragi can farm enough, but they go Static Storm, but look at that, Mystic Flare and the Ancient
Sunray
Seal.
keeping him
comes
alive.
in, and Sunray's going to keep Noob alive. The Pit of Malice is down, but it's not doing anything. The Dream Coil to try and turn this one around with TA2000 coming over. The Supernova's there. The damage is out. BZM is dead, but so is Toby.
Seb falls, Yuragi taking out some familiars. Now the blink forward, they've got the Ancient Seal, it's onto the Terrorblade. There's the Deso shots, Mantis under. Kinetic
2000,
field,
he's
hit of
inside a kinetic
Malice,
field.
and he might be in too far and will be in too far. Great turnaround here for OG. Omar? He's not going to get out
Gate.
with this Fiend's Gate if they can get the stun, but TP away.
No mana.
Just TP.
He had no mana available for it, so in terms of trade, this is a relatively good trade because they killed 2 cores on Quest. TA2000, I saw him like hesitating for a second, didn't want to join immediately since he didn't have BKB, just a recipe away. He farms that in like 45 seconds. But also showing that they can kill Toby. It took them a lot of time, and you see the power of Phoenix in the previous fight. Like, damage-wise, he almost dealt the most damage, and also the amount of healing that he did, keeping Puck alive during the Static Storm. Lockdown. Like, I feel like they will need a Hex on Invoker. For now, BZM is going for a BKB, but they will definitely need something else to keep them in place.
Double harm shall I do?
So 2K lead here for Quest to kind of dwindle down a little bit. But they're looking over at BZM again, and they'll get the kill onto the Invoker. At the same time, Omar's getting a shard, which, well, killed the Scion. But losing BZM like that, it just... He is not having the game that he would have liked after that start that he had where he was 2-0-2.
Theory. He's out of the map. See you later, nerds. How massive is this?
He didn't have TP, so...
Oh, okay. I
he
thought
didn't
he's
use
out.
TP.
They knew. They waited for him. My bad. Usually you see this type of a play and you're like, okay. And Kiri's like, help. So, keeping the steady 4 or 5k gold lead on side of Quest.
And that jumped right back up. Split up in farm. All right. That's what they've been doing. Almost has the Scotty ready for Yuragi.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
But TA2000 picking up that BKB and going for that shard. TA players love picking up the shard. It's always nice to have that silence.
Could make a lot of difference in a team fight. Silencing Terrorblade so he can get Sunder, maybe no relocate out, jumping Disruptor before he can get a spell off. Now with TA2000 having BKB, seems like they want to take a fight. Testing things out to see how much damage it deals to Underlord.
Yuragi, Dream Coil. They're trying to get the kill here on a Seb. They've got themselves the Fiend's Gate. Now the Metamorphosis, they'll put some damage on a Toby, but there's the Supernova. They might have to focus their attention onto the egg, but they can't. So they need to run. Static Storm committed. That lands on a TA2000. It pops the
Buyback
BKB
from
immediately.
Seb. He's coming in.
Seb's coming back into the fight and try and keep these heroes alive so they can chase. They get the kill on a Kid Track. It's going to be Noob who focuses his attention
Another
over there.
good Sunray.
Now,
3 of them.
Tornado comes through, hits on a TA2000. They've got the Rod of Atos as well as the Silence. They get the kill on a Seb once more. He already bought back into the fight, so he's dead for 60 seconds. Silence, Sunder, available. Noob goes into the phase shift and blinks away.
They're really good at taking a fight and disengaging. The only loss they have is Visage, but you can see them like resetting multiple times. It feels like OG is like, okay, we're gonna take this fight, and then Sunray comes on top of them. One trap, one silence. They can't chase anymore. Puck from behind, still Zero, that's his name, as we mentioned. Puck having a really good time. Now going into Kaya-san, so some of these things are gonna last even less so. He can be the one jumping the back lines, finding a kill on Disruptor, or putting Io in a position where he doesn't want to be, so he can't use the relocate out. But you also see the power of Terrorblade Scotty. Against 5 range heroes, they're not moving. Plus Reflection.
The crazy thing is, though,
Tower is under
like,
attack.
Puck gets to have a game like this, and we called it out that, you know, he was the second pick. To not really have a counter for this hero, it got picked second, is definitely worrying when we were coming out of the draft, and worrying now when he hasn't died yet. So, setting up potentially for Roche again.
It's up in 20 seconds. They have a big item now. Crimson Guard plus Pipe on Underlord. I feel like this time OG wants to take a fight. They can't just let this one go for free.
No, they can't.
And also Kaori, he finds Philosopher's Stone. Does have Hex queued up, already Mystic Staff available. Sending out illusions into Rosh Pit, and they will scout it out, so they will know Roshan is available.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Rosh up. Let's see. Yeah, Philosopher's Stone, and he's already close to that ultimate orb too. He's gonna have it so soon.
If they initiate right now onto Roche, BZM is not gonna able to come top. He's like very low on mana, using this Ghost Walk to replenish some of that mana, but he's very low.
Storm, but look at that, almost two-shotting that Disruptor, but he's got the help from Seb, a little bit of the sustain that comes through. Yuragi gonna lose that Crystallis while this fight's going on. They've got themselves the Glimpse as well as the right-click damage on Toby, but the Sunray doing a lot of damage. They've got themselves the Silence. TA2000, he's got the Shard. So these traps are silenced.
He's also without mana.
Starting to pierce
Reload.
through this Underlord, and they'll
not.
get the kill on a DM. They still didn't get the kill on a Kaori, who's able to just Supernova and refresh.
As soon as they use Glimpse on a target, you know the Sunray is gonna come on top of that target, so they need to have a different plan. Supernova has been popped, but so has been meta. Look what Puck is doing. He's just being in their face, very annoying. Problem was they had no mana whatsoever on Invoker. He did get some back from EMP and also had to use the Great Healing Lotus. He wanted to regen it up with the Ghost Walk, but was forced to TP. At least they still have a tier 1 tower to TP to. And second Roche again belongs to Quest.
Roshan has fallen to the Dire.
This is putting OG very far on the back foot.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
TA also hits level 20. Meld Dispels, great against Bit of Malice, Disruptor's Thunderstrike, Cold Snap.
And they take out the Aegis as quickly as they got
Reflection
it again.
mostly.
They're gonna go and try and kill off TA2000. Yuragi is in and moving forward. But it's not quite enough damage with the Dream Coil keeping them back. They get the kill on a
They
set.
caught
They'll
Puck.
take
Static
out
Storm's
the
on top of it, has
Io, but
cheese.
Static Storm has the cheese. He'll survive a little bit longer, but not long enough. Tornado clips TA2000 on the edge. Sunder, though, Yuragi, he has to back up. They get the kill on a Toby, and somehow, I mean, they lose Seb, but they get 2 kills.
2 big kills. TA2000, he did not want to commit. He wanted to wait out, maybe use this Aegis for a next fight. He was also super low on mana, and Terrorblade now dealing some good right-click damage. Like, he stood his ground, was tethered to Io this whole duration. Underlord in the middle of them, reducing the damage with Atrophy Aura, Crimson Guard, also fighting underneath the tower, so providing some extra armor. What did he pick up? Ogre Seal Totem for Disruptor. Might keep him alive for a few extra seconds when TA jumps him.
Who's this going to be shard for? Hit track.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Is that shard good enough? I mean, it's free, so it doesn't matter, but do you like that shard at all?
There are definitely better. This is like, I don't know, D tier shard.
Okay. Is it better than
Yes.
Shield of the Sun?
Yes,
All right.
I know what you were gonna say. It's definitely better than Shield of the Sun.
He's also going Hex, by the way.
Double Hex, Blink Dagger also available. I mean, they will get it eventually. Philosopher's Stone on both of them.
He's got Hex on Phoenix, so I think that's new, and they didn't have that in the last fight, which would have probably turned it around enough.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
But cutting it down to 6,000 net worth, weren't able to win that fight with the Aegis in their hands. You said Yuragi might be able to carry this game himself, and now he's got a Silver Edge coming. Can he do so?
Yeah, Break Visage. That's the big one. He is the true carry in this game. I feel like Quest might be slightly on the timer. Even though seeing double Philosopher's Stone, it also means that their supports are gonna scale well into the mid and late game. I'm just a little worried for Templar Assassin. Her damage output against Terrorblade, against Scotty Reflection, it's not gonna be easy. They will need to like play around Terrorblade and then deal with him the last, because they can't really kill him anymore. He's just way too massive, sitting at the, what, 2.7k HP, having Elven Tunic, so some extra evasion, and always tethered to Io.
E2000 nearby. Static Storm on the phase-shifting puck, but he's able to blink out of it. Now they've got themselves the glimpse. It's going to be on a noob, but it won't pull him into the kinetic field. OG can't quite put it all together.
Static Storm is the biggest tool that deals with puck. TP top, and they want to respond with it. Noob, coil available.
Yeah, they're really coming in. They've got themselves the Dream Coil.
They will burst him.
Got the damage coming in. Yuragi's going to be in trouble.
Underlord's
He's kind of
coming.
left by himself, but they've got themselves the Fiend's Gate. Is he in trouble? He gets the kill, and Omar just turns and really shoots him down. Supernova up on the high ground with the Sunray being used, but they pop the egg. And now, as the rest of this team tries to TP out, it will do so and leave Quest wondering what went wrong in the fight.
OG's outmaneuvering them, even though this is a good attempt from Quest, getting a coil and then trying to kill Terrorblade, but he's super tanky. DM shows up, pops the pipe, uses Heaven's Halberd, Crimson Guard, and they go back through the gates. They didn't have any control left, so they really outmaneuvered them there, only losing Io. And also on the other side of the map, which I didn't see, they managed to get the kill on Supernova.
Yeah, it was,
like his attack speed with Alacrity, he might even do it alone. And also, speaking of hexes, we did mention that BZM needs some extra control, and that's what's queued up for him, getting very close to it.
Yeah, BZM was dealing with the dealing with Kaori, who had the Supernova up on the high ground by the crystals, like right south of the tier 2 tower. BZM hiding within the Ghost Walk, haunting him, and in typical TA things, takes the Tormentor by himself, gives a shard to Noob, so he'll have that phase shift, doing that extra damage. So it's always nice to get a free shard like that, a little bit of an upgrade. Satanic next on the list for Yuragi as well.
How do they bring him down? This is like 8k gold lead for Quest, but I want to see what the Dota Plus has to say about it. I feel like this might be like closer to 50-50.
It actually has OG leading 53-47.
It's like Terrorblade with Alacrity, having Io behind him, all these damage reduction, all these spells that they can throw on top of Terrorblade to increase his damage. If he like turns into meta, you don't take a fight. Like you need to find a way how to move around and kill the others, because you're definitely not killing Terrorblade.
Top tower has fallen.
And he's just able to stand there like a turret, right? Like he's done it a couple times. You try to fight, you get too close, and then you're dead. You can't run away. Just feels like every time they've tried to kill Yuragi, they lose one or two heroes. So we'll see if they can ever take care of him now that he's got that Satanic. Hex isn't too far away here for BZM.
Double damage bottled up. TA2000, Deso in the backpack. They want to take a fight. Has enchanted quivers, so that's like a guaranteed hit. Problem is you're playing into Glimmer Cape, Ghost Scepter from Io. That's why he wants this nullifier as fast as possible.
So they'll move as a unit towards top.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Towards BZM, but BZM TPs to the tier 2 tower. So they're not going to find anybody initially up in the top lane, but they are going to continue to come forward with the smoke.
They want to get a kill on 35 XP rune. Whoever climbs uphill, most likely gonna die. Can they catch a glimpse of Seb? But they need to silence him. Tether.
Ooh.
Seb gets away.
They see that smoke, though? They've got the Hex, now a Hurricane Pike built for this Terrorblade. Quest have pretty solid positioning at the moment. Pitamount's gonna come through, lands on a TA2000. They've got them Static Storm. Sunray, it's not gonna be enough this time. They kill off Noob.
And they had that little bit of control. That's through the Static Storm in the kinetic field. They go to the Fiend's Gate, but it's going to be down into the water. They've got Yuragi out in front, breaking this Visage as he sits there ready for a meteor to drop on him and a kinetic field's around him. Toby is dead.
All this lead that they had, they just can't do it. OG, they're running as 5. Same thing they did against Alliance yesterday. This is the power of their lineup. You have a supermassive Terrorblade that cannot die. They scouted things out in the Roche Pit. They have Gem to see traps from Templar Assassin. And BZM, he's the one hunting. Has Ghostwalk plus Hex. Might find TA-2000.
Radiant are scanning. Sims. Radiant are scanning.
Scan coming in and not gonna land on anybody. Ooh, TA-2000 turns around. Oy. And now they'll find themselves the Phoenix, who goes into the Supernova, and BZM
Pops
will
the
just
BKB,
pop
making
it.
sure he gets the kill. No shenanigans,
Oh,
no
they got the
evasion.
Hex. It's onto the TA-2000. He's caught in a bad spot, but they've got themselves the Ancient Seal. They get the kill to Seb, so end up taking out this healing opportunity for the side of OG. But now with the BKB pop by TA-2000, he goes invis with a Silver Edge of his own and goes on the run.
Is under attack.
Kiori also using buyback. OG didn't commit with much. They used 1 Hex, there was no meta whatsoever, and immediately drawing on the minimap. Want to take that next Roche, this is the big one. Also, tier 4 items just got available. Let's see if they can find one before Noob finds one. What's it gonna be? Timeless Relic, of course.
Whoa, 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 they see him! Oh, Yuragi! No! Gets caught! This Ob Sentry in the middle of the lane. Oh, no.
This is massive. I mean, he was hunting them. Rest of the team, like Seb died, so he was not in that fight. Didn't have anyone behind him. Maybe with some like Hex pipe Crimson Guard would make the difference. Terrorblade does have buyback available. I think he might want to take a fight with the buyback. Not sure if they're like deciding it's a risky move, but let's see how OG approaches it. They're thinking, like you can see them moving forward.
It's just not quick enough.
It's gonna be too late.
I will say the impact these Aegises have had for Quest haven't exactly been a lot.
Yeah, the first one was where
Non-existent.
they were supposed to get like some extra 4, 5, 6k gold advantage, but he died off immediately. OG had a pretty good read on it.
So, Mindbreaker picked up for BZM. He goes into the 4 staff. But now you're dealing against an Aegis again. This is going to be really tough for OG to sustain through it. I mean, not a problem really for Terrorblade, but everybody else now has to deal with Cheese, Refresher, potentially 2 Supernovas if BZM doesn't just pop the egg immediately.
The A2000, he's smoked. Ninja gear available. Okay, Trax setting up some vision in the bottom part of the map, which is probably gonna get dewarded. It usually does.
Did Sky get to that? Hex? No, he bought Ghosts up there. Okay.
They got all the right items, looking at the neutral items on them. Puck has Timeless Relic, Spell Prism on Scarlet Mage to lower the cooldown, and also Ninja Gear on Temper Assassin. Still yet to find 2 neutrals.
Recovery Midas for Seb. Potential.
He did that the other day. Like, he feels... I mean, can't really blame him. The first game went on for 85 minutes, so he's prepping
It's
for
definitely
it.
a good investment. If he gets it.
This is not even the end of the first halftime. 40 minutes only.
Yeah. What band do we have playing at the halftime show?
Nickelback.
Look at this graph. As they
Yeah.
just pause the game, show the graph. We're bringing on Nickelback. Great Canadian band. All right.
Look at this graph.
You happy with that one?
Yeah, it was a good one.
Thank you.
Age is still up and running, 2.5 minutes. No treads, no Hurricane Pike available for TA2000. He did hit level 25, plus 7 refraction instances. Was always wondering, like, how we think of some of these, like, 25 talents. Like, I think before it was 8, and then we nerfed it. It's like, how many do you want? Yes, just give him whatever he wants on that level 25. And now it's 13. So sometimes you have to go through 26 of those.
Oh, dude, look at the alacrity. Siege creep doing work here. Oh, never mind. Big lift. It's over. It was hitting so fast.
I thought we were going to be looking at the graph again, the way you started it.
Oh, no.
Refresher shard on Phoenix. So double ulti. Going for refresher orb off his own.
There's BKB next. For Uragi, he's got 6,000 gold saved up. Seb saving his gold, hasn't bought out on this Midas just yet. If he's gonna buy this Midas. Smoked with the ninja gear for Disruptor.
That's a big one as well. I mean, we did mention in the previous game. Oh,
ooh, glimpse.
EA2000.
Forcing that BKB. Man, let me tell you, that is such a easy way to get BKBs. 18-second cooldown, just glimpse from the furthest ways out.
Dire's bottom
Force BKB.
You choose. You can die,
or
you can use a BKB. So it's not. It's pretty much a no-brainer.
Yeah, basically. So again, it feels like this Aegis not really doing too much for them.
Yeah, stop picking it up. Don't go for Roche.
Yeah, Roche is irrelevant. We don't need 12 Roches like last game. But Uragi throwing his treads in his stash. Let's see. What does DM have? I feel like we haven't been focusing on what he's got. And he picked up that Heaven's Halberd.
I was thinking about picking up second Hex to have slightly more control. Now has Lotus Orb. Remove some of these hexes, silences as well. Makes him super tanky. Yeah, like, I think both him and Terrorblade, if they're playing around each other, they don't die. Like, you know that you're getting your abilities off. Maybe even multiple of those. And does have Martyr's Plate.
So it has that. Martyrdom, which you can activate.
This will make him less tanky, but you also gain that magic resistance, HP regen, and also having pipe of your own, so you're soaking up the damage.
But also Disruptor, 900 gold away from having that Ags. Oh, Noob. They see him.
Noob has 9-second BKB now.
Mystic Flare, Sunray, but Seb's gonna tether all the way over to Kid Track, goes and throws the Static Storm around too. But they get the kill to Kid Track immediately, and it looks like Uragi doesn't exactly want to fight this. He's been going back and forth, a little bit hesitant on going in, but pops the BKB. Supernova comes down. Now he pops the Manta. They'll get the egg. They'll take it out of the fight immediately. Now he's going to pop that Satanic, focusing on the TA2000 as well as Toby. They'll rip through the Visage. They get the kill to Seb, and now this Skywrath Mage is in trouble. The Ice Wall's on him. Toby, or Omar from atop the steps is surviving for so long, but eventually dies to the point where BZM ends up dead to Noob.
Noob is in the back lines, like
Noob was on the low ground doing whatever he wants.
BKB, and now 2-man coil.
TA2000 is going to come back. And they had the Heaven's Halberd coming through from DM. They'll focus their attention on the TA2000 now as, well, Toby bought back into the fight. Hit him Alice lands. Soul Assumption going to be avoided. They got the disarm out of the Terrorblade, so he's going to be chasing TA2000, who's got the Silver Edge, and he is invis. Vision on the high ground here for the side of Quest, but they're trying to take the fight elsewhere.
Halberd again.
DM is now in trouble. The Halberd
He's
once
isolated.
more, but Noob, he's here with him, and they've also got Toby, but they have Seb back into the fight with the tether as well as this heal coming through with that mech.
Ooh, this egg wasn't like placed perfectly. Needs to be slightly further away from Terrorblade because he's gonna focus him down. Either him or Invoker. They do have the attack speed, tether from IO, and then Alacrity Invoker, but Noob, he cleaned up. Like, he just hit level 25 from that one, so Dream Coil pierces through debuff immunity. And I was watching both him and TA2000, they're so patient with the BKBs. Like, they don't want to use it early on. They know that other than this Hex from Invoker, there isn't an instant stun. Maybe things are gonna change now that Disruptor is only 200 gold away from Mags.
And Noob was on the low ground. I accidentally called him Toby, but he was like super patient, watching the sky.
Yeah, newbie.
Taking a lot of attention and like surviving for a while to the point where Noob was able to take out BZM. Like the Ghost Scepter just proving to be such a solid pickup here for Sky. And he wants to go back for that Hex, maybe even thinking about getting an E-Blade later down the line as this game, you know, we're already 47 minutes into it. But it doesn't even feel like we're close to done.
Early game just finished. Now
laning stage over.
Yeah, this is mid game we're talking about now. Noob, he's gonna scale level 25. Puck, make it 26, going into overwhelming blink. He's gonna stop like this constant damage over time. They don't have any blink daggers, but it's very annoying to deal with these things, and also the extra slow. This is 6 seconds slow plus timeless relic, extra 20% debuff duration. That makes it like 7.2. So you're gonna be constantly slow. Visage Birds, Sunray slow if he's using it during Supernova. So that's gonna be quite a lot on the ground. Traps as well. Ooh, Roshan up in minute and 40 seconds. This is the fourth one, I believe.
I want to say Noob almost killed Disruptor's Courier with the Ags finish on it, but didn't get there in time. So now he's got the Static Storm with this upgrade, but
He got the BKB immediately.
Coil, BKBs immediately. T2000 coming in for the side. They're going to use that Manta, but can they do anything with this? Supernova off to the side. It's out of its spot where they can't really get the right clicks on it. So that'll be used. It doesn't really do anything. They've got the Fiend's Gate going behind them, trying to catch these heroes on the other side. DM comes in, but they go north. So they avoid him. Pitamal is going to be placed down, not going to land on any of the heroes. They're fighting around this outpost, trying to find the proper positioning.
Ooh, but another
Using these
coil
familiars.
available in 20. BKB 30 seconds. Also refresher available on Phoenix if he wants to use another Supernova. We'll heal Noob for now.
Noob. Ooh, Pinamalis, they've got the control. It's on to Toby. They'll use that Terror Wave. Now they go to the Supernova. It's going to be right on top of Terror Wave, but he's got the kill the egg. They'll kill the egg. They'll take out Toby and Kaori. Oh, somehow Kidtrack survives with just a sliver of health.
They have way too many problems now that they need to deal with.
Kidtrack coming back around. Yuragi, Seb now going towards Roche. Noob going to TP away.
They need to let this one
Noob
go.
not going to TP away. He's going to TP to the tier 2 area of OG side of the map. Push that wave in.
Middle tower is under attack.
Roshan respawning, 49 minutes.
This is
Nice play from Yuragi. He used Hurricane Pike on one of his illusions to scout out the bird that was standing on top of the hill. That could, you know, scout things out, provide some vision, maybe deny Aegis or whatever.
using that Terror Wave in the fight, having that little bit of an extension on the Metamorphosis. He got hexed afterwards, and, well, it looked like he might have not been able to kill off the egg, but popped the BKB, turned around, and just took it out after the refresher was used by Kaori. So, I mean, that was a big start to the fight. And now they've got Boots of Bearing on Dian. They pick up the Aegis on Terrorblade. Cheese is there for the Invoker as well as the Refresher Shard. Noob just pushing in the tier 3, or pushing into the tier 3.
Cutting the creep wave, trying to buy as much time as he can. Yuragi has so much gold, sitting at 9,000 gold at the moment. BZM also 4,000 gold on him, has Refresher available. It's time to go and try to deal some damage onto high ground. Metamorphosis is available, so is Terror Wave.
Yep. T2000 just sitting here. He's got a lot of gold saved up as well.
DM has Gem, needs to be careful about it.
Dire's top
Pops the meta, takes the tier 3. Nobody pushing in on the side of Quest, but they're going to go in with the Dream Coil. They've got themselves a Sunray, but there's the Static Storm. Noob's in trouble. Sunstrike is not going to even be needed. Kitrak gets the kill with the damage coming in from the Static Storm, but however, this is now Yuragi without meta.
BZM was so quick with the Hex, and so was Kitrak with the Aghanim Scepter. Silence on top of Puck. Does have buyback available. They also have no creeps at the moment, but creeps are approaching.
Has Terrawave.
Dire's structures are fortified.
There they go with the Glyph. They've got the break from the Silver Edge. Glimpse is only going to take Omar so far.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
And they'll take the Citarax, but will they stay for more with no meta for a minute and a half? They've got the Alacrity, though, onto the Terrorblade, and maybe they shift over towards mid. They're going to smoke on the low ground with Yuragi standing towards the front. Pops that Manta, gets disarmed, had the Nullifier on him as well. Now the Alacrity is there, so they'll
Look at
start
that
to take
damage.
buildings very
He
quickly.
got Hex mid-air.
On a Kaori, and now they'll look over as the Sunstrike again, not needed, but they go to the Dream Coil. They're going to buy back on both these heroes. Now the Terror Wave comes in. It's going to fear on TA2000. They look at Noob, who pops the BKB. The Icarus dive once again. TA2000 trying to do the damage on a DM. Static Storm around on 3. They're not going to be able to chase, but can they get back out of the high ground to get the damage out onto the side of Quest? That's the Supernova used. Eggs there, disarm onto the Terrorblade. They're going to have to force staff him onto the low ground. They get the counter step as well as BZMT in 2000 trying to chase. Ooh, Nullifier thrown, but the blink away coming out from Kitrak. The TP out from Yuragi.
Alone.
And they need to leave, but DM, he's not going to be so fortunate. Isolated from the rest of his team and killed off.
These are very costly buybacks. Both Kaori and Noob did buyback in the previous fight. They also lost the tier 3 tower, but so did BZM. Like, this could be an opening for something. If they manage to kill BZM, he's their control, because it's the only Hex that they have right now. And you can see Puck, like, he needs to be careful. This BKB needs to come early on, otherwise he'll get hexed. The Static Storm looked really good, but instant buyback from Kaori, Supernova into Sunray, keeping them alive there.
So tip for Omar from Seb. 8,600 gold left for Yuragi, who didn't end up dying in that fight. He's got a bunch of surplus. Depending on what he wants to buy. He bought the Moon Shard, and he ate that.
They planted some vision inside the OG's base. Underlord and Io both have buybacks, but it's 25 seconds. They might need to forfeit this one, or maybe Quest does not want to play as aggressive.
Dream
They
Coil.
just said that, and they use the coil.
Landing onto the Terrorblade as well as Kitrak, but he's got Glimmer Cape, so they don't see him. And they only get the tier 3 tower.
So a lot of gold saved up on Quest. I see Omar sitting on 5,000 gold. Does have buyback available, so we'll probably save for buyback before purchasing the whole Hex.
Right.
Noob, he used his buyback, so
He's able
needs to buy,
now.
like, yeah, he's thinking about different items. He was thinking about maybe getting a refresher, but also wants to pick up Aeon Disc.
Yeah. Him and the Phoenix want to pick up Aeon Disc.
It's a good purchase, but then again, it might not proc. You might get 100-0 by Disruptor Ags.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a possibility here, as they are pushing up even further. They are looking to maybe just push into the base, and if they can get one pick off on somebody who's already used their buyback, that could just be it. But we'll see. They might also want to wait for Roche, wait for tier 5s again. When was the last time so many consecutive games got
I don't think this happened, to be honest, because we had like so many. How many today? This is the 4th one, I believe. We started at 10 a.m. and now it's 16:28 local
it's been
time, Central
10:28
European
local.
time. Yeah, so that's like 6.5 hours for 3.5 games, let's call it.
Yeah, no, you're telling me there's another 53 minutes. They go. Dream Coil. That's down. BKB. Noob sticking onto BZM. They go to the Terror Wave. It's going to fear anybody. It hits onto Toby. They've got themselves a Supernova. They're going to really bail on this because they can't hit it quick enough. Supernova explodes. Doesn't land on anybody on the side of OG. They've got themselves the Glimpse. They hit the Vision, but they won't be able to pull him back because he goes into another Supernova. So forcing to use the Refresher, forcing to use the
Another
Supernova
dive.
so he doesn't get glimpsed.
Can he get it
Go
off?
for Kaori. He got the Icarus dive away. The damage is not going to be enough. They had the Thunderstrike on him, but he escapes into the base.
They want to go. They know that there is no Supernova, no coil for 20 seconds. Quest will immediately get that glyph. Meta still up and running for a long period of time. Trying to slow them down as much as he can, but Terrorblade, he's going ham.
He just wants these buildings. He can use these illusions. He's tethered up to Seb. Seb keeping him healthy. They've also got the Alacrity. They go for the Sunstrike. They've got themselves this Static Storm on top of Puck as well as Kaori. And both these heroes are going to be in trouble. He gets the Aeon Disc off just barely. Whoa. This is
They're not
very
done.
far forward.
OG, they want to close it out here potentially.
Oh, he has to be very careful, but silent as the grave for the moment is Yuragi just standing his ground with the Metamorphosis. They go to the Sunstrike. They've got the Hex on a Toby. They'll look
Here
to get the
comes
kill on the
TA2000.
Here comes TA2000 trying to put some damage out.
Disarm
Toby,
flowed.
he's gone. Doesn't have buyback. They've also got the Disarm onto this TA, so he can't do anything. They have to watch as this Terrorblade just stands his ground up on the
missed.
steps, and now the right
Disruptor
click's on
with
a Toby.
Alacrity.
And they've got the Terror Wave. They'll fear Toby up. They'll get another kill. He's dead for 2 minutes. Godlike for Yuragi. Now even looking over at TA2000 again as the bottom set of racks are going to fall.
Without buybacks, this is surely mega creeps, and the like almost 2 minutes. They want to go. They want to close it out. Yuragi's just doing way too much damage. Alacrity, Tether, having Moonshard, attack speed is through the roof.
This doesn't look like they're going to have a way to stop this Terrorblade. You talked about it. He was the ultimate late game carry, and that's exactly what he's been in this game for the side of OG. They'll get the kill into Omar. They'll take him out. He's got buyback. Noob trying to do whatever he can to stall this game out. TA2000.
Static Storm, he's done so.
Static Storm, Noob's dead. 2 minutes gone. There's the tornado. Lands on a TA2000. They'll call GG pre 60 minutes, and OG keep their dream alive as they even up the series at 1 apiece.
Yeah, Quest, they had the first 3 Roshans, but didn't manage like to get the most out of it. OG holding hands together. Like, this is what the lineup is all about. Like, play around your Terrorblade. He's the true carry. They can't deal damage. Like, you could feel the power of this hero as soon as he picked up that Scotty, that they don't feel comfortable fighting into it. That also forcing some of the BKBs, forcing Supernovas with the glimpses at the later stages of the game. They just, like, made Quest in... They put them in a difficult position where they couldn't fight back. Like, damage from TA2000 was mostly mitigated. Heaven's Halberd, Crimson Guard, these Ghost Scepters, Mech, Tether from Io, buybacks coming out, and you could feel like the lack of control. And as soon as BZM picks up this Hex, fights are much more easier for them. You see Kaori using the dive, he gets hexed immediately. Puck, Static Storm, Aghanim Scepter, your items are not working, you can't use that BKB. As soon as they picked up these 2 items, the fights changed completely for OG.
You could see that it felt like TA2000 was just tickling them. He would stand his ground, throw these shots in. It felt like he's got a lot of farm. He's top of the net worth at points, but it just wasn't enough. Yuragi was the ultimate late game carry. And like, this is a great move here. I mean, it takes a long time for them to kill off Omar, and Noob just does work on a BZM, taking a spree out of his hands. Like, Noob was doing everything he can to keep them into the game. But even at some point, it felt like the Dream Coils were, like, inconsequential.
Yeah, I mean, power of Heaven's Halberd against range carries, and also Scotty against range heroes in general, is what can summarize this game pretty much. Like, if this game has been dragged on for another like 20 minutes, you would see like 3 Halberds AC completed on OG, and then TA, she would not be able to do anything.
And you see this last fight here. I mean, Kid Track, he went right for the Ags. He saw the immediate impact of this item, knew what he needed to do by throwing down those Static Storms on top of the Puck and making sure to control the most important hero, which was Noob on the Puck at times. So, hey,
You see Noob was able to do so much when that Static Storm's not on him. They kept disarming this TA, not able to put out any damage. But they really didn't care about Noob once, you know, TA was kind of out of the equation.
Yeah, without Sunray, there's not enough sustain on their side. Like, they can't stay in the fight for long enough to deal damage. Supernova also a couple of times did get killed, like in the middle of a fight. TB usually not the hero that like wants to kill it, but when he's tethered to IO, having that attack speed, having Alacrity Invoker behind him as well, he's gonna do it. And the egg just melted in a second.
Yeah, there were a couple times where it was just BKB, melt the egg. I mean, even forcing out the second egg off a glimpse. Like, they really, the spell usage, the way that they held hands on the side of OG to make sure that they were in unison was really well done. And I picked MVP last game. You pick MVP this game.
For this one, I think it's Yuragi. He had like this one death that he died because he got hexed. Rest of the team unable to back him up. One in the laning stage, but he continued to farm up. Like, he had a pretty bad matchup that he played into Skyrat Mage plus Visage. It's a lot of kill threat onto TB, mostly magic damage, something that he struggles with, but he did the job. Like, he was all over the place. I mean, kill participation, almost 80% as a Terrorblade. It's not so much that he played as a team, like, they all played as a unit. They understood that they need to be around Terrorblade and Underlord so that they have this overwhelming damage, and they also have damage reduction, so Templar Assassin can't deal with this Underlord or a Crimson Guard, which was dispelled later on by Nullifier, but still, you can feel the power. That's how they win yesterday against Alliance, and seems like this is the working formula for OG. So now 1-1. We had 85-minute game. We had 58-minute game for the third one, expecting it to go over 60 minutes, and now it's a best of one. So you better bring your best strategy into this one, and I feel like OG might go with something similar.
Yeah.
Adjustments for the second game, IO has to go.
Yeah, I agree with that, and we'll have to see what comes down and what gets drafted in game number 3 when we come back. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll see you guys in a moment. Stay tuned.
Have cheese for
Wanna
you.
pick out Sex on next one?
Yeah.
Ops.
I kill it, I kill it.
I see them, by the way.
Get them both. Get them both.
Okay, on disc.
Okay, interact with me. Visage here. Guys. He's not short.
I have cheese, space. I have cheese. And mech.
Need to kill TA.
I have cheese for you. And mech.
Visage?
Visage, guys, not short.
Yeah, he's hitting.
I have cheese. I have cheese. He's halberd it.
Glimpse soon.
Visage.
I still have cheese.
Glimpse
You don't die.
Visage.
Okay. Visage can die, guys. I'm in.
Still have cheese.
Get rocks.
No man on me.
Yeah,
Okay,
same.
okay. I will.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
Welcome back to the Western Europe TI qualifiers. We've got a game 3 on our hands, and we've had 2 pretty long games so far. 4 long games for the day, and well, we're seeing if we're going to get another long one coming into the 3rd game, and it is win or go home. And well, both these teams are dying to go to TI, and you're not even there yet after a series like that. You still have 2 more series after this one, which has been such a back and forth to make it to that 2nd qualifier spot. Like, that's pretty crazy.
Like, they know what's on the line. Like, they understand the quest. The boys have not been at TI, so they want to get there, you know, in a convincing fashion. They dropped down to lower bracket. They played their hearts out throughout the whole year. A team that definitely deserves to be at TI. It's just that competition in Western Europe is fierce. It's just like so good. Every single team can pretty much make it. Like we can see in the qualifiers, Team Secret also dropped down to lower bracket, and it's going to be Team Secret waiting for you in the next round. But there's not much thinking right now. Oh, who are we going to face in the next round? All eyes on this one, because we just had like 2 really long games. This is 2.5 hours of Dota for just 2 games, and I don't expect this one to be any different.
Yeah, it really feels like, especially when it's game 3 with so much on the line, it does feel like it might be a little bit of a more precise game where, you know, the teams are going to be a little less willing to just move forward and go in. So we'll see what everybody picks up, what gets banned out in this first phase, as Gyro has been the first phase banned quite a bit. And that, as well as the Doom and Pango, get taken away, as that Pango was a big nuisance in game number 1 for OG.
Absolutely. Noob did so many things with Pango in first game, causing problems. OG did ban Phoenix in the first game, decided to play against it in the second, but still, even though they lost, Kaori caused so many issues for OG, especially in these earlier engagements. I think in game 3, you want to have late game secured, especially how first 2 games have been played out. Get something to have for the late game. Like Templar Assassin, she is like really good compared to how she worked throughout the Dota years. She's much better now with all the talents and everything. You can pick up the shard, eat your Aghanim Scepter, but still feels slightly slower. Like you don't feel the damage coming out because there's like multiple items that she wants to buy.
Right.
Nice camera angle, Toby. We just saw a bit of his forehead. Just the hair.
Just the hair. That's it. Ooh, what an old school, or well,
Invokers.
So old school, the Ordu Thunders.
Yeah. Invoker and Io are in the pool. I assume OG is gonna grab one of them. Oh, there's a
immediately
there's another
Shadow
one.
Demon. Whoa, that was an insta pick.
I believe they're undefeated with Shadow Demon. Last time I checked, yeah, their Puck plus Shadow Demon combo was undefeated. Puck did lose in the previous game, but Shadow Demon is still up there. It's also Kaori's one of better heroes. Maybe prepping for potential illusion carries coming out, and also having this anti-carry. Like everything about Shadow Demon is anti-carry pretty much.
Yeah, well, Yuragi was the winner of the last game, so definitely when you want to take him out of the equation, that's not a bad pick to go for, right? If you're trying to be anti-carry.
Still, like 2 of these big heroes from the previous game, Invoker, and also have an Io. I already see Vengeful Spirit. I could see OG playing pretty similar to how they played the second game, how they played against Alliance, to group up together, have these auras, Solar Crest, healing from Io, Alacrity, and then have DM buy some auras, or play Legion Commander, Dawnbreaker, these type of heroes that contribute a lot to a team fight and makes them something that makes them unkillable.
So Brew, Beastmaster, Treant, Phoenix, getting rid of Kaori heroes with the Phoenix and the Treant. Beastmaster, Nature's Prophet, leaving Dawnbreaker in the pool. At least for now.
Radiant team ban.
I mean, these
This
two teams
also-
playing for...
Yeah, I think what Toby wants to play in this one, probably Lycan. Most of these heroes got banned, but since they are making adjustments, and I see OG, they're also giving respect to Omar's Rubik. First game, some of these swaps were really on point, like counter swap to swap people that have been swapped, and then him not dying, and also whoever got initially swapped also not dying. Toby's talking, and they're also talking to Toby. But for now, gonna be Mirana for Toby. For Omar, even though there was a time where Toby, like a couple of months ago, when Toby played offlane Mirana, I don't think this is the game for it. I don't think you want to experiment as much. Most likely it's just going to be Omar, have a good setup, roam around with Shadow Demon, get those kills going.
So, having that combo ready to go. See what they want to put with that. As OG, they go back to the Underlord for DM.
I think I think you should run it back. IO, Invoker, plus Underlord. You have control. Maybe you don't have like this instant stun again, but you'll have really strong 5-man.
And there's the IO. Yeah. So IO, Underlord, Venge.
They're also prepping for potential Lycan coming out from Quest. This has been Toby's go-to hero because they know what they're picking. Like they just picked Underlord, and I don't know if you want to get Lycan. Sure, like there's some way to play around if you're isolating Underlord and then dealing with those two supports who don't have any ways of like dealing with the summons.
Back to the Naga Siren. And they didn't ban the Lycan this time around. Still, Dawnbreaker sits free to pick for Quest if they want it.
5 seconds remaining.
I know that OG's not afraid to pick a hero because they showed it yesterday, picking up Luna into Slark, which is not the greatest matchup. So I want to see if they want to hit an earlier timing with hero, maybe like Sven, who can farm super fast, and then they group up and not allow Naga Siren. But then again, you're putting yourself on a timer. So we might see, I don't know, Medusa again. There is Shadow Demon on the enemy side, which kind of shuts it down. But I've also seen teams pick it up. They're like, okay, Shadow Demon will kill Shadow Demon, and our Medusa is going to do good. So, also, there's one hero left in the pool that is not Invoker, that they could pair up with IO, and that's Storm Spirit. Just to have something, and it's also like BZM is a beast on Storm.
Ooh. Now they're the ones you got the Invoker in that pick, getting Toby ready. He seemed pretty happy with that pickup.
Also, BZM likes to play Void Spirit into Invoker. He thinks it's a good matchup.
10 seconds remaining.
Because you can like CS nicely,
5
have
seconds remaining.
like you build into damage, you cut into backlines. Why I'm saying Void Spirit is, again, not enough lockdown on their side. You have Shadow Demon, Disruption, like some Arrow. Naga Siren also going to be set up for Arrow later on, maybe even Tornado.
So let's see what this last pick ends up for OG in this phase. It seems like there's a lot of thought. Now you know you're going up against an Invoker, right? Like, potentially, you get the proper matchup for what you want. I like the Void Spirit from BZM. Like, I like the idea that you said, and having that extra lockdown. You've got Pit of Malice, Magic Missile. That's it right now in terms of control.
That could be that. Could be.
This time they go to the puck.
It's the same matchup as in the previous game. It was just going to be the other way around. Something to tie them together. Maybe they also wanted to help. I mean, Void Spirit, I think it also fits what the hero wants to do. Wants to jump the backline, kill this Mirana, keep them in place so you can deal damage. You will have swap for coil, so you can like kill someone, isolate them from the team, and then also stun them. So that's going to be pretty potent. OG banning out that Dawnbreaker. There's the Sven that we mentioned if they wanted to play the tempo.
What else do you want to ban here? Do you want to get rid of that TB? Are you okay with them picking it up, having the Shadow Demon?
That's why they opened it up, I think, to have their illusions of their own, plus having Illusion Hero and also shutting down some of these illusions. I think Shadow Demon is much better against Medusa than he is against Terrorblade, so I could still see them banning out TB in this one.
Right.
If there was no Shadow Demon in this game, I would say it's a pretty good, like, Ursa game, Battle Fury carrier. It's just that SDLT destroys him. He doesn't get to deal damage. Also, Ursa plus IO is a different beast.
Would they ever think about going into, like, Slark for OG?
Good. Not a bad one. Like, you need to care about, what, Invoker spells? In terms of AoE, you might get Radiance later on. It's been a thing, some like Soul Ring Radiance build that was popular a while back on this Slark when he was playing into PL. Sorry, what?
And I just said, would you build Radiance if they've got the Shadow Demon?
Yeah, I don't think people care too much nowadays about it.
10 seconds.
And we'll ban Medusa in the end. It's just a super strong carry, and we'll go for
you
Luna.
Asked for this, yeah.
I wanted to see it. It's like not a hero that deals well with the illusions, but it's also like 2 items on Luna against 2 items on Naga Siren. This last pick from Quest, it can't be anything greedy. I feel like this needs to be able to match the tempo of OG.
5 seconds remaining.
Let's see what this final pick will be for the draft.
Could be something like a Legion Commander, maybe, just to have a Dispel mechanic. But you also might want to get some Aura Builder. They don't have much time. This is 10 seconds we're talking about. All the time has been burned already. Urshira. Okay. Toby's ready to go.
So,
instant stun against Puck. That's what they've been lacking. I mean, it's the hero that doesn't like need levels. The hero can fight all the time. Again, It's pretty similar to what OG did when they played against Alliance. If this game drags on, I feel Quest takes it. It's just, is OG going to be able to like outmaneuver them, how they did in the second game, and also like choose the fights, hit the timing, because they want to have like 2-3 items on Luna, 2 items on Puck, DM with his mech plus pipe this game, and then they just go in together. You take one fight, enemy buys back, you're clearing their tier 3 towers, then those bounces from Luna gonna hit. I do like Quest's draft, but I also seen OG win with this type of a draft, which is gonna hit slightly earlier timing. So I would say this is 50-50. The way OG played, they really convinced me that they can play this strategy.
Yeah, and we'll have to see. I mean, 50-50 is as good as it gets for game 3 with so much on the line, right?
Yeah, I also want to keep it balanced. You know, game 3, we had the 2 really long games, and now it's time to go. Kaori getting the hero that he wanted, TA 2000 again, playing his hero. I think all members pretty much on Quest got the heroes that they wanted. It's just how strong is this lineup with all these heroes together, because they're playing their signature heroes.
Yeah, so we'll get into game number 3, Quest against OG to finish off the series. You know what's crazy? We still have another series after this, which is going to be a barn burner as well. But, you know, we'll have to wait potentially 80 minutes on this game. Because definitely when things come to a game 3, sometimes they slow down. But saying that, it was game 3 of OG Alliance, and they played a very fast tempo.
It was one mistake from Alliance, and suddenly OG with this exact same type of a draft, managed to get the advantage, and then just snowballed out of control. Ran down the lanes. 'Cause this lineup doesn't rely on any cooldowns. Like, you misuse your Song, you misuse your Echo Slam, you don't get the kill, they're gonna out-heal you. They also have global presence, a bit of it, with Underlord's Fiend's Gate, relocate so they can go back to base, heal up, and come back and take another fight.
Do we see any first blood? It was Kitrak who died last game on first blood. Well, doesn't look like anybody should die, but they do have some eyes on Kaori, on the Shadow Demon. And will end up being two apiece.
You're a beautiful person.
Tier 2000 tried to go for the deny, illusion expired. Again, not enough damage in the lane to kill OG's off lane. Same lane that they played in the previous game. IO plus Underlord, a lot of sustain. DM starting with 2 gauntlets, which makes him super tanky. Also, damage output from Naga Siren early on isn't the highest. So OG's off lane should be good.
How's this, what's the killer lane? I know I love asking you that question, but what exactly is the lane that you
Top
think
lane for sure. This is gonna be where first blood happens.
I'll keep my eyes top. Sit my camera there. Make sure I catch it. And with this last pick of the Earthshaker, do you think it was a good enough last pick overall?
I think they have limited options, knowing Toby's hero pool and also what was left. They left his Lycan in the pool, but also they did not want to pick it into what they got. So now they need to go with Earthshaker. I think it's an okay Earthshaker game, having this instant stun against Puck that we mentioned. Once you pick up the Blink Dagger, Luna, Illusions, also OG, they want to group up, so that means like Echo Slam is going to be there. You can also stop them from going high ground with one Fissure, block them off completely. By the way, back in my days, that was not allowed. I don't know if you're aware of it, Toby. In trouble. Like, you couldn't block it. That this was illegal move.
Like illegal, like...
Yeah, you can't do it. You couldn't, like, buy 2 mechs. Like, you could only buy 1 Necro book at the time. Like, there was no restrictions in the game. There was just, like, rule that tournaments did have.
Huh. Well, these days, not the case.
Yeah, back in the days, you also couldn't buy Blink Dagger on Pudge, Blink Dagger on Vengeful Spirit, because you could, like, blink into trees and block people off, so they would be stuck there, which was also considered illegal.
Thank God the rules have changed.
Yeah.
Man.
That was one of the
You're talking about
changes.
these old rules, making you sound like a, you know, get off my lawn old man.
You're a beautiful person. You're a beautiful person.
One of the biggest changes, like back in Dota 1 days, 648B, Blink Daggers were canceled by when you take damage. Before, you could blink out instantly. Like, you take damage, you don't care. You're just like, okay, I have Blink.
What?
Yeah, it's the way it worked. That's why we have balance patches.
Just blink. Okay.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
All right, everybody giving BZM a tip. Man, I'm dumbfounded by all these rules and restrictions. You imagine?
I'm sure there were a bunch of them. It's just that I don't recall most of them now.
Were you not allowed to hit creeps with Fissure at any time? Like
No.
In the middle of a team fight, and then Fissure goes down, hits creeps. Stop the game! You're eliminated. Get out of here! the Fissure hit the creeps. That's not allowed.
It's just like
Read the sign.
Stopping them from moving, like stopping the creeps from moving, was also not allowed. Like, you couldn't do that.
No body blocking?
Body blocking was okay.
Okay. As long as that.
Are you even listening? Illegal versus legal. You had to know. All right. Back to 2023. Things have changed. Yeah.
The graphics look so much better these days. Man.
Also, numbers written on everything. It makes the game much easier. Underlord CSing completely uncontested. As you mentioned, this bottom lane doesn't put any pressure on him whatsoever. And they're also farming the small camp, maximizing the farm. Kaori is going to steal one of those. So is Seb.
Ooh. Why not take one? Taking a look back over towards top. Couple of denies for the Earthshaker, but he's not really CSing that well. 11-3, now 12-3.
Puts the second point in Enchant Totem to have some extra damage, but you don't have this setup for Fisher. Omar still saving 2 points, deciding what he wants to go for. This Sacred Arrow did secure him a couple of range creeps.
Seb, by the way, moving over towards mid to heal up BZM. And he's got an empty bottle. BZM would love to fill that up. So 4.5 minutes in, yet to see first blood as bottom lane, like you said, it's uncontested. Top lane, thought we might see a kill earlier, and maybe we do right here with the magic missile flying out, but Enchant Totem stopping Yuragi, and they also had that leap. Get some distance out there.
First.
So things staying relatively quiet as that bottle goes into the backpack for BZM, considering he can't get it filled up at all.
No one dying yet. Let's see if he can dodge EMP. He cannot.
So now he's
Tornado
completely out of
whoa.
mana, and the tornado, ooh, turnaround with Seb coming over in the tether. Waning Rift silence, but able to get back to the tier 1 tower and stay alive.
I think a lot of players would try to go
Arrow.
and grab a kill anyway. Arrow did hit.
Top lane. Got the Enchant Totem. Yuragi getting low. Yuragi falling to Kaori with that Shadow Poison. Pretty good combo there as they had Kaori come over. They use that disruption. They land the perfect arrow and get a kill onto the Luna to start the game off.
Nice move from Kaori. He understands that bottom can't really touch this Underlord. So leaving some solo XP. 48,000 makes a move. They get the kill, and now trying to go for another one. Omar even puts a second point in arrow. Wants to lower the cooldown on it, increase damage.
Avoids the tornado, but now they've got the tether. EMP uses that illusory orb to jaunt away. And the 6-minute rune is a regen top that will be picked up by Noob.
He's pretty happy about that one. We'll go back to full HP, full mana. 1 value point in Exort, so he can de-push the wave, use Meteor in the mid lane. Omar with the arrow.
Benj is going to die here. It's just a question of to whom, and it will be to Toby. So, just getting a couple kills around the map. Not really having that early presence here for OG just yet, as they were able to leave TA2000 alone, like you said, and that means they really do have that potent combo of the disruption and arrow.
XP rune.
What do you?
About to be picked up by Omar. They're going to be moving around together a lot. This is also, have in mind, something that we didn't mention. Shadow Demon has been one of the best counters throughout ages against Luna. Terrorblade with reflection, because everything works on those reflections. Like you get the aura, you get Moonglaives. Shadow Demon is also that hero. Like Luna super farmed, uses disruption on her, plus Demonic Purge, you can get the solo kill. You can always get the farm. Luna will be like pushing the waves with Manta style. You create illusions of those illusions, and then you get the farm.
Right. Bottom lane, Pit of Malice, it's down, but Noob's here. Made the rotation to get the kill on a DM. They were thinking about TPing in another one. They don't even need it. So it's now 3-0 in favor of
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
and DM was leading the net worth and still kind of is. Sunstrike, while he's not in the lane or the area, which will help them get the kill on
Not a
Kidcraft.
good
Made
trade
it
for them.
4-0, but then 4-2 as BZM counters it around with 2 kills of his own.
At least Kaori picked up Arcane Rune, which Buck would definitely love to have. They kill Venge, but they lose 2 of them, pushing Puck closer to level 8.
I'm pushing him to the top of the network. So ends up getting that bottle refilled now that Kidtrack had died, comes in from base, and immediately they smoke up. They want to make a move, potentially over bottom, to get the kill on the TA2000, who's still feeling confident enough to just sit in the lane. So they wrap around, and they'll try to find the availability to go as TA2000 kind of falls back a little bit, doing some good juking.
Dire's middle tower.
Where's he gonna go?
Had his
No
dance
point in
shoes
Song of
on
the
and-
Siren.
Are
BZM.
No jump
Seems like he
from
doesn't want to
BZM.
chase. Yep. No Dream Coil available, and TA2000 will TP out
Radiant's
successfully.
bottom tower is under attack.
Man, that was really well done. Kind of feeling the presence and maybe getting a glance there as TA2000 was able to move around and avoid that gank. So going and getting the Midas first, and meanwhile Yuragi, he's going into the Dragonlance and in that Manta style.
I think Naga Siren on a Radiant could be slightly better because what hero wants to do, like you want to have extra mana. You're not tanking with the HP compared to like some Sven who wants to have extra HP regeneration. So he's mostly played on Dire's side, having this, what is it, Mighty Minds, extra HP regeneration, while Naga Siren gets from the Vicious mana regeneration.
Do you think that those should switch with updates, like swap sides?
I don't know. It's a cool addition.
Disruption.
Oh, arrow misses.
Good phase shifts. Arrow misses. Now they've got the Dream Coil. It's down onto the Invokers, out of the Tier 1 tower. The Fiend's Gate is there. Deafening Blast thrown out, and it does hit onto the Underlord. But he doesn't need to right-click you when he has the Firestorm over your body. So back to bottom he'll go. Good movement there from OG to make sure that they didn't lose the puck, and then also helping him out with that Fiend's Gate and the turnover from DM.
Also getting the kill. Yuragi is farming. Looking at the stack, there's gigantic stack of Ancients in OG's triangle, which Luna is gonna farm later on.
Omar, noob. Gonna get a kill here onto the Luna. Yuragi's been pretty much free farming, except for the one death that he had, but the tornado comes in and the arrow's gonna be right
Relocate
behind
immediately.
it. They can't get it off,
Good
but
banish.
relocate
Nicely done by Kaori.
means he can't tether, and they're still gonna get the kill into Yuragi anyway.
Trusted in you. I did not.
That was really well done. The arrow may not have landed, but they also have Kaori there, and they're also gonna find this IO and get the kill on a Seb.
So now Earthshaker does have Blink Dagger available, Echo Slam as well. Slowing them down with like each one of these deaths. OG's draft, like it's very tempo based, so what they want to do is get those 2-3 items that we mentioned and then group up, go together, take the towers, and just move as a unit. Same thing that happened in the second game when they played against Alliance yesterday. BZM trying to set things up in the top lane. They don't have Relocate, they don't have Fiend's Gate for a couple of seconds.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower.
BZM going Blink Dagger after this Witchblade. Dream Coil committed, Illusory Orb, Fiend's Gate, Kaori coming over. He'll have the disruption. The Magic Missile's not in time to stop the disruption from hitting the puck. Arrow eaten by Kidtrack as well as the Tornado. Swap to get away from these heroes. Now the Illusory Orb, Kaori's in trouble. He'll be the first one to fall to Seb. The tether's onto Yuragi, thinking about going in for more. But Noob will TP out, and the leaps away from this Mirana means Omar escapes as well.
Using global presence that they have, Fiend's Gate to relocate, about to be available in 10 seconds again. Noob immediately goes to the mid lane, tries to get some pressure on the tower, but Toby didn't use anything in the previous fight, like no Echo Slam, so they did show that Blink Dagger is available.
So, Venge going Glimmer Cape. Looking at DM, he's got that pipe, playing that aura builder, playing that sustainer, especially with the help of Seb, who's already picking up the mech
Dire's top tower
and has that mech.
It's such a good
Radiant's bottom tower
pipe
is
game.
under attack.
Playing into Earthshaker, Invoker, Shadow Demon.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Both offlaners getting a tier 1 tower killed. And now they're gonna smoke. Quest want to use this Blink Dagger, get at least 1 kill from it.
Yeah, try to debut it and get something out of the first movement. But they've got
BZM.
Coil. It's on a
Found
TA-2000.
TA-2000.
And they've got the Firestorm. They'll get the kill. The smoke movement's a little bit too late. But Noob's coming over. Blink, Echo Slam, as well as the swap of the Fissure lands. He's on the backlines, goes into the phase shift, turns it around on a Noob. Trying to get this kill. Will do so. Kidtrack's got the credit for that. And Toby's in no man's land. Magic Missile as they look for a high 5. And they will get a third, taking out Toby. All 3 cores on the side of Quest Esports dying in that fight.
Like Earthshaker, he finds an opportunity, jumps puck, but they're ready. They have mech pipe, swap, damage reduction, and will steal enemy XP
And throw a
room.
ward down.
Plus throw a ward down. This is the strength of their lineup. Right now, Yuragi still doesn't want to join. He's farming, going for Manta style, into Dragonlance. Then he picks up another one, either a Butterfly or a BKB, whatever he feels like he needs in this one. But you can feel that there is like team fight. They're super strong. TA-2000 still doesn't contribute much to it. Maybe Song to try to reset things, but he was the one who got caught first.
Right. So all that time, DM just continuing to farm. He's going into the Lotus Orb. He's top of the net worth, keeping up with TA-2000 with Midas, but that's going to change in a little bit probably,
Is under attack.
especially once that Manta is achieved. But Yuragi's been free to do whatever he wants for the most part as well. These 4 cores at the top are pretty farmed, and now there's a big stack being taken by Yuragi.
A lot of stacking. Sebastian, 8 of those stacked. DM, he's not stacking. He's just chilling in the lane, being unkillable pretty much. Gonna take them a while to clear those, but at least Lunar Blessing is maxed out. Moonglaives as well.
Radiant's bottom
Pops the
tower
Manta style immediately. It's a big chunk of gold. Might push Luna to the top of the net worth.
Let's see. Dream Coil, by the way. Invoker caught again. They've got
Doesn't
swap.
snap it.
Won't snap
It's still
it.
enough.
But they still get the kill. Yeah. That's definitely the idea. Ooh, Echo Slam. There's the kill on a BZM. At least a good exchange. If they don't lose Toby, they need to catch vision.
They
on
have
him.
no
Which
sentries.
they
Kidtrack
don't
did
have.
place. There's the Underlord who has dust, but he was out of range. Nice Moonlight Shadow. Toby is gonna farm it. This could be,
Dire's
a disaster for him. Vengeful Spirit was there, maybe a different timing. She wants to stack the camp with Wave of Terror, hits him, gets stunned.
And when that swap hits level 2, it's going to be much easier to snap that coil. Obviously, a fun little combo. Yuragi not quite breaking the top of the net worth. And TA-2000 has his courier ready at the secret shop, which is not that much of a secret.
Maybe we should change the name of it. Like every
It should be
single
called-
player
it
that
should be
plays
side
Dota 2 actually knows where the shop is.
It should be hidden. You should have to dust.
It should,
to
no,
be
it
able
should
to
be
pick
like
everything.
randomly placed. So you can't find like, oh,
Yeah.
I can't buy my Radiance, can't find the secret shop.
But you just dust and like it appears out of nowhere. And you're like, oh, this is cool. It's such a secret. That would be actually a secret shop. Like they call this the secret shop. It's there like a Starbucks. It's on the corner. Like, it's available. Why?
We milked it.
BKB. Yeah, it went too far. BKB available for Toby soon as he's getting that gold, getting that farm. But you can see the difference between the top 4 and then the next 4. Like, it's actually so crazy how all 3 heroes on the side of OG are kind of just keeping up, and the difference in net worth is probably just the difference in supports as well as like all 3 cores on OG though having about a 1,000 net worth lead or 2,000 net worth lead on their main opponents. Except for, of course, the Yuragi and Naga combo.
Some of this comes from stacks. Luna now maxing out Lucent Beam. No points in Eclipse yet. Still want to get like other spells maxed out for Eclipse to be efficient anyway.
Radiant's middle tower is under
There's
attack.
that Lotus Orb for DM. So Lotus Pipe, I think he's just farming up. He's ready to be the help that his team needs when they get into these fights, and he's going into the Shiva's Guard next, so I mean, even more for him to do in these team fights once he picks that item up. Invoker, Noob, having a little bit of a struggle, but has the Spirit Vessel, only 1 charge on it, and trying to get into the BKB as quickly as he can. And so is Toby, which he's not too far away from.
I feel these Echo
They'll
Slams...
have that like double BKB timing.
Yeah, the Echo Slams are gonna need to be on point. Like, hit multiple targets.
Is under attack.
Aftershock is maxed out. He also deals a lot of right-click damage. Has Orb of Destruction, Enchant Totem maxed out, plus level 10, 40 base damage talent on him. Underlord, solo pushing the tower.
Closing out that Watcher. And now Yuragi's there to help. Easy damage, easy tower. Yuragi trying to get himself a Hurricane Pike. Bunch of things on the ground. There was a Mango and a Salve just on the ground. Looks like Omar was starting his own store, competing with the secret shop. And instead the courier dies
Discounted
with those
items.
on it. Oh my gosh.
If you buy these 2 together, I'll give you 20% off.
Ooh. Now buy a stack of tangos instead of just 1 tango. Give you a discount. Hurricane Pike. Took it too far. Picked up here for the Luna. Has that Gossamer's Cape too. You love this item.
Oh, everybody loves that item. I saw Kaori picking it up. Because you can't get hit. Like, it's move speed, what heroes want to have, and also the miss chance.
Yeah.
It's also on low cooldown, so that's pretty big. See, managing to blink out because
Illusions.
those illusions didn't hit him. And now farming with Luna's illusions. That's pretty massive.
That's where you get that good gold. But that blink dagger, he's gonna want to get a Glimmer Cape afterwards, try to keep his team alive. We saw how important it was when they had the Glimmer Capes in the
It's
first
roast
game.
time for OG. They do have the damage, they do have sustain. Quest probably knows that something like this could happen in the next few minutes, but it doesn't seem that they want to contest it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Take this route.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Easy Aegis, but top's getting pushed in a little bit.
They can go through the gates, they can go with relocate, so still getting some farm on the map while the rest of the team is there maybe defending. Puck, again, if he's not getting Echo Slammed immediately, they can't really catch him. We saw also if Disruption plus Arrow doesn't connect at the right second, he can phase shift it off.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is
Game's
under
just
attack.
been sitting around this 1K net worth
Dire's
line
middle
for a
tower is
while.
under attack.
You said it was going to be 50-50. You said it was going to be back and forth, and you've gotten exactly what you asked for. Look at that.
Both teams,
347, basically 50-50 round.
yeah, we lie with both of these numbers. Kiori might get caught here.
Okay, Ori.
Oh, nice, quick reaction.
Well done. Good blink, but Dream Coil, and now the Fiend's Gate. They really want Kaori. Fit of Malice, and Illusory Orb is there, and eventually Kaori will die to BZM. Okay.
Is under attack.
All this time, Toby kind of staking out the top tier too. You've got Invoker, who's had some time to farm. They had the BKB picked up by the Earthshaker, and he's might be spotted and in some trouble. Or, wow, who is? Kitrak is dead to Toby.
That's a solo kill.
that was gonna happen.
And Chen Totem,
Oh
2
my.
hits plus Orb of Destruction, lowering the armor. Ketra gets deleted.
Yeah, he did. I was like, I saw that happen. I was like, oh, yeah, Toby might be in trouble if there's just a magic missile. And then all of a sudden, the health bar went from 1088 for this Venge to like 100.
Earthshaker
There's
does
that
back a
BKB,
punch.
so
BKB is also available on him.
BKB timing. What does Nagi have now? He's picked up that pike and he's saved a bunch of gold to go for the butterfly.
Wants to have evasion against Nagasaran. We've seen like the Nagasaran matchup in the first game
Is under attack.
when he was playing Medusa, also picking up that butterfly. And Nagasaran also going for butterfly of her own.
Behold!
Yori TPing and escaping. There's the Guardian Greaves for Omar.
Under attack.
When we're trying to play some vision down, there are quite a bit of sentries from both teams around and scattered in the mines. The bottom tier 2 is going to drop to Yuragi. No way for them to stop it when they're not there.
They have 2 minutes.
And
Seems
Yuragi
like
and
that's going to
Seb.
be the first high ground push. Toby needs to be there to either block them off, just like
Tornado.
use the Fisher. Arrow connects.
And the Meteor. There's the Fissure. Has Blink ready with
Gossamer
Echo, but
Cape.
Blink and yeah, Gossamer's Cape keeps him from getting hit. Sunstrike. Deafening Blast. Oi! Backlines. Uh-oh.
Arrow, not
And they
the
get
right
there.
timing. Goes in between the heroes, but they did successfully stop the push from OG. I don't think they're going to go for the high ground without having Aegis, so probably going to farm, try to get that second Aegis, get one more item on Luna, maybe even 2 of those. Because Luna dies. Like, we've seen the power of Shadow Demon, Illusions, also setting things up for the Arrow, Sunstrike, Fisher, Echo Slam afterwards. So not gonna be that easy to siege. I think Quest, they're in a good spot. Like, they have counters to Luna. They have Shadow Demon, which is like one of the better counters in the game for Luna. The stronger she gets, the stronger those illusions are.
It looked like maybe the backlines of OG wanted to go in, but at the same time they were dealing with some illusions and never really made the jump. They also saw the Luna die and could have potentially also been waiting for maybe Quest to feel confident enough to move forward after getting that Aegis out of the hands of the Luna.
Haste.
But there's the butterfly. MKB next on the list for Yuragi. Hex for TA2000. He's also got a butterfly.
Same story as game 1. Both of them trying to figure out, like, one guy's buying MKB, that's gonna be Yuragi to deal with the evasion, and Nagasaran going for Hex. Instant Hex against Puck, and also because you're tanky enough with this heart means that you will be getting multiple Hexes in a fight. Still a little worried for just Luna. You get Demonic Purged in the middle of a fight, illusions on top of you, you're not moving, so they're just gonna need to be like swap, relocate out. A lot of these things that you can throw in her will be dispelled anyway. Like Glimmer Cape, Medallion, Soul, or whatever.
Sunstrike used on this Tormentor. Omar is going to get that shard, so he'll have that upgraded leap. It's a little okay. A 5,000 net worth lead here for Quest all of a sudden.
Kaori is following where Luna is. Wherever there are Luna illusions, he goes in there, Glimmer Cape, Blink Dagger, and continues to farm that lane.
Hey, he's got a lot of gold. The support's way more farmed on the side of Quest than they are on OG.
OG's getting out farm right now. What they want to do is run together, while Quest, they don't mind. They have Nagasaran, they have Shadow Demon pushing one wave. Earthshaker's been constantly in this outer ring, farming, then showing up in the lane, using Fisher and Chant Totem, pushing it out, and then disappearing. Seb again, going for Hand of Midas.
Is it forcing OG maybe to have to make a move?
Next Roche, OG will definitely try to go for the high ground. All they want to have is Luna Aegis, have that extra life, have that extra sustain. Roshan, potentially in 1 minute and 30 seconds. So Luna will have another item, whether that's gonna be MKB or a BKB. One of KBs, for sure.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Wisdom Rune available. Yuragi wants to pick that up. He's only level 15. That'll push him to 16, while Tia 2000 is almost level 20. So the experience difference is actually favoring Quest by a little bit.
Nagasaran also not the hero that gets most XP, since you are farming a lot of these camps with illusions. Does have Hand of Midas. I think this is where the difference comes from. Also, Luna is tethered up to Io, so he's soaking up some of that XP.
Yeah. They do the Tormentor, they get Kitrak, his shard. That's going to be the magic missile now bouncing. Things have stayed relatively quiet while now Seb, he's got this Midas. His idea is BKB or Heart.
They want to scale. That's why they are... Oh, Echo Slam top.
DM? Yeah, they get a kill here onto the Underlord. And they just Moonlight Shadow and leave. Earthshaker buys out on the Ags after that. OG kind of losing a lot of control in this game. It felt like they were the ones who were controlling the map for a good portion. And now things got really quiet to the point where Quest, after stopping the Luna push bottom, they feel like they have control of the game and are really the ones putting the pressure on.
Yeah, I don't know if OG is going to be able to fight back. Like, we still haven't seen the power of their lineup. We haven't seen them 5-man strong, hitting together like a target in a full team fight. Roshan, minute and 20 seconds. Gonna be on Radiant side. This also means that probably the third row is gonna be on Radiant, which means Aghanim Scepter. MKB in the end for Yuragi, and they're gonna smoke.
Radiant are scanning.
Smoke to try and
Dire's middle tower is
make
under
a
attack.
fight happen. But who's going to take the better of the fights? TM can come in with the Fiend's Gate. He's going into the heart, but not going to be in the fight immediately. EZM going in, finds the silence, and now has the Dream Coil, but the BKB's been popped. He's got that axe to jump away. Pushing him away with that Psychic Headband, so got him some distance. Now they might be able to at least get Kaori. BZM's onto the backlines. He doesn't have a Dream Coil. He avoids the fissure that was thrown down with the phase shift. And they get that one kill. They don't lose anything on the side of OG, and Roche is up in 30 seconds.
Echo Slam in 10 seconds. No BKB on Earthshaker. He does have Enchanted Quiver, so his next attack is not gonna miss. Before, he had that on Enchant Totem, but it was removed quite some time ago. Had a True Strike available.
What year was this?
I don't know, 2021, maybe 2020. COVID killed my perception of time. Like, I lost 2 years, it feels like. You know, I'm younger in the heart.
You are.
I am, and there's not gonna be
for OG.
any... Yeah, there's not gonna be contest for this second Roche.
Yeah.
Aegis, Cheese, Sunstrike, maybe to scout things out, get the last hit.
But they're too late. Sunstrike too early. The movements from a team, if they wanted to come over, are too late. So
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Roche dead.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Giving the cheese out. Oh, only that second Roche. And ooh. Like Shadow used in Quest. Starting to back away. However, Yuragi and Seb, they're not going to run into Earthshaker. They know exactly where he is, though.
Network still keeps
over
for Quest.
Yeah. EKB, relocate, already committed. The damage isn't going to be enough, and he has to TP out.
Buying time, delaying this Aegis. Quest, they understand what they need to do. Constantly sending out these illusions to the mid lane, whether these are Luna illusions from Shadow Demon or just illusions from TA2000. Doing some good damage to tier 3 tower.
Look at all these illusions. So many of them. You can make illusions of your own illusions, and all of a sudden, you just really end up pushing.
They're going in again.
Anybody in harm's way. Look at all these
some
illusions.
top, sending some mid.
Infestation.
Tower is under attack.
Kaori creating illusions of those illusions. Tier 3 tower down to half HP. This is gonna stop OG from pushing because they need to deal with this. Even though they have global presence with relocate plus Underlord ulti, they can't find any openings.
Only 19 kills in this game. We figured that game 3, especially with Illumination on the line, was going to be a little bit quieter. So, 7,000 net worth lead for Quest, but for the most part, it hasn't really mattered. That fight over bottom, even with the massive lead that they had, was, you know, OG was what we talked about in game number 2. Their positioning and execution was better.
Ooh, Toby might find something. They caught a glimpse of him.
Kaori. Oh my god, look at the distance of the disruption. They go to the Echo Slam, and they've got the Cataclysm. They get the kill on a Seb to start it off, and now Yuragi trying to get away. They throw down the Lucent Beam. And DM's off to the side, hit with the Fissure. They've got the Totem to jump on top of DM and get the kill there. As Kid Tracked, he's going to be falling as well. They took the Aegis out of the hands of Yuragi. He's popping the BKB and trying to run. Pops the Eclipse.
Double buyback.
There's so many illusions, and now they've got the double buybacks. Yuragi getting over to the side, but is he going to have enough? He'll eat the cheese and get back to full health. And Seb tethered up on him. BZM taking a lot of damage. They aren't quite getting these heroes low.
Song's still available if they want to reset.
He's able to stand his ground. Song. Ooh.
Arrow
They've got
is available.
Lockdown.
Can they time it?
And the
Yes,
arrow.
they can.
And the kill.
BZM, buyback available on him as well. They did not lose anything in that fight. Toby finds the right opening, gets the kill on Seb, who couldn't use the cheese. Stun locks him from 100 to 0. And now they're going to have another set of items. You also can see how much Shadow Demon is dealing damage to Luna just by creating illusions of her. It was Demonic Purge, not used on Luna this time, but most likely it's going to be saved for Luna for some later stages of the game. If it comes down to later stages of the game, I see Quest knocking on their tier 3s.
Just going high ground.
30 seconds without puck.
It's also Shadow Demon able to use these disruptions and these spells from so far away. He's got Psychic Headband as well as the Aether Lens. Oh, Hex, Arrow, Yuragi.
No mana on him.
Yeah, he's fine. Kaori's got no mana. He needs that clarity to unlock in his inventory.
More illusions. And they're going to start pushing. Tier 3 already gone. Tier 3 mid damaged. More than 2,000 HP. Quest are really in a good spot. I mean, OG, they were never 5, I feel like, in this game. What they wanted to do, Quest, they also understood that they need to split them up as much as possible. I'm looking at the minimap. All these dots, orange and purple ones, these are Shadow Demon illusions and Naga Siren illusions.
Very frustrating to deal with. I've never quite found the opportunity to have a good fight, and they're down 15,000 net worth.
There's always something pushing into this top lane. Range barracks. This is gonna get killed eventually. If they keep playing like this.
These racks just getting pushed. Timeless Relic picked up for DM. He was taken out of the fight pretty easily, too. You've got this Ags on Invoker. He was throwing down the Cataclysm. And this is...
They're stuck in the base, not where you want to be with this type of a draft.
Yeah, you really want to be farming here for Yuragi, and his farm is not slowing down completely. Like, he's right there with the Naga Siren. the issue is, too, like, both supports on the side of Quest are getting so much farm out of it that they're really, you know, they're on 3rd, 4th items over here, and they're going to have Hex soon on Omar. You've got everything you really need on Shadow Demon. Now, he's got an Aeon disc now. And he doesn't have to come close to really make these illusions. He's got such a cast range on it, he can do whatever he wants.
There's still tier 2 and tier 1 tower in the bottom lane, which they can kill with any of these illusions, at least the tier 1, which is going to open up the entrance, the another entrance to enemy triangle, and keep sending out those illusions.
The illusions that never stop. How long can you defend against it? It did feel as though in that last fight, too, Yuragi didn't quite have the damage.
Also, not enough healing. There was Spirit Vessel on him. Sure, Cheese did get him to full HP, but Mech Healing Lotus, it's definitely not. Also, Shiva's Guard eventually will be picked up by someone on a quest. They're drawing on a minimap. They want to take control of the bottom side. And again, range barracks, soaking up some damage. Of course, Shadow Demon picks up that.
Stops.
Ninja Gear, smoked, can't do anything about him. You use illusions, he uses it against you. They're going.
Back to the draft, you know.
Luna into Shadow Demon, and he just lost Barrack.
Boy. Yeah, it ain't fun, but there might have been other better options, but they felt confident with the Luna, something they did against Alliance yesterday against that Slark. They didn't play the same
Cataclysm.
pace. Okay. Cataclysm
BZM, A on this pop.
BZM. Tornado. Ice Wall.
Omar is so good on Mirana. He just knows, like, whether we're talking about Shadow Demon disruptions, tornadoes, song he can't do it on his own because it needs to be TA 2000 that cancels it, but he's always there. So 60 seconds without BZM. This should be 2 towers for them. Kaori, again, in the top lane, TA 2000, farming the jungle, farming the mid wave, not allowing OG to push it. It's a slow and painful death.
Yeah, it really is. There's the refresher. Double Cataclysm is going to be available for the Invoker. They picked up the Hex on Omar. They're just, the items are really piling on for Quest, and OG don't have any answers.
They don't have to commit to anything. That's the best part of what they're doing right now. If you feel you're in trouble, A on disc on Shadow Demon, some like Fisher, BKB and Chant Totem get out of trouble. This has to be like very sad for OG if this is the way that they're gonna drop out of TI qualifiers. Kill their dream,
especially
illusions, like they just knock you out. Tier 3 tower mid is gone, range barracks top gone, now both towers, and now this opens up the map even more. 84% win rate, that's what Gaben says.
Yeah. Especially with the way Games 1 and Games 2 went, for something as so quiet as this one, it just, that feels unfortunate.
Third Roche on Radiant side. That's Aghanim Scepter.
Time for Luna?
If they want, maybe if they want to just like run it and try to get into one fight. So who's gonna pick up? I think you might give it to Shadow Demon. Have those 3 Demonic Purge, Demonic Cleanse charges.
They do give it to him, but he doesn't have the shard yet for Demonic Cleanse.
It's not
shard was given to
the best one. 3 charges on Demonic Purge is pretty big. Oh, it's 2. When did that change? I actually don't remember. Maybe it was too powerful. We nerfed it. My bad.
The ground.
Yeah, this seems balanced even more.
BZM, Pit of Malice, Green Coil committed. Now they've got the Echo Sun that lands out of BZM. They go to the Cataclysm. The Amdis is going to be popped. Kid Track gets the swap out. Magic Missile is going to hit on the Earthshaker as well as the Shadow Demon. They get the kill on a Kid Track. They'll take him away. Ags, by the way, finished off by the Naga Siren, who's stepping forward. Lotus Orb reflecting. Meteors coming down. Noob from the side has the Cataclysm again. And another set of Meteors.
BZM going to be killed off by the Deafening Blast. They get the Kona Seb. They'll take out 3. They've bought back on the Venge. Toby trying to fight this Luna, who's hexed up thanks to Omar.
Fissure's available.
Corruption. And now Fissure
Into
is
arrow.
short. You got to remember, it continues to control them right here and there. Yuragi's going to fall to Kaori. DM's going to be in trouble. He'll die too. Everybody's dead. It was a full team wipe, but buybacks happen and the song is there. They look over at BZM. They've got the control on the Seb as well as Kid Track. They drop down the ice wall. There's the totem once more. BZM falls. He doesn't have buyback. They hit the hex on a Seb. They get the kill to Kid Track as well as Seb. And these heroes are falling by the wayside. Yuragi throws down an Eclipse, but it's just not going to happen for the side of OG. The defense is not looking likely as DM's going to be dunked on by Toby. Hit the fissure on both these heroes. They've got the damage to take out the Underlord, and now it's just Yuragi. And now it's just the base, because Yuragi, even with the Satanic, the heal is not enough. They call GG, and Quest Esports will knock OG out of the qualifiers and move on to tomorrow.
Yeah, what a performance from them in this third game. Understanding that they need to delay as much as possible. OG try to go for high ground once, and you see how much Shadow Demon counters Luna in this one, using those ultis on top of him, using his illusions against him. This was just like masterclass performance from Quest. Really knowing what to do with the heroes, constant pushing from Nagasar in both mid and the top lane, and Kaori sitting there for like good 20 minutes, just pushing out the top wave, using illusions from either Nagasarin or Luna, killing off these buildings, some chip damage early on, and OG, they did not have answer for it.
Yeah, you know, OG, it felt like maybe they were getting enough farm onto Yuragi, but it was the Shadow Demon to me who feels like the MVP, who was just using these illusions to push out to farm and make life a living hell for OG outside of their base. So it wasn't exactly the most bloodbath of a game, but it was precise from Quest. They knew exactly what they wanted, and they knew exactly how to get it.
Yeah, it was pretty surgical execution from Quest in this one. They really felt that they don't need to fight this, like, team fight was the beginning of an end, because they managed to get the kills, they managed to get like multiple buybacks out of them, but base is still intact. And this is where the rats started. This is where you started to send out those illusions and arrows from Omar that were on point. Toby had a really nice performance on the Earthshaker as well. So did TA2000. He's an expert on the hero. I'm coming into like tomorrow and the next day. I don't know if you want to give him this Templar, sorry, not just Templar Assassin, but also Nagasarin, because he really excels at the hero.
Yeah, he really just made it look easy. You know, the farm that he was able to acquire, the way he moves around the map, knowing when to be available and into these fights, and knew also in the Invoker, you know, he had a couple of deaths, but at the same time, like his spell usage, especially in this last fight, feels pretty pristine.
Yeah,
and Toby
double Cataclysm. There it is. Like Luna just dying to her own illusions, and Kaori, his positioning in this game was stopped here. No doubt about it that he like gets the MVP for this one. Some like great spell casting, as you mentioned, in the fight that we're seeing from Noob, like Hex, Fissure from Earthshaker, and also Ice Wall to keep them in place. The fights here, the whole game is pretty much over for OG. Unfortunately for them, they had some like good showings in the TI qualifiers, but the boys will have to sit out on this one, unfortunately.
Yeah, and he moves Quest a step further for some of these guys on the team, or I think all of them, getting their first TI. So, you know, now they have to go up against Secret tomorrow, and it's still a rough road ahead, because you not only have to then beat Secret, but you have to beat the losing team of Luna, Galaxy, and Entity. So it's still so far away, the dream of qualifying, but you're one step closer. And yeah, I mean, you take a look at this game, like Toby had an 8-1-12 performance. He played really well, especially once he picked up that Ags. But like you said, I think Kaori definitely the MVP of this one.
Absolutely. His positioning was extremely good, knowing where to be, saving people, stacking as well. And also itemization-wise, like he didn't rush for Aghanim Scepter, picked up Blink Dagger Lens. You talked about his cast range throughout the whole game, and then got the Ninja Gear as a tier 4 neutral item. Constant smoke,
yeah.
You cannot catch him, and also Glimmer Cape. There's some really nice stuff from him. He seems to be, like, it's very hard to choose who's the best player on the team, But I feel like Kaori, he's definitely up there. He might be my favorite.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Like, Kaori is definitely fun to watch. Omar played really well too. Like, I think Omar in game number 1 with the Rubik, like, that's a fun guy to watch with a hero like that. He's very good at playing that flashy forward position. In this game, he really didn't need to do anything too crazy. You know, he definitely felt like he was in the right spots at all times, and those arrows were on point. I mean, you were really impressed with his Mirana play. And overall, I think Quest did a great job, right?
Absolutely. I mean, this is the team that we said it multiple times deserves to be at TI, and they're 2 BO3s away, so they need to beat the final boss. Are you gonna be the team eliminating Puppy from not going to every single TI? He's the last one, the last survivor, and the way they're playing, they could do so, but also Team Secret, they're starting to catch up. They're playing with each game that they play, so we'll have to see.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. They're going to have to go up against Secret tomorrow. But we've got one more series on the way. That's Luna Galaxy against Entity. The winner will go to TI, and then the loser of that series will be the final raid boss at the lower bracket for TI. It's going to be a good series, but it's coming up next, so you'll have to stay tuned. We'll be right back. We'll see you in a bit.
And then there were 4, Trent. And then there were 4. We're down to half of the teams that are remaining are going to TI. That's pretty good odds, right? Feeling pretty solid about that one. How you doing today?
I'm doing great. Yeah, it's been a long day. It's a long road to get to TI, and it's a long day at Dota, man. My goodness, the teams playing. It's taking a while. We got these big, long games. The tier 5 items keep coming out. And now these teams who are waiting to play, Luna Galaxy Identity, they've been up wondering, like, when's our game going to start, man? It's like we're like 2 hours past the supposed schedule start here.
And what's crazy is that it wasn't even that many that were going on. It's interesting. There weren't actually that many games. It's supposed to just be 2 series, and one of them was a 2-0. I was talking to Knoxville right before this, and I wanted to see if I got this correctly. He was saying that Western Europe is actually quite a bit longer average games than the other regions, but it's the high variance games. And that's what we're noticing. Like, you can sometimes have these stomps, but if it's sort of close in the end, everybody just is so afraid and so scared, and because you're either like dropping down to lower bracket, which has like all these amazing teams in it, or you're going to be eliminated, and so you're fighting till the very end and not wanting to push high ground. So yeah, it's some of these epic games. There's a lot of them been going on. It's fun to watch. Yeah, it's unreal, and that tense final moments there, like that's why we're seeing these going high ground moments and stuff. We have some our Dusas, our Nagas. I'm kind of expecting more of that here in this series, to be honest. I think that it's going to be some painful, long, like super tense moments for both of these teams. I hope they're very relaxed right now, and I imagine they're going to be considering these strategies that are somewhat low risk. The ability to be very low commitment might be the goal heading into this series. Yeah, for sure. And I mean, we think about that game 3 the last time you were messaging me while we were watching the draft. You were like, oh, the trap heroes, the Puck Luna for OG, they went for it.
It was over.
I mean, it's tough to play a game with this high stakes when it feels like you're on a clock. That's always the worst feeling in the world. And we'll see if that ends up coming back to maybe haunt one of these 2 teams again, because we've got Luna Galaxy versus Entity, and this is a very interesting scenario because it's a best of 3 to decide a slot at TI. In the upper bracket, all you need to do is win a best of 3, and then one of these 2 teams is going to be moving on. It creates a lot more variance when you just have 3 games you have to play. There's a chance for either of these teams to take it.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, it will be also a best of 3 in the lower as well, because that's what they did in SA. That's the same format. So it's no best of 5. You just got to win your best of 3s here, which is crazy.
You're right.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I thought I saw that the other day that it was a best of 5. Okay. Dang, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's nuts. Ooh. So, I mean, this is the time, right? Just lock it down, get your strats, pick Treant Protector, and go to TI.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting dynamic because it's going to see who can do as little as possible to make it happen. That's one way of playing it, right? But I think there's also this problem of like, if that's the way the meta is going, where you just defend, and eventually win, then maybe there's a eventual point where it's like, okay, they take really hard hitting heroes and then start playing really fast and then, get a really quick win. There's a chance that could happen. Who knows?
I'm looking at some numbers here as we're waiting for our various groups to get ready to start this match here, guys. And everyone out there in the chat, I'd like you to take one wild guess here. Could you tell me some heroes that haven't lost in Western Europe yet? Maybe some heroes you think are really good and just winning Dota games.
Is Gyrocopter one of them?
He is. He has won 6 games straight.
That's
so he's been
crazy.
Banned 24 times, and all 6 times he's been picked, he has won. Now, we've seen different roles for the hero, but kind of absurd. He's looking good. And, that Naga Siren, she just won again. Also banned many times. Not as much, right? She got some nerfs, but she's still 3-0. She hasn't lost yet. All right, she's keeping the game going. So
that's pretty intense.
Definitely 2 of the bigger ones. And then not flawless in her approach. But the Vengeful Spirits, and we've talked about a ton on our cast, is still looking insane. 13 picks, 77% win rate. Hero's doing extremely well. One of the best first picks you can get alongside the Treant Protector, but he's now gone.
I wonder if there's some argument that like the Venge getting that high of a win rate is just like some auto correlation going on with like first pick. You know what I mean?
Maybe. That's definitely a fair point.
Yeah,
Like
it's
kind of
like-
the same thing for Tree too, where
Right,
just first pick feels so good. And Gyro.
Exactly.
You could argue, right? Like there's no way second pick's getting Gyro right now.
I wonder. All right, well, we're into it now. Game number 1, Luna Galaxy facing off against Entity. There you see it, the face of Exantic, the Llama, a bunch of crew, all in their respective bedrooms. He has 2 chairs, the Llama. I just realized. That is interesting.
I think he's moved. Am I crazy? I feel like he had a different
might
angle
have.
to the bed last time he was
I've always
playing.
wanted to be a
I think
That's
he's
the winning
tactically
angle.
adjusting based on the sun.
Entities turn
Okay,
to
I like this.
Instead of like a rising and lowering desk, his just rotates on a rail around his room.
I like
Oh
that.
my
They
goodness,
got
no! It's over.
They got it.
Look
They
at the
got it.
smiles. They're all smirking. All right.
Listen, if there's a time to beat it, it's at your spot at TI. Oh, you could also make the argument that's the time to ban it.
10
All right, pick Venge
Fair
now,
point.
and then we're gonna know. Oh wait, no, not Venge. Sorry, they have to take. What is it?
Naga. That will break
Naga.
it. That will break the
All right.
chains of this cycle.
entities
Oh
turn
my
to
goodness.
battle.
Well,
Now they go
see,
Venge.
Yeah. I mean, we like this hero. Good hero. She's just proved very strong. Some support players looking fantastic on it. And I'm sure that Ducalis will be no exception here, assuming he's the one who winds up playing it. Also, shout outs to Theolacor. I don't believe we've actually had the pleasure of casting a Luna Galaxy series so far yet in these qualifiers. Am I correct in that? I'm not crazy.
I don't think so. No.
No, I don't think so either. Because seeing Theolacor show up in Western Europe was a bit surprising to see him like get a chance here and now making his way through the qualifiers. Like this is someone who you and I have seen for an extremely long time back in like NA, FPL kind of days, like in houses. He's been on the grind for a long time. Bounty hunter extraordinaire. Just a super solid position 4 player, and to make the jump over to Western Europe and start performing so well, like that's very impressive. Obviously, not a lot of people expecting him to do so well here in the qualifiers.
Right. Well, and it's interesting too because like when you look at the history of like what this guy has kind of been through, I think that let me see if I can get this right. Back in the day, at his very first ever tournament, it was, I think, oh God, I can't even remember what it was, but it was one of the Star Ladder tournaments that he played at, and he played with Lelis, and that was like the squad that he played as a part of, and started to have a ton of success, and then that entire squad exploded and spread out everywhere and started to play in other regions as well, which obviously we know from there, but he kind of made an impact as one of the best players on the team with his Earthshaker performance. And like you said, seeing these South American players start to swap around to other regions, it's been cool to see them have that success.
And of course, in the previous year, I was gonna say he also qualified on Hokori with only 97 DPC points going into the qualifiers. So one of those teams where it was like, yeah, who's gonna do it? We cast through that. There's like, oh my god, they're doing it. Like, Hokori's going to TI, guys.
Yeah, that was nutty. Well, back into the world of 2023 and not our old asses anymore. We've got the Vengeful Spirit paired together with the Dawnbreaker. So is this going to be their answer in the offlane to try and deal with the Gyrocopter? It does feel like a really explosive lane. Venge, the wave of terror, you get a stun on somebody, suddenly hammer in. I mean, Dawnbreaker's just so good. They get like 2 tier 1 picks out of this for Luna Galaxy. I like it.
Yeah, I'm not expecting the Venge to go 4 though. I think we're gonna get something a little bit more oomph in there, a little more Theolacori, but we'll see. Could certainly work. It will be very strong in the lane. But the answer back immediately with the Shadow Demon, certainly a hero that has been looking very solid in virtually every game that we see it. I feel like seems like they're having a great time getting farmed. I am definitely a bigger fan of position 4 Shadow Demon simply because of how much more you get out of it during the laning stage. Often much easier to get some stacks going for your team. But, that sometimes comes at a sacrifice as to what your position 4 can do. You tend to get like a worse initiator because of that, since it's harder to fit in those classic ones. But this is the combo I love to see. 5 Clockwork, 4 Shadow Demon. Solves both problems with a ranged carry. All right, it's over. And he's got this. This is my kind of draft right now. I don't care about the other 3 heroes on the Galaxy.
Right.
It's GG.
Fair enough. Well, I mean, I kind of see what you're saying there. I do like the Venge Dawnbreaker opening, though. It gives you a lot of potential to either scale really strongly into the late game. I was thinking back to that. God, what game was it? I don't remember. It was earlier today. It was when Venge got 25, and she had like 90% damage reduction on her swap.
You mean like every game when everyone was getting 25 because our games never ended today?
Crazy. But regardless, I think the late game potential of having 2 BKB piercing pseudo disables, I would say, is really nice as an opening.
Yeah, they're not exactly mega reliable, obviously, because they're not like true like guaranteed stuns. But we've definitely seen Solar Guardian come into play a couple times when it has that punch through the debuff immunity. So it could happen again here.
Particularly for Gyrocopter, who kind of just wants to stand still in the midst of a fight. But likewise, you're talking about, you know, the initiation and stuff. Clockwork, king of it now with all that vision. And Luna Galaxy gonna take the Pangolier.
It's insane that they've only played 5 games so far and theoretically could win 7 games and go to TI.
Yeah, that's a good point. It really is. The power.
I meant to say play 7. Win 6 games, go TI. That's nuts.
The power of the upper bracket is insane. Should mention with this Pango has seen some issues playing into the Clockwork. Those cogs can be a real pain in the butt, but they get the Coddle too. So now Coddle Pango combination is open. He's going to be accelerated. They gave up the Gyrocopter, but Luna Galaxy is getting a lot of top tier picks here.
They really are. This is a fantastic Coddle game. We've seen it before with the Dawnbreaker. It looks great. We've seen it used by Gabby in the off lane to a very impressive degree, so he's not going to get a chance on that this game. But this will be Theolacor pairing with the Dawnbreaker, pairing with the Pangolier. Lots of benefits there from the Chakra. And one of Coddle's other friends will join the fray, but on the other side, the Ember Spirit here. So decent, like, playable matchup kind of for both sides. I'd say the Pango and the Ember are a little bit just kind of whatever on this one. Gonna be much more about just the movements. And I highly doubt we're going to see a Darkseer here left in for Entity, because that would just be a little too perfect.
Yeah, that makes sense to take out. I also think the Coddle pick might have even been a bit of a block onto Gabby. We saw how good his offlane Coddle looked. Yep. And then you suddenly have a combo that can pair together with the stuff later. So Luna Galaxy, they're looking for their carry. Entity looking for their offlaner. In terms of carries that are still top tier in the pool, Naga's still in there. Slark would have been a really nice pickup for them as well. What else do they kind of need? I mean, maybe Jug against Gyrocopter. That always sounds good in theory, but then you're also playing into Shadow Demons. That feels weird.
Yeah, it's a little complicated, and especially with that last pick that comes out too, because they're going to have to be thinking, you know, they're going to be considering the matchups that are available left for Entity, so they're probably going to end up picking something that's a little bit more sustainable in lane, kind of like maybe like Legion Commander-esque. I mean, it is Dawnbreaker. I mean, we've brought this up several times. That is a pretty frustrating hero for a Legion to deal with in some ways, but still playable around with. You have the Shadow Demon on your team, so things aren't the worst. They get rid of the Shaker. Yeah, I mean, Gabby just had a fantastic game on that for sure. I think the problem with Gyro is we still haven't found our answer.
Yeah, it hasn't come around yet. Luna Galaxy, though, they've been able to watch a lot of games from the sideline, not having to play, and probably has seen these Gyrocopters. They believe they've come up with something to solve it. I did like the Doom when we saw that as an answer sometimes. Gabby made great usage of it, but already banned out in the first phase.
Yeah, I'm kind of down with what you're throwing out. I feel like there's so many carries that you can make work. Maybe even Faceless Void could be kind of cool with their lineup on Luna Galaxy. I mean, there is Shadow Demon. There's some annoying stuff, but I feel like the lane's kind of okay. I guess it depends on what the offlaner is, but generally Faceless Void doesn't suffer too much. But please ban the Darkseer. Although, you know, that's the thing about Gabby, is that he has not yet busted out the Darkseer. And he is not an offlane player. This is his first stint offlaning alongside Riyadh Masters. That was his first tournament, I think, where he was actually doing it, right? I'm trying to think.
10 seconds.
Potentially. I
think that's right.
Though, regardless, it like you said, it is a bit of a concern. And also, particularly because, you know, Luna Galaxy at this point, they're going to be able to have that counter pick. And there's a lot of heroes that can mess that hero up. I think just something safer, some initiation that doesn't mind too many matchups out of that off lane.
Like, he won one pub as Darkseer, dude. It's fine. And they will ban the Faceless Void.
They go Legion.
It's super safe. I get it.
I think Darkseer, they could have done some like Ursa shenanigans or something, and then maybe you're actually in a decent spot. Honestly, I wouldn't hate Ursa still here for Luna if they wanted to run that.
10 seconds remaining.
Other
Gyro,
options.
Legion. Do they have enough lockdown to make the Ursa good? I guess it depends on the rolls from Pango.
Right. Other options, like maybe some range thing. You could do like more for Drow, maybe. I don't know how scary that is into Clock, Ember, Legion, though.
I know we definitely aren't thinking Illusion Hero with Gyro, Ember, Legion Commander. So, that makes a lot of sense. Go the exact opposite, right? Because, like, right now they have so many good options versus with AoE damage. You think if you were a Naga Siren in this game instead of a Medusa, you'd be incredibly sad because your illusions are just going to die to overwhelming odds, Sleight of Fist, Flat Cannon. You're never going to get anything off. So you go the complete opposite of like, what is the like individual tankiest hero in the game? It's the Medusa. They are, however, picking it into one of the best counters in the game, the Shadow Demon. So what do we say? No butterflies.
Right, exactly. Close up those curtains, Divine Llama. Get yourself ready. It's real gamer hours right now.
Yeah, there we go.
Set.
He's like, if I let more light in on this side of the room, less of it will come in over here. Smart.
I like it.
Seconds remaining.
Man, I hope we need to just get like blackout curtains. Just put a brick wall up there. Just shut yourself in, embrace the darkness.
Dude, I'm pretty sure Entity have had those IKEA boxes behind them for like 4 seasons. Like, I think the boxes are just permanently there.
Hey, man, whatever works, you know, you gotta find your lucky charm
the good
where
luck
you
boxes.
can. Yeah, totally. We'll see if it is indeed going to be some good luck boxes. We end off with a Medusa pick overall. We'll probably be seeing some halberds in this game with 2 ranged carries. But Trent, who are you feeling for this one? Do you like one draft more than the other? Is there one that you feel like is more exploitable or timings? What are you seeing here?
As much as I was so hard in on the first 3 picks, the Gyro, the Shadow Demon, the Clockwork for Entity, I do think Luna Galaxy did a great job in the end in terms of cleaning things up there. The Coddle looks fantastic this game. I mean, look at these combos. You have Dawnbreaker, right? You think about like later in the game with the multiple Slim, Slam, spin around and jam, and then Pangolier plus Medusa. Like, this is a dream Coddle game. But I do still like a lot of the synergies on Entity's side. I do think it's relatively even. Downsides for Entity, they don't have the best way to push necessarily. Gyro's going to be busy farming. They have an Ember mid and a Legion off lane, so the towers might not fall very fast, and you're trying to slow down Medusa farming. That could be bad. They also don't have the best ways to go Diffusal in a beneficial way. Maybe they try it with the Gyrocopter. We've been seeing people experiment a little bit. That could be one way. I think if we just chill, then Luna Galaxy are looking pretty good.
All right, well, we'll see if it indeed ends up happening as we get into this game number 1. Entity facing off against the Galaxy that still, I believe, have the D1 Hustlers logo up there in the upper left. So that's interesting. But Luna Galaxy, the team indeed that is going to be battling this one out, all for a spot at TI. As smoked up right now is Luna Galaxy, an Entity running into the area where they might be. We'll see if they cross paths here.
Yeah, Fishman's going to bump into the Theola core here. And, scouted. Doesn't go for the high ground first. Going to grab that ward. Will he die for it, though?
Looks like it. As, yep, he is fully surrounded. Who do they give the kill to? It's going to be Gabby. So, well played. They do end up getting that D ward, though.
30 seconds.
I know which one's worth more, though. I've done some quick math. Turns out First Blood a little better.
True.
Might need to inform Theola core for next game. Also, immediate tips on the Divine Llama. He started it. I see. He tipped Fishman first.
There's been a lot of tipping. I think they started this game with Stormer, and Exantic tipping each other, too. So, not sure if there's some extracurricular activity going on in pubs or if there's just a little bit of friendly banter at the start. But it does look like we're going to end up with 2 bounty runes apiece.
It's just pure raw hatred, ladies and gentlemen. Let us be very clear. They can't stand each other. There's a chance that they might be in the ring after this. The lower brackets actually be sold out stadium, ring style. That's how we're going to settle it.
Dota boxing.
Yeah, Dota box. That's right. One round, go back to Dota. Imagine playing Dota with a concussion. That would not go well, I got to say.
I mean, sometimes I feel like that's how my teammates are, but that's fine. As we are already off to the gates, it is a...
Fishman.
Is he in trouble?
Oh, no, he's getting a courier, baby. Got him.
Big. Got him. Divine Llama already trying to secure some range creeps there, but got his denied right in his face. And a lot of denies and battling going on up in this top lane. This one might be a bit of a barn burner here. Not going to lie. You've got a ton of kill potential between those two.
Fishman just had like the greatest 1 minute that you can have as clockwork, right? He walks up. They can't do anything with his battery assault. He kills a courier. He helps deny the range creep in his face.
Oh.
And then he body blocks the camp since they use this alongside the sentry too, so they have no idea whether it's going to be open or not.
Fishman. Oh, commits the battery assault, but there was the creep wave coming in. So not going to get a ton of value out of that one.
Look, he's chilling. Like, the creeps are coming back towards Watson. Battery assault back in 10 seconds anyway. He's still got 2 more. You think he cares?
I mean, I think he wanted that kill.
He's no cares.
Ilkor need to play around that blinding light to keep him survivable, for sure. In the mid lane, we've already seen Stormstormer get off to a pretty decent start here, 7-4 versus the 5-4 of the Pango. And this one, just another one of those where level 6s can make a difference if you can hit it before the Pango. We'll have to keep our eyes on it.
Yeah, and of course the other way too, right? You hit it first on Pango, very good chance you just knock out that Ember with a single rotation. Or perhaps no rotation, if he happens to be low enough.
Again, getting chased a bit. And will eat a hammer before he heads on back to trying to harass the Ilkor a bit. The missile will connect, but still keeping their distance. So a lot of blood exchanged up here top, and actually seeing that it was a salvut from Fishman, they stepped forward and zoned Watson off the lane a bit.
Watson's my hero if he goes to Fusel Blade.
Okay.
I think it's the play.
That's interesting. So, all right, if he goes to Fusel Blade, when do you get it? Do you go Aghanims first? Do you go Maelstrom first?
No, you still get your Ags.
Okay.
I saw V-Tune do it, and he went Mask of Madness, Ags, into an eventual... He got it, like, pretty late. He even got his Satanic, and then he went back for a 25-minute Diffusal versus the Medusa.
Okay.
It's pretty cool.
Sounds pretty hype.
But other people have tried it as well. You know, just Ags into like earlier as well in the Diffusal. So it's got to be value. I mean, I've seen Purge do the math. You get like 4x the damage when you're doing damage to Medusa with it. And plus, with the way the Flak now works with the Aghanims, I can't imagine it's bad.
Right. No, it gives you just those extra little bits to it. Divine Llama is going to get hit up top here again with the missile. Fishman moving, trying to connect, but again, that blinding light. Ilkor in position to help out his Dawnbreaker. Rotation in towards mid, it looks like. That's just to secure the rune for Stormstormer on Katomi. And chilling for the moment. Not wanting to get too aggressive yet. Yeah, they've done a good job up top on the Dawnbreaker and Coddle lane. They've really weathered what could be a pretty aggressive combination of the Clockwork Gyro.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen such a great job of harassment there from Fishman and just trying to give a lot of space to Watson, but just being in general, a ranged hero with 59 damage versus Dawnbreaker. If she's able to stay under the wave at all, it's going to be tough. Obviously, with those 7 denies, she's still able to work out.
Meanwhile, down bottom, making a pretty aggressive move after they ran through that gate. Gabby in trouble, slowed down. Blood Grenade connects. Ducalis is there, and it's going to be enough. They managed to find that finish, even with 19 wand charges and a healing Lotus.
Yeah, he couldn't get it off in time. Just well done with the stuns. Oh, that is painful. And now the old core wrapping in behind Watson.
This is a big one if they can get that kill, and they will. So making some really good moves here. Luna Galaxy, excuse me, getting it all done.
I mean, look at the timing too. Divine Llama grabs the next wave, pulls over to small camp, catapult coming in.
Yeah.
This is perfect damage onto a tower.
This is really solid. I mean, Gyro's going to come back in, but the other problem is like, I mean, your Shadow Demon is out and away on the other side of the map. Clockwork is now starting to come back in, and that's going to protect them at least for a moment, it looks like.
Kanaomi is doing the right thing, though, right? He's getting the Ancients unblocked right now with sentries as we head in towards 6 minutes, so that'll be spawning up. He's going to stack the other camp here, too, while guarding the rune. So he's got some important work to do here for Stormstormer. But Boss is also joining.
It's going to be a DD, and yeah, Stormstormer will get it.
Oh, even bottles. Kanaomi up. There you go.
Pretty nice stuff. Oh, Exantic not getting any help as of yet. Might need somebody to die. Ducalis finds a ward as he's heading back towards the lane too. And did spot that at least the beginnings of that stack was going on. So likely they'll be keeping their eyes on that one for Luna Galaxy.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Ducalis almost steals that Hellbear. Last hit. Couldn't quite get it, unfortunately.
Stormstormer rotating top.
He's investigating with his DD. He wants to see what's happening here as we approach 7 minutes with Fishman. I think this might be theirs. Oh, this is going to be quite the fight with the DD rune.
Tries to make that move and get it into position. Divine Llama is right there. Has the battery assault already used, and yeah, they're going to get it. So Entity pick up double Wisdom rune with the rotation in from Stormstormer. Now it is going to come at the cost of Fishman's life. Although, wait, he get the denies? Looking for it? No. The Helio Core takes the kill.
Man, just absolutely ditched by Stormstormer. I gotta go back to mid, you know? Oh, what a DD rune Ember? You know, gotta help me get out of here? Nah, sorry, man. Creeps the farm, places to go. Yeah, that's right. Thanks for the wisdom.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Gabby there, glyphing the wave to try and help get some extra denies against Shad. Gabby's doing a really good job in this lane right now. 36 and 14 versus the 34 and 9 on Medusa. That's what you want to see.
Keep in mind he died earlier and he's still like 400 gold ahead of the Medusa. So pretty great start for him. Shad does have the treads now though, so back to the jungle, stacking up some camps. Misses one unfortunately. Oh no, he got it. Wow.
Dude, they were if that. Stormstormer gets a regen rune after taking a ton of damage from Exantic and Helio Core. Really good pickup for him.
I wonder if they make any moves towards the stacks anytime soon. It's quite a bit banked up there by Luna Galaxy. Although they did clear through one of them, so it's just the Ancients left now.
Yeah. It could be good eventually. I mean, I think you want to give that to Medusa if you can, but also wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to pick it up for Divine Llama if you could manage to clear through it with some help.
I mean, Kanaomi's making a big old bank here too. And this is what you want to do with Shadow Demon.
Right.
Stack this up as much as you can. The one risk, of course, being you want to make sure that your opponents don't come in and steal them all. And he is pinging it. He's like, yeah, guys, I got a lot of creeps here. We can do something about this. But Fishman's busy chasing on Divine Llama here as the Lotus spawns.
And get some good damage in after battery assault wears off. Divine Llama turns, hits him a few more times, says, get the hell away from me. And forces out the Watson movement. Stormstormer also making the jump forward. Now he is going to get stunned up, and with everybody rotating over, Divine Llama tries to get away. Only 2 stacks of the Shadow Poison, gets the third. Not enough damage, though. All these rotations moving over, and Stormstormer, he has to give up. Wow, him living there is huge. So much space created, and they stole the stacks.
That's a strange.
Oh, that is vicious. I mean, at least they don't get the Ancients, I guess, only simply because they can't. If they had a hero capable of it, that would have been gone as well. But now this Pangolier gets a huge boost, #1 in the game, and has a Lance of Pursuit.
Wow.
You got some problems right now.
I mean, Yeah, that is really big and gonna tip Stormstormer afterwards. I mean, if they get that kill on Devi Llama, it does feel good, but he's just knowing the limits of his hero and able to get away from those 4 heroes chasing him. That was a big play.
And Fishman was even giving him the wave too, like, oh, I baited you into the tower, haha, like my teammates are coming to kill you.
Right.
He just managed to escape right after. Now, keep in mind, they do have some more stacks at the very least, so there is still quite a bit of more gold banked up here for Watson through that jungle. But Adzantic is massive right now. Diffusal Blade finished, Lance of Pursuit, everything you could possibly want. Keeper of the Light already at 3 points in the Chakra Magic, maxing that out first and getting more stacks up.
Dire's middle tower is
Wow.
under attack.
Yeah, I feel like Ducalis can just stun someone and they're going to die if Adzantic's there.
Right. I mean, the one issue that I am seeing is there are massive stacks built up for the rest of Entity.
Can we check stacks by everyone? There's stacks on both sides, everywhere.
But they're going to come steal it. Oh my God, if they can get this. If Luna Galaxy can steal these stacks, they're right here. This is so much gold. They see the clockwork creep going over to screw the clockwork. Just go get the stacks, whatever. They're going to kill him. It doesn't matter. And now they move in and take him. Oh my God, the call. If they can get this, Watson's moving over. This is a lot of gold. Gonna try and steal it. How many can they get? Already a lot, but they're gonna back away as Watson makes the move with Stormstormer, and they're at least soaking XP.
Yeah.
But it is going to be the gyro that ends up taking him. Gabby now slowed with the Diffusal Blade running in. The stun is there. Do they have enough to keep him alive? They will. Okay, it's Adzantic now trying to get back and away, but Stormstormer slight dodges to get away from that swashbuckle. That was very close. So Entity, they hold on.
He misses again. Dude, he's so stacked that he's missing everything. The disruption to stop the rolling combos and the slight to somehow dodge that swashbuckle. That was so sick. Poor Adzantic's just trying to go in there and flex. And, I mean, yeah, they get the kill in the clockwork, but it felt like there was so much more on the table there for Luna Galaxy.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of nerves also from Entity. Just really good reactions to these moves by Luna Galaxy. And we're still about even. You can tell, though, that Adzantic is the strongest hero in the game at this point. Needs to be able to keep taking advantage of that move. While Shad just keeps farming.
I feel like there was a chance for Luna Galaxy to either A, take all those stacks without going for a fight, or B, really hard push the top tower, and they kind of got a middling in between of like neither of the better successes there, you know? Like just killing the clockwork. That was one of those moments where I think they really needed to try and push this game a bit faster, because I don't want to give the space to Watson, because now he's finding all these additional stacks that were banked up inside of here without having to worry about anything at the moment, and he's going to get into that Aghanim's after this Chrysalis.
Right. He is getting where he needs to be. I mean, this is definitely, well, a good start for Adzantic. Watson is getting what he wants as well. Medusa is starting to catch up, and she also has those Ancients to go back to. But you kind of wonder if the pace that they're going to play at on Entity, if Luna are going to be able to deal with it.
Fishman's trying to go for a big play. He's going to smoke his way all the way around to the Wisdom Rune. He's tumbling. I don't know if he's going to make it. It's a long run. But he's going to get it. No one else is going.
That's pretty big. They're pinging it now on Coddle, but this smoke
hide in the trees.
How
and
close?
Then Cog?
He also
he's gonna hook shot for it.
Oh my God, that's nice. Fishman steals the other Wisdom Rune, but they will pay for this one as they manage to get that kill. Nicely done, though.
That had to be the world's most unnecessary Solar Guardian. He just wanted to get over here.
Yeah, right. And I don't know if they get that ward either. So while it's been some good economic damage done in the jungle, it does feel like, at least for now, Entity doing a good job of, you know, these Wisdom Rune plays. It makes a big difference in the XP world.
Yeah, Wisdom Rune plus him holding that top tower for so long is what helped get him to level 6, now level 8 on this clockwork. Yeah. He just got 6. He's kind of humongous massive at the moment. We got level 6 on Ducalis. I mean, he's just glad to have his ulti at this point. And Yolkor, you know, this is the Keeper of the Light. He's been doing at least a little bit of farming and of course stacking too, so he should be having quite a bit of XP. Probably a little bit behind where he wants to be in comparison, right? Missing on these Wisdom Runes. And again, another stack here. This Dusa Like, he can't even stack the Ancients anymore.
Yeah, you gotta cut some trees.
Yeah, exactly. Gotta do a little bit of deforestation here.
Well, they're going to make a move at the very least and try and get some kills. Gabby on a creep wave. They see him here. Xantic is available with the Diffusal Blade connection, but Gabby backs out, recognizes the potential danger, and won't get caught. So nicely played there. And in the meantime, gotta see what they decide to do with this Manta now done on Medusa, because she is gonna have a strong timing, right? The Scotty with the Manta, it's gonna be looking pretty good for her.
Yeah, no doubt about it. There's a lot of benefits to Medusa in this game, especially if they don't wind up with any sort of like diffusal itemizations. It's kind of the perfect situation, other than the Shadow Demon, of course. That is still the number one thing they'll have to keep an eye on. Kataomi, pretty farmed. Even though some of the stacks get stolen, he is the most rich of the supports. He already has the Faded Brooch, and then is hoping to try and get into that Aether Lens.
Well, Stormer, we watch him farm a bit, but Shad is looking to try and clean these ones up. Started at 7,600 gold and is now exploding up towards that top net worth spot. I think it is, as Fishman chases back to Violama, it's a bit of a weird conundrum, right? Because we always talk about the butterfly build with Shadow Demon and how strong it is, but that's also such a strong timing where Medusas will try and end the game almost, it feels like. Obviously, it's changed over the last couple of patches, but I'm curious to see what Shad's decision-making is in terms of like when he tries to play with the team, when they try and push.
There comes the... I mean, mostly it'll just be around the Aegis, I assume, as we have a Solar Guardian now bottom on the Gabby. See ya later. Attempted a duel there, and it was nothing but an attempt, as this ward is also scouting Kataomi's stacking. Oh, no, sorry, not stacking, just giant stacking, following him.
And they're going to get him. Really good ward there. Place to find that kill. And now taking the tier 1 tower, do they move on into that area? Now, there is a Watcher that's controlled by Dire, which would see that move. It doesn't look like they're doing it yet.
Shad is just walking into 3 heroes kind of unknowingly and just gets away with it.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
He's very strong. Some pings come out. Looks like Fishman wants Gyro to start moving down that way and start farming for Watson. With the Agnum Scepter done, definitely could be good. Kalis drops down a ward of his own. Stormer spotted another miss swashbuckle for Xantic. His entity are now going to head down bottom and try and find Devi Lama.
You know, it'd be nice some dual damage.
Oh, yeah.
Make things feel a bit better here for Gabby. I mean, we gave this guy double MVP in the last series. He was popping off on Shaker and Coddle, helping to get Entity to where they are now. Gotta try and find himself a game here. Got a late pick and quite a few offlaners to choose from.
Ooh. Fishman hunting. Shad makes the move, though. And now this gank attempt is not going to work the way they wanted it to.
Yeah, Gabby just hits up the Twin Gate. Just heads right through. So I'd rather just go farm some of these jungle camps right now. But look at all these heroes storming forward here from Luna Galaxy. They're not going to find Kataomi. Gets away in time. But defensive tools are up. The Heaven's Halberd and Divide Llama. Heaven's Halberd, Blade Mail, and an Orb of Destruction. He is hitting a nice power spike right now with his... He looks pretty scary.
Yeah, he's very strong. This hero can make so much happen with just a few items, it feels like. Now, they do head through the back lines, and they take over that Watcher. That might tip off Gabby to what's going on. It looks like the Lama is happy to just farm up after they brought 5 heroes to that bottom side of the map. Does spot that Gabby was farming that there, and starts heading back to the wave. But yeah, it does kind of feel a bit like a farm factory here. And I think if you're Entity, I'm pretty happy with this. Like, particularly if Kataomi can keep his farm levels up. He just got a Philosopher's Stone. This guy's going to be able to make so much happen.
That's true. If it wasn't for the Shadow Demon, I would be just like way more on the side of Luna Galaxy, I feel like. Like, as strong as Gyro can be, it's a Medusa. And I think Dawnbreaker also has these nice moments heading later too, but just the Shadow Demon itself, being able to turn so much of that around from you, and what we've seen with these talents and these Aghanims, like, he just becomes a monster later on. Kind of Omi even gonna escape there. Nice play. Quite a few enemies around. Thought he might need a bailout there from Fishman, but he gets the bongos delivered and he's gonna take his speed right out of there.
Well, 20 minutes, and we're back down to just about 1,000 gold separating these two teams. And yeah, I mean, I definitely am seeing what you mean about like the strength of Medusa in the later stages and all the rest of it. I'm curious to see like how capable they're going to be of getting on top of Katomi, because that feels like it's going to determine a lot of how this game goes, and of course what the moves are over the next couple of minutes. Stormstormer's getting towards a BKB. Has it completed soon?
I would just, oh, let's see here.
Oh.
Do they have the damage?
They haven't.
Nice. He's out.
Can't get him.
I was going to read you a message I received this morning. It said, hold on. Wednesday, August 30th, 2023, 9:55 a.m. Lyrical. All right, we got to figure out something for long games.
That is true.
That was before, like, the last two games.
Yeah, I did.
Or it was during the first one, I think, and then we had the second game that went crazy long. After 3 relatively other long games, it's been quite a day, and I gotta say this game is kind of looking like we might go that trajectory.
I know it's pretty insane. I don't.
I thought we could workshop it since we're in the long game now. Like, are you thinking like tic-tac-toe? Are you thinking we start like a podcast?
Yeah, right. I think we could workshop it a little bit more. We'll think about it.
Well, we got time.
Maybe not live is an option, but no,
okay.
Yeah, that's what's up. But yes, I have noticed a trend, and you know what? I did a little bit of research myself. 6.82, the comeback patch. That was the one before Troll Sniper that I think was the longest patch of all time. It's only like 15 seconds longer average games than we have right now. So this is one of the longest patches in terms of like average game length that we've had, which is nutty. It's kind of insane what this map changes and everything else has done to the game.
I was thinking about it while watching the games this morning, and I've determined that there's some factors of it that I don't think we can change without ruining pubs.
Right.
Because like one of the things I was thinking is like, oh, if I want to change that, it would be about Roche, because I think that's what's partly causing it. Is this whole idea of the risks around the Roche fights, but also all the rewards from Roche. And I was thinking, well, it would be nice if you couldn't use the outpost TP so much at the Roche fight. Because it feels like it's kind of impossible in some ways to like take a good fight if the enemy team has buybacks and it's on their side of the map, which can feel kind of arbitrary. So you feel like you need this giant lead first. But if you made it so you like, only like one person could TP or something, pubs would be a disaster. So you can't put a limit on the outpost. It's the same thing with the Twin Gate, why they never made a limit on the Twin Gate. Because it just ruins pubs. You know, pro matches, sure, that's fine, but everyone will be miserable. So we need another solution.
We'll workshop that too. We'll figure it out. as Entity, after the Roche is taken for Luna Galaxy, managed to head on over and pick up that Tormentor. One is available also for Luna Galaxy if they want to take that. And ooh, look at that. Katomi already got the Blink Dagger done.
I love this versus the Medusa. We've seen this a lot. I mean, it's a pretty good item for your Shadow Demons and your Oracles anyway, as you tend to want to make sure that you get the save on the proper target. But Shadow Demon versus Medusa is a special example because typically you're trying to get these offensive disruptions. And so Medusa wants to position herself very specifically in the fights. So you get that big blink in. You want to get off the good purge, the good disruption, give your team that advantage that you're hoping for in this fight. They do have good tools to clear out the illusions, but if they're using them on the illusions, obviously that's going to be a better benefit to your teammates. So kind of a win-win there from Entity. And it looks like Luna just gonna start putting a bit of a forward front here ahead of Shad's Medusa. Keep an eye to make sure nobody's making their way towards him. Don't want to waste this Aegis as they press in towards the tier 2s.
Right. Well, and they can make those moves a bit slowly if they want. Also did notice that Chad is queuing up next to the MKB and then right into the butterfly. So that's the other way that you can deal with this. And I imagine that that's going to be a timing with this second Aegis that we see Luna Galaxy try and make some other big move. But the entire side of Entity do not want to give them that opportunity. They're going to start smoking up with these BKBs completed. 3 of them, in fact, ready to battle. This is a big wraparound.
You know, they say the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. Second best time is now. The best time to get dual damage is level 6, but the second best time is now, Gabby. All right? This is his moment.
Oh, they're just out of range too. They see up on high ground, catch him, ward down, duel immediately onto the Pango. Will it be enough? The jump in from Divine Llama, good damage out. Shad's still there doing what he can, but there's gonna be the disruption. They kill off Katomi, his clones survive. And they actually managed to take down Theliocor with those Medusa clones. In further trouble is Divine Llama. Everybody on his team is dead, and it's only Shad left over. It was a perfect angle to come around, and finding its Xantic at the beginning was exactly what they needed to do. They're even gonna buy back on the Shadow Demon? Afraid that he couldn't do it without the rest of them?
I mean, he's kind of scary.
Missile coming down, a couple more hits. They go for the banishment, creating illusions, continuing to beat in, and they actually probably needed that Shadow Demon buyback to get the kill.
That's a sick buyback. I 100% would support that. Because you can't have this guy like kill one of your cores or something. It's worth it. Sack the Shadow Demon just to guarantee it. And that's the perfect counter pick. Got tons of damage on that fight from the Shadow Demon. Very well done. And can we give some credit here? Observer, please. Can we click that ward that was on the pillar and take some notes as to that ward on the pillar there? Yes, the one that was just picked by Fishman. At the very top. I'm sorry, I'm making the Observer do a lot of work because it's worth it, I promise. Right by Kataomi, the Shadow Demon. Yeah, no, oh, no, they're not listening. That's cool. Basically, it was planted by Stormstormer. They gave the obs to Stormstormer. Got the pillar up on the high ground to start the fight. That's huge. Like, mid players. Okay, would you believe it?
Yeah.
Setting it up for your team. Yeah, that was right there.
Is. That was the one. Big play. And Stormstormer got the tip afterwards. Does have a gem coming out right now as well. So they are hitting a really good timing here by Entity. This is exactly what you want to see.
Top tower is under attack.
I will say,
what's Kataomi doing?
They might end up getting caught here. It looks like he's fine.
He was getting a little crazy there. I don't know. I think he thought he was gonna like blink back or something. I don't even know.
Well, Satanic completed for the gyrocopter. A big fight won. Still, there is danger, though, I would say. You know, that was Aegis round 1 taken. The second Aegis is probably the big timing that they're going to be looking for. Are
they going to lose this Wisdom Rune?
Looks like it. Stormstormer.
Oh, look at him.
Gonna try and steal it. The timing. Oh, Divine Llama gets it a little quicker.
What a cheeky play. Back out, and that is the Aghanim Scepter complete for Stormstormer as he also approaches level 20. So he is about to hit a very dangerous timing. Now looking towards that shard next for himself as well. And Gyro, Watson, you know, he's not after my heart here. He is going for the Daedalus, no defusal. The Shadow Demon is enough, he says.
Right.
Might be right on that.
Well, and Shadow Demon himself is trying to get into that Aghanim Scepter. It's going to be a very interesting couple of minutes here because Entity are starting to get some really big items. The Theliocor going to get caught, not able to get away from Stormstormer. But yeah, I think that there is still going to be this interesting window where, like, man, Xantic really has fallen off in terms of the amount of like net worth and stuff he's got. I'm looking even at his levels. He's level 16 compared to the 19 of Ember. That's what those fights will get you.
Yeah. That's unreal considering how well his game started. And I think his itemization was pretty solid. It was basically the same way that we saw Stormstormer do it when he had the Pango in a passive game where he went for those Ags because they didn't have quite enough fights to justify like the really early blink. But he he's still sticking up there, but obviously Stormstormer getting back into this one and about to hit a much more powerful timing. You know, being able to use the Aghanim Scepter with the Fire Emblems is so ridiculous, and that now the Shard, I think, flying out. And now he's even thinking of the Radiance to further mess with some of this damage and coming out from Luna Gaming. That's a bit intense.
I will say that they're stacking up a lot of evasion and a lot of mischance on the side of Entity, and already the Medusa trying to get into this MKB.
Yeah,
you know,
Shivas.
Right. Well, and I think the other thing too to keep in mind is not just like the item choices, but the way that last fight went. Obviously, as Luna Galaxy, you're feeling bad about it, but the thing that you can sort of hang your hat on was that was basically best case scenario for Entity. They found the Pango right at the start, dueled him, didn't get a single spell off. If that doesn't happen like that again, if they can manage to keep this Pango alive, they're going to be in a much better fighting situation on the side of Luna Galaxy.
And that's, of course, why he's going for this Lincoln Sphere. Wants to make sure that doesn't happen again. But the answer is already here. Gabby, lots of value in this Heaven's Halberd this game. Popping Lincolns or just getting on top of Shad. Plenty they can do. And Stormstormer, maybe he doesn't have to buy Radiance now that he found a Cloak of Flames. It's not going to slow him down, though.
Radiant are scanning.
We'll see what he decides to go for. Making that move back over towards top again to farm up some creeps. And the Galaxy right in the area when Roche would respawn. It's 1 minute 40 seconds, though. It's going to be the timing on that one.
So guaranteed Radiant side. MKB done. Ag's the next choice there for Fishman. He wants those ridiculous rocket flares you get from the overclock, but he waits from that. And a nice pickup here from Divide Llama. Going in towards that AC after here. So trying to get through. I mean, we got Flat Cannon, we got Legion, we got Sleight of Fist. Lots of value here for that.
That is huge. This is actually a really good timing. If they can take this fight in good fashion, jump in, get the duel right on target at the beginning, and Divide Llama in trouble, but surviving? Wait a minute, tries to walk away, but they have enough with everything dropped onto him to get the kill, but Shad's still standing somewhat tall. They run down Fishman, gonna get that kill. And Xantic got the ulti up, and Stormstormer is stuck up here. He doesn't have
the friendly deuces.
Oh, it's gonna be able to get him out. All right, they're fine.
Oh my goodness, man. That disruption in the middle of the fight, it just drives back at Xantic. He's like, I just don't want to deal with this right now. And
interesting.
Man. Once again here, though, from Kataomi, getting that ulti on top of the Dawn, making sure that she's not going to have a chance in that fight. She's trying to escape and eventually gets finished off by the call down. So very well done. Control over the area as Roche is approaching.
I like what I'm seeing from Entity. I like this timing that they're showing, but I do still worry about, like, you know, these fights are happening because of Gabby. Gabby needs to keep getting those initiations. He's playing really well right now. I wonder if that stuff changes at all if he's not able to get those perfect combinations off.
And Shad just wants in right now. He has this enchanted quiver. He's feeling strong with the MKB. If he gets that approach onto someone, it's a lot of immediate damage. They have the flare, though, so they're going to be able to keep an eye on this if they decide to commit into the pit. Fisherman says, we need some vision, man. He's telling them where to plant the wards. Help me out.
Shadow Demon just got the Aghanim Scepter completed.
Oh, baby.
So another big timing. Man, this Legion has been such a thorn in the side of Luna. And Shad steps forward. I mean, they keep on getting initiated on. If you're showing on a wave like that, it's hard to imagine it not happening. We'll have to wait and see where they decide to go. I mean, it's all about this Roche.
Yeah, and Fishman doesn't want to flare up top just in case, because the wave is starting to push in towards top tower, so typically Clockburst can help push that out, but he just wants to make sure, like, we cannot let them get this Roche ahead of us, guys.
Catches that wave. And yeah, the wave is pushing in up top, which is going to do some damage to that tower, but now into the pit, they're going to start to farm it.
He just sent a flare up there, so...
Oh my god, dude, that timing. If that actually gets it to him... No, the flare comes out now that they see that Roche is going. Scary. Gyrocopter illusions being sent forward first. Medusa illusions on gyro illusions. Everybody else back behind that Medusa.
So far back.
They are ready to keep them alive, though.
That flare didn't see them.
It's Xantec hiding. Need to be careful. The angle on this is scary. Bashing Shad, rooted on 2. Keeps hitting away. Clockwork looking for an angle. They have to be careful. The roll through catches him, and Xantec already gets the roll off. Stormstormer in, BKB out. The banishment onto that Medusa. Shad forward. Who gets it? Stormstormer gets the Aegis. That's what they needed. Katomi, though, he ends up dying, so it might not matter. No, Shaddy's in trouble, but the swap keeps him alive. Shad's still hurting. He doesn't have anything left in the tank. Way too much damage, and Stormstormer is doing so much this game.
Yeah, he got in at the same time. Fishman found the angle. He went all the way back up to the north, essentially, and came down with the hook shot to make sure there was going to be Stormstormer that snagged that Aegis. So great teamwork there from those two. Dancing to the back of the pit there as well.
Look at
between the vision of the flares. Wait, I thought he was going to go in there, and he just stops in the pit. I was like, oh, snap. Like, I got hard baited right there. And then, yeah, the hook shot comes out at the exact right time. Beautifully done. The stun onto the Medusa gives the free pickup. Man, if she gets that Aegis, I don't know if that fight goes their way.
No, it doesn't feel like it would have. Crazy, really good recognition of everything that needed to happen. And then Medusa is just food, gets blown up. My goodness, Entity. And you know, we've been highlighting Gabby and all the stuff he's been able to do. I guess it's worth noting part of the reason he go in like that is because Stormstormer is starting these fights perfectly every time.
Radiant's middle tower.
Getting that vision down and can do it even more with Shiva's now delivered.
Yeah, and they're trying to solve that by getting the scythe on the Coddle to maybe give them a chance. Oh, I'm so glad he went Shiva's, by the way. I think that's much better than the Radiance. Because it's just the vision, right? That's what I really like about this decision. We've seen, I feel like that item has just looked better and better as time has passed here. Oh my goodness, yeah, Ducalis finds a big old stash of Lotuses here.
Oh yeah, everything's been happening down bottom. Nobody's going top. It kind of makes sense. Well, another Tormentor going to be claimed for Entity. And Medusa getting towards Butterfly, but you're starting to wonder if they've now built themselves too deep of a hole to try and pull themselves out of. Everybody on Entity is getting that next tier of items, and levels too. Levels are a huge issue.
And what a game to get the shard on Legion Commander too. That bonus armor versus Deuce Up Pango Dawnbreaker, yeah. I'll take that.
Radiant are scanning.
God, and a timeless relic for Stormstormer.
That's what they need on Theolocor right now. If they can grab that in combination with the Scythe, try and actually lock down Stormstormer and get the kill onto him, that would be huge, because he still has not gone in for the Lincolns. Not currently thinking about it either. That could be something that Theolocor could make him regret.
Rune of double damage.
Need more time, and Entity continue to take the fight to them in the perfect ways. I think the mid-game team fighting from Entity in so far this game has just looked levels ahead of Luna Galaxy. They've done everything right and picked their moments.
Part of it is because a good fight for Luna Galaxy would require Pango to have vision and jump in and start with a solid roll. And they don't have a great way of making that happen. Whereas, I mean, how many times we see Fishman just sending out flares, you know?
Yeah.
And we got Clockwork. We also have the Shadow Demon, which, you know, middle of the fight, run up a little bit of Shadow Poison, never hurts. Passing the ward over to Stormstormer and that fight up top. They clearly have vision on the mind for Entity and are understanding how much it's doing for them in these fights.
Oh, Shad.
Oh, he's so fast.
Gotta be careful here. Stormstormer just a couple of seconds late on finding that Medusa, and while she is about to complete the Butterfly, 50 gold away from having it done, it is already completed MKB on Gyrocopter.
And look at these cross-map flares that Fishman's sending out.
Yeah.
He's moving as he does it to try and cover as much space as he can to get an idea of where they're moving inside the jungle and where they're not. And there goes Shad's courier. Did it have the Butterfly on it? Oh, he didn't buy it yet. Ooh, that's good.
Okay. That's important.
Yeah, the talisman is still waiting to be purchased here.
They're going to have to make a run over to the other secret shop. It looks like that's the call already. And in the meantime, Entity are moving to try and secure maybe another Tormentor for themselves. It looks like Watson's going over to do it.
Is he the only one who's missing it? Yeah, he is. So this will be for Watson.
Big. Entity, very, very farmed right now. Taking the tier 2 tower. While Shad makes the move over, is going to finish off that butterfly, it looks like. Although, oh, wait, didn't buy it?
Yeah. Oh,
hello?
Wait. Buddy, shift queuing, sir?
He's worried about getting hooked and then not having buyback.
Yeah, I think it's a buyback issue. But, all right. He's not going to run it.
Interesting.
Dire.
Well, Aegis expires, and Gabby picks up a haste rune.
Attack.
The Illicore is moving over to the other side of the map, trying to push out these waves and secure them some later stage Dota.
I do like the Ninja Gear choice.
Oh, jump, duel. Divine Llama caught again. Everything used. Will it be enough to keep him alive here? Tries to jump out. They do get the swap away, but the missile's still chasing, and he's in trouble. It's Antic. Can he keep him alive? Trying to do the best they can. The Hex is there. It's good on his Stormstormer. It's not enough yet, though, but he will die.
That's Gem.
Divine Llama actually got the kill, and now chasing for more. Katomi pops the ulti, jump forward, hits for the moment with that stun, chase forward for more. But no, God, look at the range on Katomi with that telescope. That is crazy.
Well, the Illicore was right, you know? He's like, I just gotta get sight. If I get sight, I can ruin this Ember's game. So grabs him there. Hasn't changed his mind. I mean, he's holding 4K gold. I feel like, I mean, how do they catch him if he gets Lincolns? Like,
Yeah, he immediately switches over to a Lincoln.
Okay, yeah, because there's just no way. Like, look at their heroes. Popping that Lincolns is going to be very difficult.
I mean, he can maybe do it with blind, or rather the Soulbind.
Yeah.
Shenanigans, but it's not easy.
No, it's gonna be a tough one. Or like your Force Staff, but again, like anything that gives you that little bit of timing and space to make sure you don't get scythed is gonna be huge.
Well, 14,000 gold lead at 41 minutes in, and they do have, I believe, oh, Medusa's actually doing the swap over. Okay, so I think she sold the Eagle Song.
Yeah,
and
she
instead
did.
is going Aghanim Scepter. So saw that MKB and Gyro and said, screw that. She actually sold it.
Yeah. Why do you gotta do, man? I mean, if he's gonna finish MKB, you don't have a choice.
Yeah.
So it was all a bait, a 15 or 1,700 gold bait or something there, you know?
Right.
Oh wait, it's only 1,400. Yeah, it's 2,800 these days. Eagle Song's dirt cheap.
Well, very interesting. Does also have the shard completed. So turning everybody to stone, not bad. Meanwhile, jump in. They find Ducalis with the duel this time, and that one is going to be an easy win.
It took a while to get this damage for Gabby, but now already up to 100. It comes in fast in the late game.
Right. Start stacking that up very quickly.
Katomi's insane. Hey, you said at the start, like, yeah, this game keeps going. If he keeps getting farmed, I'm okay with it. And yeah, he's farmed. It's a Shadow Blade coming out. All right.
Okay.
So I didn't get Ninja Gear. I guess I'll just buy Shadow Blade.
That's crazy. Interesting, though. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly. It feels right now as if Entity are in just very good control of this game, gonna wait for that next Aegis to come up. It does look like it's going to spawn Radiant, but only about a minute or so before the swap over. So we'll see if Entity are in position to get that right away, or if it is gonna end up being a dire side Roche.
I want to see how much work this Agnums does for the Medusa.
Yeah.
Because with how a Gyro and a Legion has to play the fight, there is a chance that this Stone Form makes a big difference. And they do have a lot of physical damage to stack on top of it too, of course.
Smoke. I'm not sure if that one was quite scouted by that ward that's expiring right now, but the illusions going out definitely will be seen. And 30 seconds away from the Aegis, all of these fights have gone the way of Entity so far. Can they get another one going their direction? Stormstormer hits level 25 and gets a shield rune.
Ooh. The 12 Remnant charge time. At least it wasn't an arcane rune, I guess. All right, where's the overclock, Fishman?
Divine
Let her
Llama.
rip.
Yeah. The run through. jumping right at the start. Finds Sukalis, finds Shad. Xantic already got the roll off. Meanwhile, you drop down with the Vilama. Wants to find Watson. Do they have enough damage? He's starting to fold. This army's gone. Can't do anything. Duel on Medusa. Will it be enough damage? Yes, indeed it will. Gabby is a monster. But they do end up getting away with it. Xantic for the moment. Can he actually escape? It doesn't quite look like it, as the chase down is there. 4 dead. They get Gyro, but everybody else is going to fall.
I mean, you can look at the death summary of the Medusa, and you might be confused, because why does it say 920 damage from Medusa? That's a lot. Yeah, it's a good counter, it turns out. From the old Shadow Demon, so just got her again. Despite what looked like a pretty good start to that fight, Watson blown up rather quick. Didn't even get a chance to utilize all of his tools, and didn't matter at all.
Katomi's doing a ton here. And now with everybody dead, I mean, yeah, Roche respawns, but Entity are trying to look to put some serious hurt onto these buildings. Gabby has definitely come online by this point. Another buyback, this time used on Dusa. It's a nice one for them. Can they get anything out of these buybacks, though, besides just defending their racks? It feels so bad if that's all you get.
I'm thinking that's probably all they're going to get.
They're going to TP over. They want to find Fishman, and they're going to catch him here with the Coddle. Jumps in. Hex. Oh, Hex doesn't break it, though. Doesn't matter. Still dead. And they're going to try and go in and secure the Aegis, maybe. No, Stormstormer's already there.
Roche?
Yeah, they're going to get it instead.
Oh, he's got the remnants in. I was wondering why Roche was running in and out. The remnants just mindlessly burning Roche away.
I mean, they ran down there, but it's a dire side Aegis. And so Refresher Shard going the way of Entity. They do have a quick little listen into that last fight, what ended up happening. Let's hear what they had to say.
I think we keep it. Oh, we still goes up. I'm putting ops, I put ops.
Where? Sure,
There were doves. I keep Panga. I hide Relduza. Relduza. On me, help. Help. I'm alive, guys.
Killing Mendo.
The tank.
Fine, what's on?
Okay. I got him. Okay.
I can jump soon, Stormer. 1 sec. Oh.
Back.
Are scanning.
You can hear all that emphasis put just on the Tusa getting that disruption off, and then the duel. They were single track mind, and once she's gone, it's all done.
I like how they wipe 4 heroes and they just still so like serious and stone cold. Like there's no big pop off, and they're like, oh, we got them, or like let's go, like we won this. They're just so focused right now, knowing that anything is still possible. We've seen quite a bit. It is insane that it's still 30%. That is unbelievable. It's been like this all day. Every time we have these crazy long games, you look at Dota Plus, it's like, I'd say I am like 30%. They're not like 40K. There could be like 2 rapiers on the other team. It's like, nah, they could pull it out, and it's been right several times.
Yeah.
People have managed to claw back these huge leads right now in this patch. Nothing is feeling very safe, and again, that's why once more, we're about to hit 50 minutes. We might just hit an hour again, guys.
Yeah, it legitimately might happen. They're so far in the lead, but they do not want to walk high ground here. And likewise, all these gold, all this objective out on the map, it does mean that like sitting high ground feels a lot worse. And it kind of makes you feel like you have to get out there and do things on the map, but it's really difficult to do anything. It does also look like they got the double gem action going on right now between Pango and Coddle. So if they're out there, at least they're going to feel somewhat confident that they're not under vision, most likely. And yeah, immediately take that ward away there. But
I've done my timetables here. Is Ken only going to get this wisdom rune? I think he is. Oh, he's on point, this guy. Oh, wait. No, he's not. Wait,
remember.
Do your times tables.
There it is.
School was 4.
He's shadow blading in. Big play. Divine Llama is a monster right now. Has Abyssal Blade done in level 25.
Yeah, that is true. Stormstormer is also making his way through there. Imagine if they could somehow lock him down with a bash or an Abyssal Blade. Ooh, Gabby.
It's up top. Oh my God. Yeah, get out of there, Ducalis. You do not want to be messing around with those guys. He's just getting flared, man. He almost killed Ducalis with just the flares.
Jeez.
He had to dodge it. That was so much damage out from those.
Oh, Fishman, can you relax?
No. They take the Tormentor on Dire. No more shards to give out, but does get that golden experience. Man. And Aeon Disc now for Shadow Demon too. That is, he is really scary. Getting that Philosopher's Stone, all those stacks being built, and Katomi is just doing everything for him.
There's just no way you don't get disrupted.
Yeah.
Between Shadowblade, Blink, Aeon, Telescope. It just feels impossible to escape from. I'm going to grab a Lincoln Sphere here as well into Viola Core. But quick answer there from Watson. Also has his own Lincolns to pair with his BKB as that gets lower. Speaking of which, BKB was also purchased by Medusa, sitting in her stash right now as he's trying to finish up the Agnum's Blessing recipe to get that infused.
Okay. I wonder if they're thinking they're just going to hold out for the next tier items on Luna. I feel like that's probably the play, right? Keep sending illusions out. You get further and further behind and just hope. I don't even know what items you hope for, but something.
I think Entity had a bit of a window here that maybe they could have utilized, but 30 seconds left in this Aegis. It's going to run out soon. I do think that typically some of the heroes can be tough for high grounding, but because of how farm the Ember is and the items he chose, it doesn't really matter because he's just going to Shiva's Guard, zip his way through while the triple flares are going, and they're going to have such good vision that I don't think high ground is going to be much of a problem. They're mostly just going to try and kill you, which then opens up buyback issues. Currently, right, though, if they remember, Medusa has no buyback. She's still in cooldown for 2 more minutes.
Right. Same with Dawnbreaker.
Yeah.
So there was a window here with no buybacks on Radiant and all the rest of it. And, you know, I'm saying this again with a 33,000 gold lead, 34,000 gold lead. It just keeps going up. But if you're looking at, like, the state of Dota right now, this is not necessarily safe. We've seen comebacks much bigger than this before, and almost comebacks, too, a lot of times. I feel like a crazy person, but it's actually true.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I feel like that one was definitely high groundable, but I get it. Right. I don't want to lose a game like this either. They might come back to regret it, though. I feel like you're just putting yourself in a more even situation by giving them a potential other chance at growth.
Totally.
But
no, I agree. My point was more that I feel like, you know, the safe play can sometimes not always be actually the safe play because you have to go high ground at some point or take a fight at some point. And I mean, maybe their thought process is just we're always going to be able to take that good fight, but they need to make sure that they're not giving up any free information around the map and not giving away one of those Aegises. The Elite Core right now is out on the map, getting down some wards and trying to just secure this area, it looks like, although I believe that the next Aegis is going to be up top. It should be at least.
Yeah, unless it's like instant, right? Yeah, if it's like instant, there'll be 30 seconds.
Right. Octarine Core Clockwork. Oh my God.
Why are all our pro games just turbo? They're just like, everyone gets their turbo items. It just takes a long time.
Look at his items. He has Yasha, Kaya, Octarine Core, Ags. This does so much damage. He's just melting creep waves with his level 20 talent.
So we did get Agnum's Labyrinth. It's just in normal games.
Right,
exactly. Yeah, everyone just gets really farmed. It's fine. It is PvE for the most part. We only have 36 kills in 53 minutes. We've mostly killed creeps. We got 700 last hits, 650 last hits, 582 last hits.
Oh my God, they see Katomi walking. He's just strutting forward. They immediately run away. Although, Gabby, smoke breaks. Everybody's afraid. They're so scared, dude. Everybody is so scared. It's crazy.
That was actually a good choice.
Man.
That would have been a very bad decision to blink up there.
I know.
A lot of heroes.
Everybody just is not wanting to fight. It's a spooky time to play some Dota, man.
So is this where we talk about the long games now?
This is what I'm talking about. Yeah, we gotta. We'll come up with something for next game, guys. Don't worry.
I'm gonna go on my SVG arc and just learn all the lore. I think like the kobolds and the rebellions and the Vools. I know he loves the Vools.
The Vool assassin is sick. That's my favorite creep.
That is your favorite. Yeah, you've always been all about that.
Do you remember what the activatable or the thing is called?
Is it Envenom?
It's Envenomed Weapon.
Oh, I was close.
It's really strong. I love the Envenomed Weapon.
I mean, we almost had Veno do that, right? I mean, we had that one patch where it was like, oh, it just reduces all healing. Is this good?
Super nice. I liked it.
That went away. It had like another mini AA, but it was too much.
I mean, the Envenomed Weapon actually now is kind of insane, right? Because the duration for heroes is only 2 seconds, right? So it reduces regen for 2 seconds, but at the max level, it's 90%. So think about just like punching a Huskar with that, right? That's actually crazy how strong it is.
Someday, someone will make the play.
Doom's gonna eat the Envenomed Weapon. Did Stormstormer spot the other core there? Oh, he sees him now. Oh, couldn't get him.
He must not have seen him. He hit Gleipnir.
Yeah, I think he probably didn't then, actually.
Yeah.
Every second that passes, if you look at the graph, you're getting further and further into
away
the favor
from God
of Luna. It just keeps going up. It's like, you shouldn't have waited. The Medusa cometh. It might not do anything, but there's a chance that it would be insane.
Oh, Thielcore? Is he going for the Wisdom Rune? How bold is he?
Dun, 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 dun. Take the DD, bro. Yeah, he gets that one. All right, Roche is back up. Are they going to wait? Dude, what if they wait until daytime to take it?
No, don't say that. Don't say that.
What if they wait until daytime?
Why would they wait till daytime? That's so much worse.
Because then you get the Aghanims, right? Wait,
yeah, but then it's on their side. Does everyone have Aghs?
Everybody has Aghs already. They all have Aghs.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my Aghs Roche is so bad, man, you know? Because, like, by the time you get it, everyone has Aghs anyway, because it's, like, 60 minutes.
Oh, it's so true. All right, Thielcore's going for the Wisdom Rune after seeing that, hey, guess what? They're getting the Aegis, so 24 for him.
Oh, their third cheese. Perfect.
Yep. Where's the block of cheese?
I mean, honestly, it's shocking it hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, it really is. You think it would just happen by accident at some point.
They're going to add a recipe where you can just put 3 cheese together. I mean, what is the angle of this wedge? How many cheese do we need to complete one? It looks like maybe 5 to 6.
Yeah, it's true.
At that point, we just have a whole cheese, which should just be the block of cheese.
I like this.
Yeah.
Hey, Ducalis just got Aghs. That's pretty nice.
Oh, good. Now he won't care about Roche either.
Exactly. They're ready for it, man. Any other 25s? Let's see. Pango has it. Oh, they have 25. 2 charges of disruption for Katomi. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
All right, buy Dagons. New mission.
Now you got some strats here.
Yeah.
They also have a rapier queued up on Divine Llama.
Nice.
Yeah.
He's actually almost got the gold for it, too. Which is nutty. And a rapier queued up for Medusa. She actually has the gold to complete it.
He also did get that Wisdom Rune, by the way. So, well done.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, will he be chased down, though? Goes to the secret shop. Jump through.
Shad. Hook shot in. Shad in trouble. Broken. Trying to stand in place, trying to stand his ground, taking a lot of damage. Watson there, everybody just getting exploded. Ducalis does get the swap out, but the duel is there, and Xantic is dead. No buyback on this Venge, but does still have the illusion. Eventually starting to fall and is going to get killed off. Pango has buyback, but Watson is so strong. So incredibly strong. They can't finish off this rapier in time. She can't get to the secret shop. Needs to send over. She's sending over her courier right now on Medusa, trying to get it. Do they decide to go out? Medusa still standing up front and center. The Hex is there, the control, the stun onto 3, doing good damage, but Medusa starting to die. The heal coming from Divine Llama. The turnaround, it's there. She's barely surviving, but finally going to be brought down. There's the buyback. Starts to fall. Divine Llama also back into this. It's Antic slows down Fishman with all the buyback to use. Fishman, he gets out. Oh my God, the jetpack TP. You love to see it.
And he's just off the map and out of there. Up into space and then back home. This gyrocopter comes back up. He has almost 12,000 gold and is level 28.
Dude, buy a moon shard, buy anything. Oh my God.
Well, you know, when you have a 3,600 gold buyback, it can be tough to manage your finances.
That's true. Oh man, and Medusa, I mean, wise decision, I guess, in the end, not to buy the rapier, because didn't quite have gold for buyback. 800 gold away right now from completing the rapier. Don't know if she's gonna decide to send out that courier to try and get it or not.
I'm still surprised that defense worked out.
She went the other way.
Like, wait, only lose 1 Rax?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, her courier is still just lurking over there.
Her courier is at the Dire secret shop, actually. Yeah, so they're gonna have to be really careful, particularly with Clockwork Flare. But Pirate Hat, Fallen Sky, it's online.
Oh, no.
Almost
It's time.
60k gold lead. And Heliocor gonna try and farm up some creeps for his team in the meantime.
It's on the way home.
All right.
It's making its way along the bottom side of the map here.
Rapier online soon while Heliocor farms. Trying to do all that he can to get some items for the team. They need it real bad. He gets 1. Gonna pass it back most likely.
Send him home. Send him back. Stygian for the gyro, though. Force boots for the Shadow Demon. Enemy are getting them all. Hurry, Heliocor.
They're getting all those items. Meanwhile, they're pushing.
Rapier's coming.
Shad, Rapier online. They got it. Jumps in. They get the swap. Oh, they got him. Fishman in trouble. Disruption to save him for the moment. Stuns. Watson starting to fall. Watson so low, he's dead. That was the fight they needed. The disruption came too late. Shad does so much damage. Can they get any more? They don't have Dawnbreaker. It's Xantic. He tries to get out of there. They need a couple more hits on the Fishman. It's not quite going to happen. Fallen Sky out.
Gyro?
Trying to take
bots?
them down. Shad hitting, punching, beating into them. They don't quite have the damage yet. The swap in pulls them close. Remnant out. He's going to walk away fine. They have Pango and the Dawnbreaker dead for a while. All right, Shad finally getting a Hurricane Pike.
Look at Fishman. Just standing there. He took 2,100 damage from blade mails on that gyrocopter. That's why he died.
Wow.
He just kind of got stuck in there, didn't BKB, and got annihilated. Hookshot in.
Jumps for it. They have that Force Staff ready for the, well, Medusa, but the duel is there. Do they have enough damage to bring her down? The swap, the damage reduction, keeping her alive. She's killing them all off. Shad walks back into the fountain, gets away with one. Gabby? Now the swap keeps him into the fountain. Gabby, push back in. Gabby, dying to the fountain, and Gabby is gonna fall. The Ancient is exposed. Entity says, screw you guys. We're gonna end this game.
Can they?
They're gonna take it down. Game number 1 going to Entity.
All right, well, you know, just a casual lead. Sorcerer was grabbing his heart there for a second. Just, all right, whew. You know, no worries. My gyro bought back. Bots couldn't get back into the fight. Took him a second, but he made it there eventually.
Oh, man.
So, like, how many of these games have we had today now?
I don't know.
Every
Enough.
game. Like, what is going on today here, guys?
I don't know. They're so afraid.
Like, all right, let me just look at the games so far today here, okay? Is this actually real? All right, so we've had 83 minutes, 58 minutes, 44 minutes, 57 minutes, 81 minutes, and now 62 minutes.
Yeah, dude, this is one of the shorter ones. I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure what the hell you do. Just pick the later game team, or it's just when you get to these crazy scenarios, like everybody's just afraid.
This is awesome. This is unbelievable. I don't even know, man. This is just crazy.
I'm loving it. Obviously, a very stressful situation for these players. This moment right here, 25 minutes in, did feel like it was one of the huge fights that just set the tone for the game. And as much as we can talk about all the craziness of Gyro late game, I felt like Stormstormer was the standout performer, because if not for like that ward that he dropped down that you're talking about, if not for his Aegis steal, I think that they probably run away with this game on Luna Galaxy. Gabby got the vision for the duels eventually from Stormstormer running in. He's my MVP at least.
So to be clear here, this is actually a below average length game now.
Okay, got it.
If you add all the minutes up today, we're averaging 64 minutes per game.
That's nuts.
I've never had this happen while casting. This is unbelievable. 6 games that took 385 minutes to complete.
It's been a long day of Dota, man.
Sir, that's 6 hours and 20 minutes.
Yeah, no, the below average game of 62 minutes. I don't know, like, so here's the thing. It's one of those weird situations where it's not guaranteed to happen every time though, right? But it is definitely possible that it could happen. Do you just plan for this now as a team, do you think? That it's going to go late no matter what? So, like, just choose a late scaling lineup?
It feels like we've got to be considering them at this point. I mean, typically I wouldn't advise it, but it seems to be leaning that way. Like, it doesn't appear to be avoidable at the moment right now, but I will avoid, if I'm Luna Galaxy, picking Medusa into Shadow Demon again, I will say.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't hate the pick because I get it. It is very beneficial compared to all these other matchups. Like, they have so much AoE damage. Like, these heroes are balanced around the fact they could do a lot of AoE damage. Gyrocopter, Emperor Spirit, even Legion Commander to some degree in terms of like the overwhelming odds and stuff. So a hero that is just so individually tanky is going to have some benefits versus them, especially when they don't itemize into that Diffusal Blade. But of course, the Shadow Demon just ridiculous, just way too good. And they're going to get themselves the win because of it.
I love it. I think, yeah, I like what you said earlier. We're actually going to give it to Gabby. That's fair.
It's fine. It's fine.
He had a really good performance too, able to shut down some of those key targets at the moments when they needed it to happen. I think that, like, in terms of game number 2, obviously you want to try and get this one out of your head for the side of Luna Galaxy, but I think that there's also something to be said for taking that Clockwork out. That hero seemed like you really created some problems.
Yeah,
I don't know if you need to do that in the probably in the second phase. That changes things a little bit for me. What do you think about getting rid of Gyro though? Gyro's still undefeated.
Yes.
I don't know. I'm
presumably their first pick though. So
True.
If you're Entity,
True.
I'm thinking they're probably going to ban Gyro. Seems like a safe bet. I don't think they're going to let Gyro go 8 straight wins in the qualifiers. Surely 7 is enough. I think we've had enough of this hero. I don't think it should be first pickable at this point. It's looking a little too good in Western Europe.
Well, I am just going to try and recover my heart for a little bit. We're going to take a quick break, everybody. And when we get back, we're going to have game number 2. Maybe that one will go 100 minutes. Who knows? Let's find out right after this.
Go, go, go.
Udrywa się?
Go, go, go. I do it, Pango. Kill Pango. Kill Pango.
He dead. Kite the Duza. I'm kiting Duza.
Kotal dying.
I got Lilith, but I'm dead.
Yeah.
Kotal almost dead. Don't break her, guys.
Go fight. I can second spell you.
Last one. Take the Duza. Don't TP. No mana.
But she can kill us, maybe.
Never mind. No need.
Guys, she will kill us after, I think.
Yeah. I think we can.
Maybe we buy back to steal one. Oh no. She has no TP.
Yeah. I can second spell you, Watson. Go fight, maybe.
I fight after stun.
Okay, this
I fight
first. Yeah.
Wait, my next stun.
No, just fight him.
Good shit.
Go for me.
Good fight, guys.
welcome back, everybody. We are here for another foray into 60-minute, 80-minute, 90, 200-minute Dota as we get ready for this game number 2. I don't know anymore. I'm not even sure how to handle it, how to process it. I feel like it's just the expectation now that we're going to get tier 5 items at the very least, not more. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, maybe we'll get some more Book of Shadows I saw earlier today. Finally got a Pirate's hat. I noticed in a lot of the longer games, the Pirate hats weren't coming out, but the meta has now been updated because everyone realizes that this is not the end. 60 is actually just the beginning. You're only approaching the game time average, so it's very important to make sure that you get the Pirate hat right now. Yeah, that's what we learned today.
The other thing that we are just noticing right in front of us is that it is going to be that gyrocopter band off like you thought it would be, because Entity are the ones with second pick this time. So Luna Galaxy are going to get their pick of the broken heroes here. We'll see what they decide to end up taking.
Yeah, and at least in our experience, I think across both regions we did in North America and Western Europe, I think every single game has gone one team chooses first pick. There might have been some exceptions, but almost always it's whoever is first priority takes first pick, and whoever has second priority takes Radiant. Virtually every single time. So it seems to be the two things that are most beneficial right now in Dota, in their opinion, with the more important one being that first pick. And I definitely agree. I think first pick looks way better. So we'll see what they want to leave open. Oh, look at this. They don't want to give the clutch factor over to Shad, okay? Because if Shad's going clutch, it's Faceless Void, 100%. I love that ban.
That is interesting. Yeah, and then they opt on the side of Luna Galaxy to take out that Shadow Demon. You saw Katomi give a little smile afterwards. Yeah. He was definitely feeling himself after that last match where he completely took over in terms of the amount of damage dealt and everything else. But yeah, this is going to be a unique one to watch to see what Luna Galaxy want to go for. Nature's Prophet, they take the Treant. Hey, if we're going late game, let's go late game, baby.
All right, that's what I said before game 1. Pick tree and win, baby. Luna didn't want to give it up as first pick, so they did ban it in the previous match. Now that's available, they take it. They prefer it over the Vengeful Spirit. I think they'll probably ban that out, I would assume. So Entity don't get it. I would put that in one of my 2 bans right now if I was Luna Galaxy.
5 seconds.
Seems like a decent plan to take that one away. What else? I mean, the Coddle also feels like it's pretty important for Entity if they can get it.
Yeah.
Running that with although actually with Dawnbreaker now, I mean, they could still do it, but
it's still good. I 100% agree. Yeah. I mean, they already banned it. They're smart. You're smart.
Yeah. No, thank you.
It's the way to go.
All right.
We've seen how strong it is in the support and the core. Plus, you can still flex Dawnbreaker. They're up a game. I don't want to leave anything to chance here. Like, this Dawn could end up being like a 5 or something, and then they pull off this off-lane Coddle, or it could go 4. It could go mid or safe lane. You never know. Just get rid of these big mix-up heroes and try and keep some good ideas as to what's happening during this draft. As whenever you are the first pick, of course, you're not going to get that final say. They're going to get some certain core matchups that they get to counterpick you into. So, yeah, I like this. Coddle and Venge. Perfect 2 heroes to me.
And for Entity now, because it's going to be first pick out of this phase for them, they can take away maybe one of those combinations. Ember and Pango both still feel like they're pretty high priority for these 2 teams. They're going to take away the Deuce instead with no Shadow Demon nearby for a counter, and instead they take the Grim.
Oh. All right, this is how they started the tournament. They had that game where they went Grim with Doom and Razor, and it did not go well for them. That was the last time they lost. So back to the old me.
Like the Grim.
You don't like the Grim. Well, it's got Dawnbreaker, though. It's okay. I don't know. Grimstroke seems really strong right now. This ability to actually pop the Inkswell when you want. Everyone gets a shard now, too, which wasn't really a thing the last time Grimstroke was popular. I don't think he was popular when there were Tormentors before, so I think that's pretty helpful for him, too.
Dude, you know what I want to see?
Nasty combo. What do you want to
right now? I want to see Luna Galaxy just drop like PA mag. Whatever they need to get it, I want to see a PA in this game, I think, because I feel like that illusion, if the Grimstroke gets Aghanim Scepter, isn't as like scary to go up against in some ways as something like a a Morphlane or a Medusa or what have you. Like, yeah, it's still spooky a little bit, but you can like a lot of how that hero functions is with their spells, right? So it's less scary if it's just the illusion.
I think you're onto something here, buddy. I feel like PA and maybe Shaker might be coming out this game. And two pretty big dogs still left in the drafting pool. And speaking of the dogs, the master of the dogs, Beastmaster, this guy kind of been ignored a little bit over the past couple series.
Yeah.
Been looking and been like, where are the Beastmaster picks? Where's this guy hanging out? He's a lot worse in the competitive sense because the Hawks just have so much value to pro Dota, but he's still a very strong hero. And the Hawks, although they are different and possibly a little bit worse than they were before, we've still seen teams have success with it, including Luna Galaxy when they took down Level Up. So this was their previous opener they're going to bring back in combination with the Lion this time.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, it does control and deal with a lot of those illusion heroes, some of the more maneuverable ones. We saw, obviously, last game, the court going for that Hex onto Coddle and how much that was able to do for them. Rubik Grimstroke as a support combination. I mean, Rubik is going to be nice. You've got a couple good things to steal, but they also feel like these two heroes explode if they ever get caught. I wonder if maybe, I guess you can't fit a Clockwork into this anymore.
No, they were a fan of that before. They went with the Lion instead, which will probably be the Fuel Core, obviously, and Dukalis just a tree spammer. This guy's I think he's Grandmaster Bane and Tree, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Yeah, he's gross. So
I gotta say, you gotta love how expressive Dota is. Like, you just told me so much about Dukalis, not just as a Dota hero, but like as a person. I feel like I understand him and I know him better now because of that. It's so crazy.
The tree spammers are a special breed. They're scary because they play Tree when he's bad too. It's like the Phoenix players. I don't know what it is about Tree and Phoenix, but it just obsesses the people. And I mean, we knew it was coming.
On the other team.
I just knew someone was getting PA this game. Like, with all the other carries banned out, it seemed doomed. Now, the last time Entity picked PA, Secret went Troll. They saw that as a possible answer. I don't know if Luna Galaxy are on that same brainwave.
5 seconds.
No, it doesn't feel great to me. That's kind of why I was hoping that we would see it in the first phase. And now also, right, you've got like kind of double dagger as a possibility later stages, but they don't have like super hard lockdown on Entity yet. Like Lift is kind of there. I guess to a certain extent, like Grimstroke ulti now is pretty good for it.
Does Shad play TA? I feel like I haven't seen him play TA.
Probably.
That could be something.
Okay.
Oh! All right,
There
we're
it
getting the
is.
clutch heroes. The big clutch heroes are coming out now from Luna.
The Exantic specialty.
Yeah, he's got a couple Ws already so far. One versus Quest, one versus Level Up, bringing out the Kunkka.
10 seconds remaining.
Surprised they didn't go for their carry matchup. They're very confident in what they have left here for
5
Shad.
seconds remaining.
Right.
That's kind of crazy to me.
I think that this is more of like, Exantic want to be on, as SVG would say, a Siggy.
He got a Siggy.
Got a Siggy. It's pretty good. Late game too. I mean, this is the thing. If you're thinking for the 60-minute mark, BKBs are going to be low, and you got Water Park Kunkka.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, he's got some pretty wild stuff. That's true. A lot of the mid heroes are still in. If you look at our ban list, the banned mid hero is theoretically Earth Spirit. We've seen it a little bit, and DP. We still have the Embers, the Pangos. Everybody's just in.
Right.
TAs, which obviously does get removed. I gotta say, I thought they were gonna TA for sure. I feel like that was the pick, to be honest. Because, like, you have the Beastmaster, you have such good synergy with the timings, you have all this lockdown and control from Train Protector and Lion. All I saw them missing was damage, and instead they went for... Yeah, Kunkka does get some damage, but, he's mostly lockdown based. So whatever this last hero has to be, like, the most raw, physical, beastly damage you can get. And you're playing a Phantom Assassin, which TA, you have refractions. Like...
Right.
It looked pretty solid. The other YOLO hero is Morphling, I guess.
That's what I was thinking about.
Yeah,
It is
that's a
still
big one.
scary too.
10 seconds remaining.
But maybe not though. Maybe that's just what they go for and it ends up being decent.
5 seconds
It is still
remaining.
going to be a last pick though, and AA is in the pool, but I guess you're not going to be running that.
Team pick.
Maybe they'll just TV, but then you're doing it into Grimstroke. I mean, it's the same issue with Morphling. Like any of these
Right.
high agi heroes. Are they crazy alk pickers?
Ooh, that's an interesting idea.
They did try it, but they lost the game actually. I
10
see now.
seconds remaining.
What do you want, Shad? It's
Oh,
all
they won a
coming
game
down to
too,
you.
though. All right, it's fine.
Seconds remaining.
Yeah, he's alking.
Let's see it. I mean, it's still scary into PA, I feel like. And also, I don't know if Alk is somebody that you want at a 60-minute game. Which, again, is all that I can think about.
There is Bloodseeker too,
Yeah.
because I mean that's kind of something.
Entity's turn to pick.
And the crowd goes mild. Razor's like sunk into troll levels for me, where I just see it. I'm just like, what is a good Razor game right
10
now?
seconds remaining.
Because
Right.
I just don't know anymore.
I also feel like this puts them on a bit of a
5 seconds
timer. Maybe not. I don't know. It feels very weird. Like, I guess it depends on like how good their game ends up going. But if everybody's just like sitting back and farming, I feel like that's not where you want to be as a Razor. I feel like they need to get a lot of stuff done on Luna Galaxy. Look at this. 3 picks, 0% win rate on Razor.
Yeah. I was going to bring that up. We actually had him in the very first 2 games of this whole qualifier, which was Entity versus Nigma. He lost the 2 games, got ditched for game 3. Someone else was unfortunate enough to pick him, and he lost that too. And here he is. And your attempt to stay in the qualifiers to get your first chance here and get your game 2 and then game 3, maybe go right to TI, and you're going with the Razor. So they got to believe in this hero. There's no question about that. And they're going to play some pretty fast Dota here.
Right. They're going to have to. Maybe they have some ideas too of like sort of Aghanim Scepter to try and be the high ground breaking. I mean, we talked about that. So this is just a Stormstormer classic going back for the Pango. I think an early timing from Luna Galaxy could be really strong, right? Kunkka loves to play fast. You can XTP yourself to keep yourself out on the map, moving out there quickly. And I think to a certain extent, Shad should at least win his lane in theory. I feel like this one could be a little bit tough for the old Gabby Katomi to deal with. We'll see though.
Man, I would hope so, because they got to figure out something here. I just see these entity heroes, and I'm just like, all right, so I'm going to start prepping my entity interview questions here. If you guys want to send me any, that would be appreciated.
Well done, Trent.
Yeah, just let me know. You guys got any questions that you're burning to ask Entity in the
Dude,
winner's interview after this one?
You are spoiling them so much. Caster curse galore. Unbelievable.
I'm trying hard here, bud.
Yeah, you want game 3? Another 70-minute game 3?
I would love a game 3, frankly.
To be fair, I think that if we go to 70 minutes, Entity are probably taking this. That's what it feels like to me, at least.
I don't even know anymore. I feel like at 70 minutes,
Okay.
nothing matters. It's just like everyone has so many talents and these like tier 5 items that I feel like any combinations of heroes can win if you just get the first pick off, you know? It's Dota's a little bit wild in that sense, but yeah, overall through the vast majority of that first hour, I do feel like Entity are going to be in a better spot, but the speed, momentum for Luna Galaxy going to be clutch here, along with the Siggies, of course.
We're just going to our physics class right now. Speed and momentum and Siggies. As we go into this game number 2, let's see if they have what it takes. Entity 1 game away at this point from going to TI.
I'm
see
sorry.
if they can make it happen.
I have to make a correction here. He's only a level 29 Treant Protector, not Grandmaster. Oh my goodness.
I think the real tell of how much of a psychopath you are is how many games you play of a hero after you get to level 30.
Yeah, that's true.
It's like, you got to be a real degenerate to just keep doing it. In other news, have
Unlike
100
you.
games of Darkseer after level 30. But it's a hero that's been gone for a little bit. Okay, into this one. Already double bracer queued up for Kunkka. I think that Adzantic's ability to move around the map and make kills happen is how I'm at least going to determine how good this game is going for them. But maybe, again, they believe in the late game capabilities of it, and they're not trying to play as fast. Who's to say?
Yes, the powers of the waterbender, as it were. That is the plan for the old Kunkka.
I do really like the way that Kunkka's like evolved over the years. I think that him being like a little bit of a spell casting mid that can scale too is pretty neat.
As opposed to just Armlet and Shadow Blade.
Right.
And critting off of Soul Catcher.
Fishman, he's getting the treatment. A couple more hits is all he needs. And first blood taken by Devi Llama. He's another one that's going to need to be making a lot of movement happen early on here.
Yeah, it is Devi Llama Beastmaster. That's true. Can't be sleeping on this. Certainly one of his better heroes that I have seen. Guy loves it. And new and improved at level 1 is another big difference. Like, yeah, the Hawk is a lot worse in the overall game plan, but you can see like that, those bounty rune fights, if you can't take down the Hawk, it's just kind of free. Just like constantly rooting. Easy chase down with the boar. See how much they can get done in this, but a classic matchup as well. PA versus the Beastmaster. This used to be picked quite a bit versus the hero because Beastmaster is working with physical damage throughout the entire game. You have Inner Beast, everyone's getting more attack speed. Well, I have a bunch of evasion. And then on top of that, you have the daggers in the laning stage versus the summons can be very useful. So we see this matchup quite a bit.
Oh, yeah. And of course, the lane with a ton of sticks just right at the start of it as well. In the mid lane matchup, you can see Xantic starting with a little bit of the damage amp as well. Actually, some good damage there onto Watson as he went in for a second. But again, there's a lot of sticks in this lane. But yeah, he's going to have the advantage because he took the Quelling Blade, whereas for Stormstormer, just maxing out on those Iron Branches and trying to rush into the bottle as quickly as possible. He will be gaining it a little bit more quickly as Xantic is just pulling out a Bracer.
Yeah, this Iron Branches on their Universal heroes. Okay. Very good. Yeah, looking to see how top develops for sure. How is Gabby going to do? You know, you have a couple tools versus the Link that makes it not that threatening, I would say, right? Like we have Telekinesis throwback. You have the Celestial Hammer to just move yourself. So not saying that it's going to be like a bad matchup for Shad necessarily, but it's going to be hard to really secure those kills.
Right. And you can see already used there for a second. Does get the bonus 17 damage, so will help out a bit, but you're not, Lead's not going for the kill. He's going to be securing probably some pretty good CSing for himself. Well, bottom. Wow. Just able to move in. Also going in up top, trying to find the kill onto Shad as they're taking him down bottom too. Watson goes down, but so does Shad. So a little bit back and forth across these two lanes. Devi Llama very low, but Fishman can't finish off the job. And sitting pretty with his 18 stick charge.
And just abusing the 50-second cooldown on Link, right? Gabby just knows he has so much time to work with and just hits him with the full combo.
Yeah, that's really nice.
That's a bit too much for you to deal with right now.
And that was the counter pick, right? In lane. That doesn't feel great.
No, that is not what you are hoping for. When you know the matchup and that happens, the first pick that they had in the entire draft for the side of Entity at least.
Stun. Fieldcore gets a little separation, gets the salve off, not able to cancel that. They do kill off the Hawk. Blood Grenade misses, but Fishman still gets taken down. So Devi Llama getting off to a really good start here, and in fact, they managed to connect onto Watson. He is doing so much. Has another round of axes in 2-1-0. It is enough. Double kill Devi Llama.
The happiest mid player of the world right now at Xantic. He's like, oh, something's going right on one of my side lanes. Such good news for the Kunkka. Gonna have somewhere to rotate to later. I'm gonna have some more support help in my runes because of this. Life is good. And the Helm build this game, you know, talking about this Beastmaster, obviously the Ags and the Helm both viable these days. Helm looking pretty solid.
Oh, yeah.
That's really going to appreciate with their general idea when they want to play this game, the tempo that they want to hit, and just pushing it down with that early summon. Going to be the way to go here. As Shad hit again. Oh, he misses.
Although he does have those stick charges as well as the Lotus, and with the stun not connecting, Shad able to dodge it out. They're in position. He gets away fine. Much needed.
It's crazy that he can just punish the whole time, but whenever there's no link.
Right. Down bottom, as we're seeing that mid matchup go on, waiting for those level 6s to come around. Divine Llama looking to get aggressive again, maybe. He has his Hawk circling, but won't be able to go for anything, it looks like. But yeah, mid is going to be interesting to watch over the next couple of minutes here to see if they can do anything with that level 6. Kunkka's going to probably hit it first. Maybe not with this wave coming in.
I mean, he does have 6 denies, so probably.
Yeah. Collis up top, punches away. Shad still doing okay up here, 19-2. But Exantic coming to lane now.
Nice, Ducalis.
Well played.
Good deny. Don't give him anything for free.
Are scanning.
Gets level 6. Does he want to make anything happen? It's pretty hard to make a connection. Still hitting onto Stormstormer. Very annoying for that Pango, who now gets level 6. They're going to go on him. Drops the boat, drops everything. Mid lane, they get him. Exantic hits the combination. He just went a little early, and he wasn't ready for it on Stormstormer.
Is under attack.
Yeah, caught him with the reset there with the X. That was really well done.
And Katomi now. Oh, the juke!
That was nasty. Oh, that was so gross.
And Divine Llama takes the kill. Dude, he was in his brain.
Oh my God. Is Attacker at the keyboard? Oh, there's another glorious Kunkka. Oh, that was puke-inducing.
That was sicky.
Oh my God. That's I love Kunkka so much. Oh my goodness.
Meanwhile, Watson down bottom. They use the Hurricane to pull him back in. Roar, dropping on his face. And now, with that TP canceled, they're pushing this tower. Dude, Luna Galaxy is like, we don't want to play a 60-minute game. We're taking this down. Everybody's tipping Divine Llama.
Yeah, the speed is great. This is what they got to do. I mean, they put themselves in a situation where they have to win their lanes like this. And yeah, Top's not going that well, sure. But the other two are going great. So as long as Shad doesn't become a huge liability, I mean, he is going Midas. So I'm not sure what that says, but it doesn't matter. We're just going to ignore Shad. That's what his teammates are going to do. They're going to be, Shad, just go farm. We're killing everybody here.
Mid, Stormstormer, and looking for it. Couldn't quite get the connection of that Tidebringer. Oh my God, though. I mean, he is really putting the hurt onto him. A 4K gold lead at 7 minutes.
I'm still just thinking about that torrent. That's
yeah.
So good. Field Core finally goes back for the Wisdom Rune here. And that puts him to 5.5. So looking for a smoke pretty soon to link up with his Exantic. You want to be getting that 6. As well, of course, the Roar back in 30 seconds. Already heading in towards this jungle.
Yeah.
The bird here after knocking down that tower. Divine Llama looking to steal some of this farm. Ooh, that's a big step.
The other thing that I know you always talk about with Razor is the ability is Ducalis is going to get jumped on here. Wait a minute. Fisherman moving over 2. They will connect. Look for the kill. Core moving over. Dawnbreaker ulti. The damage, it's going to be enough to take down the tree, but with Divine Llama moving in, they might be able to kill off Stormstormer. And in fact, one more round of axes, he's gone. So they take down 2 for 1.
Yeah, and they're pinging it from Kataomi. He's like, we need to farm this right now, man. Because if they come in here and take this, it's not good. This is just Rubik being selfish. He's like, please farm this for me. I don't want them to get it.
Yeah, I mean, they have to do this because, like, yeah, tower's going down. They're farming up those ancient stacks, or rather, excuse me, the hard camp stacks. They're not matching the tempo that Luna Galaxy has given them. It's way too quickly coming online for Luna.
And getting these kills, pulling all this attention towards mid, it's going to help out Shad.
Yeah.
Right? Like, now he's the gold for the Midas and just 200 more gold. That's going to fly out. It's going to feel better. Theo, of course, lurking around mid with ulti. Stormstormer doesn't actually have the jump out right now. And the Roar's still up, so they didn't need it for the kill.
Finger
he didn't do it.
Stormstormer.
Let it rip, dude.
He gets out.
Oh, wait. No.
Axis. Oh, my God. He sniped him. Dude, Divine Llama, who needs a Roar? This man, when the freaking chips are down, he steps up to the plate. He is ready to go.
Oh, the caster curse is so powerful. It's working.
That's unbelievable.
Dude, I mean, they're playing perfectly. Like, Divine Llama absolutely crushed his lane, and he's just doing Beastmaster things, right? Like, no inner beast. I am the beast. Just throwing axes, summoning some absolute shenanigans around him.
Connection. Gabby in trouble. Gabby starting to fall. Hex can't get the hammer jump away. Ducalis takes the kill, and another tier 1 tower to fall. Katomi, he's also in trouble. Everybody that shows up here is just getting walloped. And it's off the back of Divine Llama. This guy is a gamer.
The holding of the roar, too. It's like he's playing Tidehunter, the way he's just running around this map. He's like, I'm not going to Ravage. I can still get this. I cannot believe he didn't roar Swordstormer. And then he still got the kill. That was absolutely ridiculous. Good news, though, for the Entity fans. He did get the Lance of Pursuit on Pango. So
okay,
he does have quite a bit of extra damage thanks to that.
But look at how far away he is from getting Diffusal Blade. I mean, all of their heroes don't come online for forever. This PA pick, like, she's nowhere near a Battle Fury at all. I feel like this is the type of game that Luna can just snowball, but they've got to keep playing aggressively. If they rest on their laurels too much, it could start feeling bad.
Yeah, they also don't want to run into a really bad spot to fight versus Pango. I think he's dead.
Yeah, this is a problem. Shad also goes down to... Wait, what? He also went down. Wait a minute, maybe. Connect now onto 2. They walk back in to try and keep him alive. Lift the whole.
Oh my goodness.
Drop down. My God. They brought more heroes to try and win this fight, and it went horrifically bad. Luna Galaxy, not like this. It was all going so well, and they take a fight over a stack of Ancients. And then the tip on Divine Llama. Oh, that one hurts.
That was so greedy. It's like the one spot on the map you don't want to fight Pango, right? He's going to get these free bounces, these free rolls. The Soulbind, I think he got double Fadebolt off with that Soulbind. Look how much damage Rubik did. He did 2,716. Stolen Earth Spike, double Fable with the Soulbind. So it's hitting onto everybody and just zapping through them all. It's actually such a good combo. It's just like Shadow Shaman, where you kind of don't expect how much damage it can output early, but when you catch everybody all clumped up like that, you see it. And you know what? He still gets the stacks off.
Oh my God, man. I feel sick after that. that was devastating.
I can't believe they lost all 5. Also, what happened? How did Gabby kill Shaq?
I don't know. I mean, they were just down on the other side of the map, and I thought that he was going to be going in for a Solar Guardian fight, but they got the kill first. I mean, it's just really rough. It's not good. And I mean, Luna Galaxy, the scary part is that I think that they are still like in a decent position, but the next couple minutes, if they start going south, they're going to lose complete control over this game.
It's just crazy because this Pango has no right having a Diffusal Blade right now, and he's almost there, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Fishman. Gonna get caught, finger of death, boat down, gets the kill. They are getting close to the Helm of the Overlord on Divine Llama.
Yeah, and they can definitely just hit a tier 2 with that right now. Like going down bottom. We got a replay here. Oh, this is down bottom. So the PA was there as well, and then they tried to TP the Kunkka and had to just cancel it. Okay, thank you.
Wow.
They let us know.
Deocore almost has a Blink Dagger, though. That'll be another nice pickup for them that allows them to take these fights a little better. But it's sort of some time that is allowing this PA to play catch-up. And, you know, what, about 1,500 gold away from Battle Fury at this stage? Not terrible.
Yeah, if there's one thing we've learned so far in this qualifiers, do not underestimate the Phantom Assassin.
Oh, yeah. God, it is just crazy. Like, now they're back in the game. Luna Galaxy were just snowballing, completely taking over, and now it's back to one of those games where it's like it could go either way. Off the back of just one move and then save your buddy syndrome.
You just feel the difference, too, in the way they're playing on the side of Luna Galaxy, too. They're not crossing over the river. They're not following the waves in. I mean, they are planning up a smoke here in a second by the looks of it. They're going to smoke up with Xantic as well as Divine Llama. And I think the old core, at least. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we're just jungling. All right. Perhaps we're not. We're just going for a Blink Dagger.
Yeah. I mean, that's sort of the state that they're in. There is some interesting timings that can come out eventually. You know, Xantic and Theocor are going to try and go together. There's definitely kill potential here with Ghost Ship, even without the Finger of Death. And a pickoff on Stormstorm would be huge. He's in position. Xantic spots him there, I think. He is going to jump away. Ducalis right on top of him.
Did he see
Takes
him?
the Overgrowth. Overgrowths. Finds him. Torrent connection. The stun is there. And Xmark, he's coming on. No, he's still going.
He's still good, yep.
Oh, that X could have made the difference.
Dire's top tower.
Ulti, too good. All right, so big long move. Doesn't result in the kill, but he takes over some space, stops him from farming. He's going to catch some camps and the wave, so it's not as bad of a rotation as you might think in terms of just like missing out on stuff. Plus, Divine Llama has the Dragon, which at 15 minutes is a very formidable foe. I'd love to see them try and push something with it, though. Now Theocor also has the Blink Dagger. And they still have a Wisdom Rune to grab, too, on their side of the map once they get a chance. Looks like Shad will probably grab it after farming up these Ancients. As he closes in on his BKB, just the recipe to go.
Right. I mean, this is, again, the window that they want to be hitting and pressuring the map. And it looks like that call is going to be to head in through the top side. Could set up to steal the Tormentor, as well as get that 21-minute Wisdom Rune. Oftentimes, that's something that we see. Shad
still
does
can't
take
believe
that
they
other
got
one.
5-hero wipe. That was so insane.
Yeah.
And they're going to use it for the Roche.
Okay. So controlling the map a bit, and in the meantime, Entity, off the back of that one fight and what's happened afterwards, have completely caught up. They're back where they need to be. It still is a very strong position to be in for Luna Galaxy, but these next couple of minutes, if they take another bad fight, that's part of the reason why they're playing so close together. It's going to be out of reach, it feels like, almost.
And it's only going to be a strong position if they actually do something with this Aegis. I think this is not a farming Aegis. This is a, we need to go knock down a tier 2 Aegis.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, they push in the top side and now start to make the movement through the Twin Gate to catch somebody. And Fishman, he is going to be the one that they run into for a moment.
They didn't see him.
Oh my God.
They just happen to not see him.
That's crazy. All right, Fishman gets out. He's fine.
He is so lucky. All right, Stormstormer maybe not as lucky, but there won't be a follow-up stun.
Ilkor caught. Roar is ready. Roar used, but then the jump in finds him. Watson on top. Roar stolen. It is going to be the Aegis down. Shad trying to survive, trying to back away. He's linking him up, but starting to fall. Shad, can he get away from them entirely? No, they do blow up PA, though. So a trade of 3 for 1 with the Aegis also taken. Oh, these fights are getting a little bit messy. Luna Galaxy starting to fall behind, and Entity just waiting it out perfectly.
They needed that PA kill so desperately, though. If Watson gets out, it's honestly feeling just horrendous for them. So a forced fight there from Theolocor. I'm not sure. That might have been what they were trying to do, was just trying to get them forced into a fight somewhere on the map, since it is a little bit hard for them to lock them down, trying to chase down Watson right now, obviously with this blur too. So getting that kill is nice, slowing down the PA, but losing the Aegis without a big objective is certainly painful. Divine Llama is going to keep up this crazy pace of farm, though. We'll have a BKB pretty soon with having the Dragon. It's just, they don't really have a great answer to it. And he can just park it onto these waves right now, take it along with him. Very hard hero to still bring down at the moment.
Right, and trying to get into the Aghanim Scepter after the BKB. The BKB timings, you got to get a lot out of it. They already have the BKB done for Xantic, just about completing it right now on Razor. And that's, again, the thing that sort of hurts in this moment, is they would have loved to be able to time that BKB with what would have been another 2.5 minutes left on this Aegis for Divine Llama. Instead, they're now in this situation where, you know, do they want to play aggressive? Can they afford to sit back? It doesn't look like they feel that. So they're going to start heading in.
if they move in again, too, there's going to be Soulbind Roar.
Yeah. Still ready.
Something I got to watch for here.
Runs in.
Obs.
Ward
spotted.
down. Jump. He gets the blink away. Are you kidding me? And now Soulbind Roar onto both, rolling through, hitting them both, and the connection on the backside.
This roll.
And then it gets the BKB, but it's not coming in quick enough. The overgrowth is there. Can they outlast this fight? They don't have the Beastmaster for all of it. Shad can't do anything. BKB wearing low. Can he get out? It looks like Shad will.
Only goes in.
He's not going to be quite so lucky as they chase down this Kunkka, kill him off. Entity, the team fights have been immaculate.
They truly have. I mean, this part of the map just appears to be theirs, despite excellent vision being dropped down there. They're going to remember that right now, go back and deward it, get that knocked down. The Hex, why? I actually don't even know why he went for the Hex onto the PA. I think he might have been able to catch Kataomi if he went for the Rubik, but obviously seeing the PA, Field Lord knows that that's the person they want to try and knock down. Perhaps thinking, hey, if I Hex this Rubik, I'm just going to get blown up by Phantom Assassin, which was a real potential. What a roll from Stormstormer, though. I mean, this guy, like the Pango being left in so late in the draft, feeling kind of ridiculous. I know we're first banning his Invoker every single game. His Pango's also pretty close, though. Like, he interrupted that overgrowth that would have been put him in such a better position and maybe saved some of those people that were stuck in that Soulbind Roar. But the fight start was just too good in combination with that.
And, I mean, the things just start to become worse and worse. Right now, I believe they're going to catch the tree, Ducalis. No, he gets away, it looks like. But Kataomi has Ghost Ship stolen. I think that now, I mean, Roar is bad enough. Getting that damage reduction, particularly when you've got like somewhat of a burst oriented and like capped out magical damage lineup in a way.
Oh, they got him.
All right. They will find one here. Another kill. Entity. It's been a bit of a tough season for them at certain points, but they are looking to get to TI through the upper bracket. They can win this game, and they have put themselves in a great position to be there.
Up 3K at 22 minutes. You've got the hard carry Phantom Assassin, who's been clutching out games left, right, and center. Kataomi is he's playing like he's Gabby today, you know, Gabby the MVP perhaps yesterday. Today feels like Kataomi's taking the mantle. I feel like he's played fantastic in both of these games. Some crazy carrying coming from these teammates as he currently holds the Ghost Ship for their next fight.
Oh, yeah. Wow. 3,000 gold lead, 22 minutes in like you talked about, and now in towards the Tormentor. And yeah, look at the way that it swung. Now back to 50-50. And every second starting to feel more and more in that direction of Entity. They still have good team fight potential, but it feels like they're not getting the right fights. You know, like Luna Galaxy have had the tools, but they just can't put it all together.
It's 2 games in a row where they're struggling to get the good jumps.
Right.
Be it through the vision. I mean, this time they have the tree protector, but the place where the fights are happening are places where tree can't necessarily get those great scouting maneuvers. And despite getting a sweet pillar up onto the ward, too, you know, they just didn't get that first grab. That fight could have been very different if the Rubik is hexed there. You know? And then maybe there's like a roar on the PA or something, but the reactions from Entity just a bit too quick, and then the clutch Soulbind roars as well. They are definitely just out team fighting them right now, so that's gonna put them again on the back foot there. Luna Galaxy back to farming, back to Midasing with their Razor, and hoping that some future items can make them a little bit stronger. But it's Watson who's garnering items on the side of Entities. He closes in on the Deso here, and another 1,000 gold. And they're going to move out. The boat is gone, so Kataomi's got to find a fresh spell.
They see another dragon. And Shad, stepping forward, does have the completed Reaver.
Now, it's worth noting that their initiation is much worse right now. Their initiation is just Kataomi. They don't have Blink yet on the Pango. These fights have come, well, I mean, if you just grab a free Kunkka, that could be good, but he's not the hero. Yeah. And they're looking at that HP. Yeah, there's like, no, this guy's got BKB. Because like all the good fights are because they're on the back foot. They know that Luna Galaxy have to come in and play offensively, so I like that decision, not to just all-in commit on the Kunkka. There's nothing for you to gain there. Just got to get a good jump for once from Lune Galaxy.
They head back in. Dude, don't go up this hill. This hill has not been your friend.
No.
It has not been where you want to play.
Mortador.
Oh, can they do it? Can
Don't
they
blink
find-
out. Don't blink out again.
Oh, God. Jumps in. Stormstormer on the high ground now. Rolling through onto 2. They connect them both up, but they get the BKBs off. This fight is looking a little bit better, but I don't know if it's going to be good enough. Overgrowth comes out. Connection is there. Xantic, Blade Mail, tries to throw the grab for a moment, but there's nothing doing, and Ducalis is just going to fall. They did get the buyback out of the Grimstroke, but still not exactly the fight
Kataomi's
they're
got
looking
Tidal
for.
Wave. He's hunting with it.
The hell? Kataomi's had a hell of a series so far.
Hoping to catch somebody as he jumped in there, but not
Look
able
how
to grab
farmed
it.
He is.
Yeah, he is humongous.
He's almost ahead of Stormstormer.
And that was a fight where they really didn't get anything out of Watson either. You know, wasn't quite into the Deso, played it super safe, jumped back there. Did not want to mess with anything there on the side of Luna. And now they just head in towards the tower. Now the Deso is up. The Roche is a later spawn.
Okay.
Divine Llama's coming back in. He has the roar. Kataomi still has the tidal wave though. So he is going to send them back if they come in. He blinked out again. Like,
yeah.
Stop this man.
It's kind of nuts. This is maybe going to be the angle that they can take where things work out. Roche, what, a minute and 20 away. They see Gabby.
Oh, they see a place. They have the Obstetric combo from the Radiant. They saw him place these wards.
X, connection. Gabby in trouble, holding his BKB. Hold his BKB that entire time. Ducalis is dead. They might find more. The torrent comes out. They connect for the moment. Stormstormer rolling through. Connections there. Watson, though, dying to Blade Mail, but it's not going to be enough. They're already losing everybody. Has to run away on Xantic. He's not going to escape. 3 are dead for 1. Entity just cannot be stopped. And Kataomi doing it so many times here with all of these spells stolen. 6 stuff.
Trying to find himself in an Earth Spike after, and was really hoping he dropped the finger, let's be honest.
Oh, yeah.
He's level 20 now.
He's just... I mean, they're all killing it. Entity are playing some of the best Dota that we've seen since Lima, it feels like.
Oh, we got the replay here, too. Man. Oh, that 5-year-old wipe. And the whole game just turns around. The way Gabby played this too, right? Because he sees the Ob Sentry get placed down. That's why he positions himself there. Because he knows he's got Force Staff on his team. He's got a Rubik with Shard on his team. The backup's going to be there. And then he's going to have his opportunity for the Solar Crest after. This is why Watson keeps retreating from these fights too, like you said, is these Blade Mails. Well, I mean, Blade Mail on Xantic, and then obviously they have one themselves on Gabby too. One of the better items of this patch. Reason why we're starting to see these heroes so much. But just in and out of the fights. They can't find the lockdown. They can't find the roars again here. They're just, you know, that's your most farmed hero, and it feels like they're struggling to get the impact of the Divine Llama. Right. These engagements.
Well, and he had that, you know, Aghanims queued up, decided to go for the blink instead, feeling like they need those better initiations, but it's a real problem. If they can't get the kills, like, it's just not going to work. They have to find those, like, initial pickoffs and actually get them to combo together perfectly, and when that's not been happening, it just completely comes away with Entity owning. So they will pick up a shard now on Lion. They also had double Wisdom runes that were back there ready to go. But a 10k gold lead for Entity, and as you mentioned, Watson just keeps getting these items. He's almost got Aghanims.
And yeah, he hasn't even necessarily been that much of a factor. He'll usually get like one jump in, but it's just the magic damage that's coming out from them.
Oh yeah.
You know, you're relying on BKBs in a world where now that's just 50% magic resistance. And we've been noticing like these Earthshaker games too. I've been seeing it where he'll dunk on some BKB heroes, and it doesn't look like a fun time for the BKB heroes. Sometimes you still take a ton of damage. Yeah, maybe it's not going to annihilate you like it used to, but if that's comboing you up with the other abilities being spread around, there's just so much overwhelming magic. Stormstormer as well, rolling through these fights, getting these big shield crashes on top of them consistently. It's just brutal. Like, he has played out of his mind this game too. And the path to TI is looking pretty wide open for them right now.
Oh yeah. No, they have really pulled things together here. And yeah, that Aghanim Scepter delivered. And for the side of Luna, I mean, the sort of next couple minutes feel like they're just going to be about trying to dodge this Aegis, delay the game, get into some later shenanigans. You know, Razor getting to the butterfly could be helpful. He is going to be hard to kill, but will he actually be able to do the most amount of damage? Is he just going to get exploded by the PA? Tukalis? Oh my god.
I hate new Blur.
Theocor runs into him, blinks away.
Whoa, the miss.
He gets away.
Did I not see him? Maybe
Got
they didn't have
out.
vision of him? I don't even know what happened. He was dusted. Oh, I'm not sure. I don't know if he misclicked himself as Rubik or if they just didn't have the vision on him. I couldn't tell at the last second. But either way, yeah, managed to survive, so they're lucky on that one.
Oh, certainly a tough time, but it's just going to be tough for Luna to make these fights work. We'll see if they can get things together. But Gabby with the AC now, it's really hard to fight into this big group up potential that Entity are pulling together. Who knows though? Maybe they go high ground, and then we'll find the reason why nobody's been doing it.
Yeah, there you go.
Radiant structures
They can do a little investigative journalism for us here today. So what happens if you do go high ground when you're winning?
Oh man!
Before 60 minutes.
They find one.
Radiant's top tower.
Chasing, Katomi connects. Nature's Grasp, but it's just going to be a walk away. Silver Edge. Okay, now there's an answer.
We're getting there.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Also, Butterfly next for Shad.
Dude, they're actually not going to go high ground. They're actually not going to do it.
I'm not going high ground with this side. This is all tier 1 mid. You know, we got stuff to clean up on this map first.
I mean, like ever. Like we're
no,
getting another like 80-minute game.
It is the road to TI, you know.
Yeah. Well, because the other problem is that, like, you know, with the Vilama's creep, he can do so much split pushing. It's going to be really annoying. Speaking of which, though, they do manage to find the kill there. Watson takes it down. So another 250 gold into his coffers.
Just when he needed. There's the Ags, though. After that blink, gets back to it. So going to try and beat that drum. And, yeah, Enemy, they like the scenic route when it comes to the road to TI. They're not in a hurry.
True. Oh.
Dire's middle tower
In the area.
is under attack.
Watson showing on mid, hitting the tower. Stormstormer behind him has a Lincoln Sphere ready to go also. But no, they're just going to push out all the waves simultaneously. And now hold,
Watson.
Shad. BKB link up, backs away, in some trouble. Shad actually able to escape for the moment, but no, they have enough for the kill. And Xantic walks up to Watson. The roar is there. Oh man, that one hurts. He is stunned again for a very long time. Rubik continues to find all these seals, and the chase forward gets him underneath tower, but that's only the Aegis. Boat connects, Katomi finds his target. They have the jump, the lift, the kill, and into the base they go. Apparently high ground is no longer an issue.
Yeah, I mean, we've never seen it with the tier 2 still up. So they just went right past it into the high ground here. At the very least, that won't force the buybacks here. Didn't think they could capitalize on what was happening.
They have stolen Roar so many times. Katomi, I mean, I saw before this game, he changed his profile picture to the Aegis. So even though it's only 1 year for this guy going to TI, this year he's trying to get there and win the whole freaking thing.
Theolcor's doing classic Theolcor things here. He's not on his bounty hunter, but he's making the same kind of plays.
Stop the push. Can you do it? It's not happening. Entity, they said, we're tired of these long games. We're going to take a set of Rex right now. 20 seconds till Kunkka. They're going to go for the melees, but they're pinging where the rest of the team is. Tukalis, overgrowth in 15, backs out.
Now the Basher. Every time I just click on Watson, it's a new item. Even has the Defiant Shell, too.
Oh, yeah.
He needs the greatest blade mail luck ever on his Xantic. You know, he needs him to just, like, crit multiple times with the blade mail, and he's at a
Right.
BKB or something. Everyone just buy blade mails. Maybe that's your best chance.
Honestly. Feels like it's needed. Something's needed at this point. But I mean, at that point, how do you deal with Gabby then? I mean, this guy's 3,200 HP and a freaking AC. He's a monster.
Yeah, why does he have 38 armor?
He's Gabby.
How's that fair?
He is really taking this team, I feel like, where it needs to be. He's been looking really good on the Stormbreaker. And they're looking to keep this momentum going. Entity pressuring the tier 2 tower up top. Harpoon done now also. Almost level 25. He is huge.
Whew. Oh, the drums of Slom. They're ready to be beat here. Kadomi sitting here with Roar, though. And you know he loves dishing it back out on the person he stole it from.
Buildings still falling a bit. Tree is there to keep them topped off with the living armor if they need it. And it looks like Entity are not going to attempt high ground. I always wonder, will it come back to haunt them? Last game, it did not.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
No, last game, obviously, the hopes and dreams were a bit higher. With the help of a Medusa. Shad's going to do his best Medusa impression here, though.
By Rapier? Oh, no.
He needs that time warp or a creep, you know? He needs Divine Llama just to send it with him just to decrease his Midas cooldown.
I see. That makes sense.
Yeah, gotta make his way towards that butterfly somehow.
Roar used, but he got a little bit of separation. It's not going to get hit right away by Gabby, but still the damage is there. He's just gone. That's all it takes. Stolen Overgrowth now. Are you kidding me? He's got it ready. If they commit too hard, he's going to get punished. They blow up Ducalis. Katomi ready to go with that Overgrowth.
It's too much Chain Stun. I mean, they're not getting to press buttons. They went 3 BKB cores, and they just get Chain Stunned.
Oh, no. And
misclick, sun was in his eyes, you know, couldn't hit BKB.
Oh, jeez. That is rough. Sending high ground right now. I mean, it feels like they know what's coming. Entity taking this tier 3 tower. They'll get a pull inside the base, but they're looking to try and close this game out. Butterfly.
You can see their faces. They're looking pretty stone cold here. Still super serious, just like last game. But you gotta imagine the feet are bouncing right now. They are 1 win away. 3 little racks there between them. Mega creeps. Last win to go to TI. After getting to this ridiculous Western European qualifier and seeing teams like Quest in there who have just been crushing everybody and thinking like, oh, you know, what chance we have versus these guys, you know? Year's been looking a little bit down. Then some surprises like Luna Galaxy. Probably not expecting to see them in the finals with them. They might be sending them right out of these finals down to the lower bracket finals in a second. Or in 50 minutes, sorry.
Well, exactly, when this game actually ends.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll see. I feel like this next Aegis, they might break the rule and Entity might go high ground finally. Okay, Luna Galaxy, they're getting together, gonna try and make a move. They go and call for the same thing that we saw before. And the other problem in Dota is, of course, momentum is a very real thing. If you lose one fight catastrophically, this could all swing around. They're finding a good hero right at the beginning of this, Gabby. They got him. Hex is there. Roar committed. That is about the best that they could hope for. Roche is now up. Do Entity decide to go for it? Stormer sees that the Roche is up, starts to hit it. They can't go for it, though. It's too scary.
It is a little bit, but there is buyback here. They're definitely willing to take this fight with buyback. They want Blink back up on the Rubik. They want to go in with Overgrowth.
They're starting to
fight.
Blinks everywhere. Core finds one. The Grimstroke caught right at the beginning, but there's the buyback. Commitment's in. Can they kill the Grim? Fishman, he gets the ulti off. The control is there. They have enough. He lived through all of it. Fishman finally dies to the Triceratops, but they've already won the fight. Watson with the ultra kill just cleaned up
He's trying to get somebody back here. He needs to hit some YOLO Sunny. Oh, they see him.
He spots him.
Is it going to be too late?
They get him. Katomi continues to find the right targets as they kill off the Kunkka. Entity, GG. They call it. Entity are going to TI.
It won't be a rampage, but you know what? I think he'll still be happy about it. Good luck next from Gabby. Divine Llama says thank you. They still have another chance. That is true. But Entity, they don't have to worry about that. They're on their way to TI through the upper bracket, a best of 3, and a pretty dominant one at that here. Especially the turnaround here in this game too, where they went for a strat here on Luna Galaxy where they had to crush that Beastmaster lane. And Xantic hit some nasty torrents. Some of the sickest ones you've seen in a decade. And still, that one wipe, that one fight into successful fight for Entity, it just took all the wind out of that poor Kunkka's sails.
I mean, it's definitely going to come back to haunt them a little bit, but likewise on the side of Entity, the decision to come on in there and contest that, right? And they just kept on making those solid reads and understandings in the mid game of like when to fight, when not to fight, and importantly, where to fight. That's what we sort of talked about. This Treant pick could have set up for some really good success, but Entity, they gave up ground and then they took the fights when they needed to on their terms. What a freaking performance. Katomi, he had a hell of a game on a Rubik. My God.
I don't know where he got that gold. Like, how was he so farmed early with this? You just look, he's like, oh, he's got blink. Oh, he just blinked away from this like last chance fight the Luna Galaxy are going for here.
Look at it. There it is. The Aegis on the profile. He's feeling it. All of them, the averages up in the green. Level 20. That guy absolutely slayed it. And they are ready to keep this momentum going right on into TI. So it's simple. If you want to win the qualifiers, just switch your profile picture. That's what you got to do.
Yeah, it turns out that's all it takes here. And 7K lead at 11 minutes. That's insane. Yeah. And this is where it was. This was it. They get one of the best places to fight on the map. Stormstormer, insane roll. He just hits everything perfectly, knocks out the summons, and then you have the Soulbind Fade Bolt. Oh, look at that damage.
No, it's
the Stroke of Fade too. It couldn't have been any better. It really could not have been better for them right there. And that was, of course, after wiping out Shad down bottom. Then Gabby just joins in. And somehow they still get this pick at the end too.
Oh, yeah. Well, and I think too, right? Like Rubik, he probably doesn't get that fight that way, that well, if not for like the stacks being taken by Gabby with him, right? Like they stacked up all those camps when Divine Llama started coming out of control, and he wouldn't have the levels to be able to make that play happen if not for stealing that away or securing it rather. So, you know, it was that play, but it was also everything that led up to that play happening. Really, really well done by Entity as they finish that one off.
I'm pretty sure he only roared 3 times on Beastmaster that game.
Yeah.
Whereas Kataomi roared at least 4 to 5 times looking at his damage breakdown. That's crazy. Like he was just outdoing his opponents at their own ultis.
I mean, Rubik doesn't always look great, but when you have a good game, this hero just feels insane. And like even this fight right here that we're seeing with all these tidal waves push around and stuff, it just made things more difficult, right? It made it harder to try and get done what they wanted to get done. And I think at various points this game, you could have pointed to like any one of these heroes as being like the main reason that Entity were able to secure the win. For me, I still put it at Katomi, but Gabby I think also is a decent choice. They had a really good series overall. And Entity, this entire qualifier